Check. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is mic check. Mic check. One, two, three. हल्का सा बढ़ा सकते हो हल्का सा इफेक्ट थोड़ा सा very little ना ladies and gentlemen, this is mic check. One, two, three. Mic check. Check. Mic check. One, two, three. Check mic. Mic check. One, two, three. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is mic test. A very good afternoon, everyone. हल्का सा एक थोड़ा सा इफेक्ट check mic check one two three. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is mic check one two three. Very little volume also. Check mic check. Ladies and gentlemen, this is mic check one two three. Mic check one two three. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is mic check one two three. Check. Well, ladies and gentlemen, a very, very warm afternoon to everyone. I'll request everybody if you could be seated. Also, I can see front row, front section is empty, so I'll request all the industry front leaders to please join us. Once again, I'll request everybody to kindly be seated as we are commencing.
Check. Hello. Hello. Check. Check this. Check. Hello. Check. Hello. Check. Hello.
Well, namaste and a very, very warm welcome and a good afternoon, everyone. Well, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to each one of you. Thank you so much for taking time out of your absolutely busy schedule and joining us today. Well, when I start any productive event, I always feel that it has to be a two-way communication, right? So I like to hear a good afternoon from all of you when I say good afternoon. At least that'll add to some amount of zeal and enthusiasm, right? So let's see, how great is your all afternoon? Is it as great as mine? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Wow, lovely. Okay, I think we can start on that note. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A very, very warm welcome to Elets BFSI Leaders Retreat and Awards 2026 in this beautiful landscape of Lonavala. On that note, can we have a huge round of applause? Everybody, come on. I am your host Shweta Patil here for you, and I'm truly honored right now to host this exclusive leadership gathering themed Decade of Trust, a future of transformation. Well, at this retreat, India's most influential CEOs, regulators, policymakers, change makers, game changers, innovators, and I will also like to add technology leaders come together not just to discuss change, but to actually shape the next decade of India's BFSI ever evolving landscape. Well, today, if you are here, it's not like any other conference you attend. Yes, it's a curated leadership retreat designed to impact and influence the BFSI industry on a larger landscape, a space designed for strategic reflection, meaningful conversation, powerful collaboration. Over the next 2 days, you will be engaging in deep conversation on AI narrative architectures, digital public infrastructure, cloud resilience, next gen payments, ensure tech innovation, regulatory readiness, and evolving foundation of digital trust. Well, before we move ahead, let's have a event video so that we can know what's here for the next 2 days. Can we have the event videos on the screen, please? Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's BFSI Leaders Retreat and Awards 2026 for all of you out here. Well, before we move into the formal proceedings, it gives me an immense pleasure to acknowledge the outstanding organization partnering with us and powering this retreat. We would like to extend our thanks to Gold Partner PlanView for their strong support and association in elevating this leadership platform. We shall also like to sincerely thank Moonet Transaction Observability Partner, Airtel Business Digital Transformation Partner, Intense Centralized Customer Communication Partner, Arrowhead Voice AI Partner, Experian Credit Innovation Partner, Fino Intelligent BFSI communication partner, persistent reimagining BFSI partner, or reserve networking partner. Thank you, each one of you, for powering this dynamic retreat, strengthening India's financial leadership ecosystem. Taking this opportunity to connect deeply with your peers, exchange the absolutely knowledgeable ideas, and build collaboration that drive meaningful impact across the BFSI landscape. Well, for the next 2 decades, we all know that Elets Technomedia has worked very closely with governments, industry leaders, creating a platform that influence policy, accelerate innovation, and foster intersector collaboration. And with that legacy guiding us, it's my privilege to welcome you all once again. Well, now to officially begin and commence this retreat, it's my privilege to invite a leader on a stage who has been at the forefront of shaping India's BFSI dialogue for over 2 decades. He has conceptualized and led numerous national and international platforms that bring together banking, financial services, insurance leaders, policymakers, technology leaders, innovators to drive digital transformation and inclusive growth. Well, a social entrepreneur committed to leveraging technology for societal impact, he has consistently advanced research, advocacy, and knowledge exchange through conferences, summits, publications, and leadership forums. Well, as a founder and a CEO of Elets Technomedia and editor in chief of the Banking and Finance Post, he continues to influence the direction of India's financial ecosystem with summits and conferences globally, such as World FinTech Summit, the NBFC Summit, and residential summits like Game Changer, and many more. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor and privilege to call upon Dr. Ravi Gupta, founder and CEO of Elets Technomedia. And can we have a huge round of applause and welcome him on stage, please?
Welcome you all. Good morning and good afternoon both. We are already in the afternoon. So the idea here is that we हम लोग जो है शहर से बाहर आए, यहाँ के शांत माहौल में बैठे हैं, फॉर्मेलिटी से थोड़ा रिलैक्स होकर इनफॉर्मेलिटी पे आए और कुछ डायलॉग्स करें, कुछ बातचीत करें और जैसा कि जगजीत सिंह ने कहा है कि बात निकलेगी तो दूर तलक जाएगी। सो हम यहाँ पर आए हैं कि हम रिलैक्स होकर वी विल हैव कन्वर्सेशन, वी विल डू डायलॉग्स, वी विल रिलैक्स। अगर हमें अंग्रेजी पसंद है अंग्रेजी बोलेंगे, हिंदी पसंद है हिंदी बोलेंगे, मराठी पसंद है मराठी बोलेंगे, कन्नड़ पसंद है तो कन्नड़ बोलेंगे और डायलॉग्स करेंगे, बातचीत करेंगे, चाय पे चर्चा करेंगे, लंच पे चर्चा करेंगे। सो वी विल स्टार्ट विथ एक स्मॉल इंट्रोज फ्रॉम ईच ऑफ अस। आई हैव माय कलीग विश्वास और यहाँ पर हम कुछ दोस्त बनाएंगे। सो दोस्त ऑलरेडी हमारे पास पुराने हैं, बहुत इंटेंस करेंगे और ले जाएंगे और कुछ दोस्त नए बनाएंगे। सो आई विल रिक्वेस्ट विश्वास, माय कलीग, एक बार आप अपनी जो माइक है आप हर जो चेयर पर ले जाएं और एक इंट्रो हो जाए हर किसी से। आई विल रिक्वेस्ट एवरीवन टू स्टैंड अप एंड स्पीक वन लाइन। या इंट्रोडक्शन। या स्टार्ट विद यू सर।
Hello and good afternoon, everyone. This is Ashton De Cruz. I am with the NatWest Group. I take the responsibility of the CISO as well as the CEO for the bank. Glad to be here, and thanks Dr. Gupta and the team for putting this together. Thank you.
Welcome, Ashton. Thank you for joining. Yep.
So it is good afternoon. Seldom do the backbenchers start first. On a lighter note, let's make it a little casual. I'm Akshay Yadav. I'm from UIDI. It's been a pleasure, I think, connecting with Ravi ji and everybody in this gathering. A lot of familiar faces. Looking forward to connecting. I'll be here for a short while, but still, I think the endeavor of the cup of coffees and interactions in the meeting room, they've been very positive. Wishing you all the best. Thanks.
Thank you. Welcome, Achal. Let's encourage everyone. Clap and I welcome each of us. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Peter George. I'm part of Precision Systems, part of sales team.
Welcome. Welcome. Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Prasad Palekar from Persistent Systems, part of India sales team.
Welcome, Prasad. Welcome.
Hey, hi everyone. This is Apoorv again from Persistent Systems and looking forward to interacting with you all. Thanks.
Welcome, Apoorv. Welcome.
Going forward with this row.
Vijay Kadiyala. I am an India head of data and cloud platform. I work at Development Bank of Singapore.
Welcome. Welcome.
Hi, this is Arijit Ghosh, CDA of the Chief Data Analytics Officer from Bandhan Bank.
Welcome. Welcome. Welcome, Arijit.
Yeah, hi, I'm Ajit Patil. I'm from Airtel Solutions team. Glad to be here.
Welcome, Ajit. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kiran Chogale. I am from Infosys. I manage the India BFSI.
Welcome. Welcome.
Yeah, here is Naveen. I'm from Eco General Insurance.
Welcome.
I take care of CTO role there.
Okay, fantastic. Vishwas, back. Yeah.
Thank you. Hi, myself Shruti Tamparati. I'm from Planview. I manage the South India business for Planview.
Fantastic. Welcome, Shruti.
I am Nitesh. So I had collections and legals for IIFL Finance Pan India.
Welcome. Welcome.
Myself, Anudeep. I head business at Fino.
Welcome, Anudeep.
My name is Rajesh Sharma. I head the operations for a UK-based private bank.
Welcome, Rajesh. Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Phillips. I represent Intense Technologies. Look forward to meeting all of you. Thanks.
Welcome, Phillips.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kadirvel Srinivasan. You can call me Kadir or Srinivasan. I run digital transformation for Avas Housing Finance. We are a Jaipur-based affordable housing finance company, and looking forward to learn and talk with you guys. Thank you.
Welcome, Srinivasan ji. Vishwas, Shivam.
Hello, everyone. My name is Shivam Pathania. I head business strategy for Elets. Thank you so much for all of you coming here, and we're looking for so many dialogues with all of you. Thank you, and all the best.
Welcome, Shivam.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Sunil Mishra. I am the CPTO for Motilal Oswal Wealth Management.
Welcome. Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon. I am Ravi Doshi and I represent Mira Asset NBFC business. Thank you.
Welcome, Ravi ji.
So good afternoon to everybody. First, at the outset, thanks for such a beautiful concept, and I feel my 2 days is going to be very, very exciting. Looking forward to meet each and everybody. So let me go down to Bastek. Myself, Atul Gar. I'm head IT into the SIDB, and many people don't know SIDB. SIDB is a bank who is financing the MSME. So we are a backbone of the Indian economy.
Welcome. Welcome, Atul ji. Thanks for joining. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gokul Rajan. I handle the digital function at Hinduja Leyland Finance.
Welcome, Gokul. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Ravi ji, for inviting us. I'm Kunal Katpal, Chief Risk Officer for Hinduja Leyland Finance.
Welcome, Kunal ji. Thank you.
So good afternoon, everyone. Thanks, Elets, for inviting us. So I'm Madhur Joshi, Chief Information Security Officer of HDB Financial Services, part of HDFC Group.
Fantastic. Welcome, Joshi.
Good afternoon, all. I am Manju Talvi. I head the digital and data for HDB Financials. Privileged to be part of this event.
Welcome. Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone, and thanks, Ravi ji, for inviting me here. It's a wonderful forum, I must say. I'm Ramesh Vishwanathan. I head partnerships, strategic initiatives, and new business alliances at Bharti AXA Life Insurance. Thank you.
Fantastic. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Sunil Kapoor. I am the Chief Risk Officer for Generali Central Life Insurance. So Generali Central Life, it's probably it's a joint venture between a European insurance major, Generali, and the Central Bank of India. The recent JV which has been signed. So looking forward to this conference. Actually, thank you very much for inviting me.
Welcome, welcome. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Shweta Anand. I head operations and service for Edelweiss Life Insurance. Looking
Welcome,
forward to this.
Shweta ji, welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks, Elets and Ravi ji for the invite. It will be really good to interact and understand, know a lot of things. My name is Nagraj. I am actually from CSB Bank, looking after the core banking and treasury there. Thank you.
Welcome, Nagraj ji. Thank you.
Hi, this is Venkat here. I've been in the industry for a long time and technology banker and CIO CT for a long time, and privileged to be out here. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome, Venkat ji. Welcome. I will request if you can stand up and speak. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Nikhil Kumar. I have more than 2 decades of experience in digital transformation, solutioning, and business solution. I manage solution delivery at IndusInd Bank for the inclusive banking group.
Welcome, welcome. Thank you for joining.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jackson Alexander. I work with Ori. I lead the business vertical with BFSI. I and my colleague here are here to answer questions and connect with people about evolution of voice in AI.
Fantastic, fantastic.
Hey, hi all. A very good afternoon. This is Manish Jackson, the other Jackson. Don't get confused. Firstly, Gupta ji, thanks a lot for setting this up. First time in Lonavala. Fantastic. So I had sales for Ori and looking forward to interacting with all of you.
Welcome, Jackson ji. Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Ali Lightwala. I head the sales and partnerships at Fino. Thank you so much, Dr. Ravi. This is my second stint at an Elets event, and I'm sure it's as great as the last time, and looking forward to connecting with you all.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for joining.
Good afternoon, all of you. I'm Rohit Jain from Bangalore. So yeah, it was a pleasant journey. Took the first flight out of Bangalore, and yeah, reasonably 1 hour journey from the new Mumbai airport to this place. So yeah, this is a good experience. I take care of business and marketing at Fino, one of the founding members, and it's great to be here.
Welcome, Rohit. Thank you for joining.
Hi, good afternoon. Ajit Menon, Group Chief Operating Officer at Vibrity Capital. So thank you, Ravi ji and team, for inviting. I took the scenic route and decided to drive today.
Wow.
So I think that was a good decision in hindsight. So I look forward to spending time today over the next 2 days.
Thank you, Ajit ji, for joining. Thank you so much.
Hi, this is Rajat from Experian. I take care of solution sales and solution consulting pan India.
Welcome,
Pleased
Rajat.
to be here.
Welcome, welcome.
Hi, I'm Ajit. I head the products for Experian Credit Bureau in India. Look forward to thought-provoking engagements and conversations with you over the next 2 days.
Welcome, Rajat. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sanat Satyan. Today I'm representing the front benchers, but at Experian, I lead the go-to-market for all products that Majid and Rajat bring to market. So that's what I do. Thank you so much, and looking forward to meeting all of you.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon to you all. Thanks, Raji, for inviting us all. Myself, Aditya Goenka, I basically head Chief Legal and Compliance Officer at Yes Securities. Looking forward to meet you all and interact.
Welcome, Aditya. Welcome. Thank you for joining.
Hi all. Hi Raviji. My name is Stephen George. I am part of HSBC Technology India. Thanks.
Welcome, Stephen. Thank you.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. My name is Chirag and I am with PlanView. I lead the business development for the India region at PlanView. Looking forward to having some meaningful conversations with everyone.
Welcome, welcome. Thank you.
Hi everyone, Niklesh Garnipuri here. I come from Bangalore. I head the solution consulting business for PlanView India.
Welcome, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ravi. Namaste everyone. My name is Akshay. I'm part of PlanView. We are the gold partner here. I look after the marketing and GTM for India region and the Middle East. We are here to have a conversation with all of you. We have a booth outside there as well. Thanks a lot.
Welcome, welcome.
Hi, long introduction, so I'll keep it short.
Deepak Sharma, good friend of
I think
Elets and Ravi.
I think आपका intro तो ऐसा होना चाहिए कि मेरा नाम दीपक है, नाम तो सुना होगा.
नहीं, unfortunately, unlike you, थोड़ा introduction is very long, so इसलिए I thought I'll keep it short. So yeah, used to be a long-time career banker. Now I do multiple things. That's why I said it's a long intro. Serve on board of couple of financial institutions. I run a firm called Venture Studios. I also run a podcast called Clearing the Blur. I advise multiple private equity funds, consulting firms, technology firms, run a startup accelerator. So yeah, that's why I said there are too many things. So I'll keep it short. Thanks.
And I have to add on this that जो ये जो program आज जो event हो रहा है आज और कल उसमें या Deepak ji had played an important role in helping us frame the agenda, frame the topics, and in fact also like suggesting like which other speakers for which sessions. So धन्यवाद दीपक जी. And आज evening में एक surprise ये है कि दीपक जी is perhaps मतलब हो सकता है कि और भी ऐसे हो लोग रूम में, but he has walked up to the Everest base camp. तो कौन-कौन इस रूम में जो है वो करा चुका है एवरेस्ट बेस कैंप? आप आओगे? Anyone else? 2, 3, wow, 4 जो है दीपक जी, क्या बात है. So evening में after like the sessions are over, I will request all the Everest the people to be on the stage and share एक anecdote which was very very interesting out there. Right? Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Hi everyone. Good afternoon to everyone. I am Dharmendra Narang, Chief Customer Experience Officer with IFL Capital Services Limited. And thank you Elets for inviting us.
Thank you, Dharmendra ji. Thank you.
Hello everyone. My name is Ishansh Niranjan and I look after enterprise sales for Planview in India. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good afternoon everyone. Thanks Ravi and team for inviting. Myself Hemant Verma, 30 plus years experience in IT, BFSI. Recently deputed as a Chief Vigilance Officer of Punjab and Sindh Bank, along with IFCL and Satsai, 3 organization Chief Vigilance Officer. Prior to that, I was CIO CTO of Punjab National Bank.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Raviji. My name is Darshan Watwe, and I am the India leader for Persistent, and look forward to action-packed 2 days and fun. I hope there'll be fun, Raviji.
Sure, we will.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Prasad Pimple. I head Digital Business Unit at Kotak Life. Looking forward to having interactions with all of you. Thank
Fantastic, Prasad ji. Welcome you all. And there are many other like speakers and delegates who are arriving evening today and like tonight. So we will have many more people in this room. Yeah. So with this, I welcome you all, and I think we have a whole range of people here from the startup sector, private sector, IT sector, bankers, NBFCs, insurance, overall range of the whole BFSI community here. Most of you are already aware about Elets, so I will not talk about Elets a lot. It's a 2 decades journey of creating platforms, creating and building people together. So I think the whole idea is to encourage people here to like share ideas, build new collaborations, build new friends, have some fun, and have some like memorable experience at Lonavala. That's the whole objective. And also, of course, learn from each other what are the innovations happening in each of these institutions which are being represented here. We have technology providers who are like working day and night to re-engineer and reinvent new tools and technologies. Of course, agentic AI and all types of AI will be discussed here. So looking forward to some fantastic conversations here. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you.
Dr. Ravi Gupta, can we have a huge round of applause? Everyone, come on. Thank you for setting the context. And like you mentioned, And we at Elets also believe the knowledge and the communication has to be always a two-way progression. Thank you once again. Well, now let's move on to a very special tradition that marks a formal commencement of this prestigious retreat, the lamp lighting ceremony. In our culture, lighting the lamp symbolizes knowledge, clarity, wisdom, and prosperity. It signifies the importance of insight over uncertainty and sets a powerful tone for the new beginnings. As we illuminate the lamp, we invoke the positivity, purpose, setting the stage for the next two powerful days with a meaningful dialogue, conversation, strategic reflection, and leadership collaboration under the theme Decade of Trust, a Future of Transformation. Now, I would like to call upon our esteemed dignitaries and partners to kindly join us on stage for the lamp lighting ceremony. First and foremost, I'll request Dr. Ravi Gupta, founder and CEO of Elets Technomedia, to please join us. Can we have a huge round of applause and welcome him on stage? Well, moving on, I'll request Akshaya Yadava, Director UIDAI, to kindly join us on the stage. And can we welcome him with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you so for joining us today. Joining us on the stage is Deepak Sharma, Independent Director, Suryodaya Small Finance Bank. Can we have a huge round of applause and welcome him on stage, please? May I now request Ravi Doshi, CEO, Mirai Asset, Sher Khan Financial Services Limited, to please join us on stage. I may now request Ajit Kumar Menon, Group COO, Vivriti Capital, to please join us on stage, please. May I now request Venkat Krishnan V, CIO and CTO, Karnataka Bank, to please join us on stage. I may now request Manish Jackson, AVP Strategy and Business Development, Oriserve, to please join us on stage. Can we have a huge round of applause and welcome him? Along with Mr. Darshan Vatve, Senior Vice President and India Head, Persistent System. Can we have a huge round of applause and welcome Mr. Darshan? Joining us on stage is Ishansh Niranjan, Director of Enterprise Sales, BFSI, India Region, Plan B. Can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Niranjan, please? May I now request Ali Lightwala, BFSI Head, Fino, to please join us on stage. Can we welcome him with a huge round of applause? Joining us is Majid Asadullah, Head of Products, Experience India. Huge round of applause and let's welcome Mr. Joining us is Mr. Vikas Kathuria, VP Sales, Vunet Systems. Can we welcome him with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? May I now request and call upon Philips Epen, President and Chief Revenue Officer, Elets Technology Limited. Can we have a huge round of applause and welcome all of them together, all the dignitaries. Thank you so much for joining the stage. Well, I'll now request everyone to get going with the lamp lighting ceremony. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's maintain the zeal, and can we have a huge round of applause for the industry leaders and dignitaries joining us for the lamp lighting ceremony. Let the auspicious beginning begin.
Surya Koti Samaprabha Nirvignam Kuru Me Deva Sarvakaryeshu Sarvada Om Ganganapataye Namaha Om Ganganapataye Namaha Om Ganganapataye Namaha गणपतये नमो नमः श्री सिद्धिविनायक नमो नमः
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause. Let's maintain enthusiasm,
गणपति
spirit,
बाप्पा
and zeal in this room.
मोरया
Praying that we always are guided by Lord for prosperity, clarity, wisdom, and knowledge.
ॐ गणपतये नमो नमः श्री सिद्धिविनायक नमो
Dr. Ravi Gupta to officially commence, and let's call this as auspicious beginning for the next few days. Can we have a huge round of applause, everyone? Come on. Well, leaders, I'll request you to please be here. As we move one step more ahead, we've already inaugurated and commenced this event, but now we inaugurate this retreat with lamp lighting ceremony. But it is my pleasure to introduce a special highlight of today's gathering here. Yes, the special year beginner issue of the Banking and Finance Post. Well, this edition is titled India's Financial Ecosystem in the Age of Intelligent Technology, and it features India's top financial leaders and technology innovators who are redefining banking and financial services, insurance, fintech, AI, digital public infrastructure, and trust-led transformation in rapidly evolving landscape. Well, to unveil the magazine, I'll request all the dignitaries to please take one copy of it, and let's have a magnificent unveiling of the India's financial ecosystem in the age of intelligent technology. This is the your beginner issue, the Banking and Finance Post. And here we go. I'll request everyone to please come forward. Okay. I think, come on, let's have a huge round of applause for unveiling the year beginner issue of the Banking and Finance Post. Well, thank you. I'll also request you all to please be on stage as we have a magazine, a video also to be played. So if we can all have all the eyes on the screen, that's a very special edition, a very powerful and a very dynamic dialogue by the Banking and Finance Post. Can we have the magazine video on the screen, please? Fabulous. Can we have a huge round of applause? Superb. And if any of you would like to subscribe, we have the QR scanner out there. You can just scan the code and subscribe to it. Thank you so much, leaders, for joining in. Thank you once again. Thank you.
As we launch this magazine, I want to briefly mention you all that we had started this magazine a decade back, and we have our online portal. It's called bfsi.eletsonline.com, where we are having the coverage of the various innovations which are happening in the BFSI sector, and especially on the technology front. So there are case studies, videos of all our previous conferences, and various news items and daily updates happening in this BFSI tech sector. So the whole idea is that we do these conversations here, which is offline, and also we take up these conversations online through our online portal, online our social media handles, which is on LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter, and also in print. So the idea is to have a 360-degree coverage of the BFSI sector. So thank you for joining this community of leaders who are helping each other to take this BFSI ecosystem in the country at the next level. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Let's move on to something very interesting. Of course, we have some great, productive, and very, very powerful dialogues from the leaders. But there's something very interesting that I'm supposed to talk about as well. It is, something which we are all here for. But at the same time, what if you can actually participate in a prize quest and win some exciting gifts? Well, I am actually talking the reality. Before we continue with the sessions out here, there is something making this retreat absolutely more engaging and more fabulous. Prize Quest is our live scan and score activity. Yes. So all you have to do is scan on the screens after every panel discussion, every presentation happening
Hi,
out
dear
here.
leaders. I am Sejal from Elets Technomedia.
Oh, wow.
In this video, I'll guide you through the complete process of logging in and participating in the Elets BFSI Leaders Retreat and Awards 2026. This is our official web app. If you have already registered, you may directly click on the login option. If not, please select click here to register. Upon clicking the registration link, a form will appear. Kindly fill in the required details and click on Register Now. Once your registration is complete, proceed to the login section and sign in using the same email ID you used during registration. After logging in, you will be able to view all the details related to the prize fest. Please note that a minimum of 18,000 points is required to qualify. You can check out the top prizes on the screen. Similarly, you will also find a comprehensive list outlining the various activities through which points can be earned. We encourage you to review the complete list to understand all the available engagement opportunities and how points are allocated. To earn points, simply click on Scan the QR code and scan the designated QR codes available at the venue. For example, we have just scanned the QR code at the booth, which has added 300 points to our account. At any point, you can check your accumulated points by clicking on the menu at the top of the page. From there, you can access sections such as programs, agenda, total points, speakers, and partners to view detailed information. Thank you for watching the video, and we look forward to your active participation at the Elets BFSI Leaders Retreat and Awards 2026.
Fabulous. I think the technology itself told you what you're supposed to do and what you're not supposed to do. So it's very simple. In simple words, we have a scanner on the screen as well? So you can scan the code after every presentation, every panel discussion. We also have the QR codes out at the kiosk. You can go and scan and make more and more points, as make sure that you're actually climbing the leaderboard there also in the points. You can also have, probably see how many points that you have accumulated throughout the day and throughout the journey and throughout all the presentations out here. Okay. So, let's move ahead right now. The first inaugural panel discussion. Trust me, it was much anticipated topic that even I was very interested to know from the leaders dialogue out here. Yes, India's journey toward becoming a $5 trillion economy is just not about scalability. It's about inclusiveness, sustainable growth. And at the very core of this transformation stands one powerful engine, the BFSI sector. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with the rise of UPI, India, of course, has become the global leader when you talk about digital payments, empowering even the smallest entrepreneur and to participate in actually the formal economy. But the next phase is beyond that, beyond inclusion. It demands acceleration. Well, it calls for a deeper credit penetration for MSME, wider insurance coverage, stronger capital market, infrastructure financing, and green investments. Well, when we are talking about this, technology, AI, digital public infrastructure, data driven risk management will shape the future. But above all that, trust will remain the true currency of growth. Well, India's 5 trillion ambition is just not the milestone that we are looking for. It's a collective responsibility, and BFSI is just not supporting this vision, it is actually powering it, it is actually accelerating it. The foundation is strong, the momentum is real, and the future is now. Well, on that note, we have our distinguished panel joining us, sharing the meaningful dialogue. First and foremost, I always believe that we love to call the captain of the ship. So it's my privilege and honor to call upon the captain of the ship for our panel discussion, Akshaya Yadav, Director UIDAI. Can we have a huge round of applause and welcome Mr. Akshaya Yadav on the stage, please? Thank you so much for being a part of this panel discussion, sir. So as we move to the inaugural panel discussion, where some of the most influential voices in India's financial ecosystem will explore how BFSI can be more powerful in the next phase of India's $5 trillion and beyond digital economy vision. Well, a formal dialogue that we always believe that inclusive growth is always empowering. And I think it is very important when you talk about this topic.
Check. Check.
Well, now I'll request the panelists to please join us on stage.
Check.
May I now call upon Deepak Sharma, Independent Director, Suryoday Small Finance Bank. Can we have you on stage? Huge round of applause and let's welcome him, everyone. Well, joining us is Ravi Doshi, CEO, Mirai Asset, Sher Khan Financial Services Limited. Can we have a huge round of applause and welcome him? May I now call upon Deepak Mohanty, Executive Director, Wells Fargo. Can we have a huge round of applause and welcome Mr. Deepak Mohanty. May I now call upon Stephen George, Senior Associate Director, HSBC. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Joining us is Ajit Kumar Menon, Group COO, BFSI Capital. Can we welcome him with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? May I now call upon Nikhilesh Garnepuri, Head of Solution Consulting India, Planview. I'll request everyone to please be seated according to the screen names as you can see.
So I think namaskar and good afternoon. So whatever Murphy could do, Murphy has done, and now we'll try to take the reins of it. Before I start this discussion, this is the first panel discussion. We've had the backbenchers. I was one of them, the front benchers, everybody connecting with each one of us. So between the front and the last benches is the spectrum of the BFSI sector. Every member who has expertise within themselves and the organization that they represent. And it's our collective thoughts that will define how we take the sector ahead. I have the privilege of a very, penultimate panel where each member represents again the industry. We've all heard the introductions and I will not repeat those introductions again. Over the course of next 40 odd minutes or 35, 40 odd minutes, I'll try to moderate a discussion where we have some value points and specific takeaways. We can run a lot of numbers that one always does. And the industry experts sitting here, I'm sure are well aware of them, but at the cost of repetition. So I represent UIDI. We do 10 crore transactions a day. UPI does 70 crore transactions a day. Year-on-year growth is 28%, astronomical. There are 19 billion transactions that take place from the UPI point of view. This is the average for 2025. I stand corrective if some numbers are a little off the mark. So that's double the population of the world. From the RBI's Financial Inclusion Index, we are at around about 67. Some figures tell you 68.6. There is a lot of work that is taking place in terms of, the Jan Dhan accounts, which have brought financial inclusion and brought it to the fore. We have 55, 56 crore of them. And along with this, now there has been a focus towards enhanced security, awareness, control of your data sets, DPDP rules being promulgated, industry is adopting them. So this is going to shape the way we use the digital ecosystem. But the pillar of that ecosystem remains the BFSI sector. And this sector has contributed towards the nation's development, where we can never sit down and say that it was an easy journey. It was always a journey which had a mix of regulatory compliance, need to provide solutions which could work at scale, and need to provide them at times with a time limit where it became essential and critical. I hope all are in agreement with me. So before I open up the panel and I start with Deepak ji, all of us, if I could have a raise of hands, how many of you have used DigiYatra? Excellent. How many of you have used Sanchar Sathi or Chakshu application? If you could look around, all those who have raised their hands, please raise your hands. And those who haven't, please look around. I'm only trying to draw your attention to the awareness aspect. Those of us who are aware of RBI's AI Mule Hunter, Somebody can tell me the count of bank accounts that they have identified, the volume of money that's been identified. So between each one of us, we are working in an industry where each of our tasks or each of our roles is integrated. There are a lot of developments in the way in which we do business, in the way in which the institutional setup, and I represent the institutional setup, provides certain guardrails, and I'm referring to regulators and not to UIDI, and how the industry adopts them. Now, with this as a brief, Raviji, I'll come to you, and the first query as always. So we are talking about the $5 trillion economy and the BFSI sector. Sorry, not Ravi, Deepakji, my apologies. So Deepakji, we are talking about the $5 trillion economy target. Do you see this $5 trillion economy target being achievable? We are at $4.1 trillion as per the IMF projections. And how do you see the landscape shaping up over the next decade or so?
No, I think so. It's a great opening question, but I think we all know apparently the answer that $5 trillion will happen. It's a question of not if, but when. And I think we all today, with even World Bank and IMF projecting India will continue to remain the fastest growing major economy, and the share of India's growth to the world growth, I think you would have read recently, is only second to China, with US being a very, very distant third, even despite all the current issues on the tariff and the global barrier. I think we pretty much are on that path. The question is, what will take us on an accelerated path, and how do we just make sure that this just doesn't happen when it happens, but happens in a more sustained manner, in a more structured manner. And I think in that there are a set of, I would say, 6 or 7 levers, and each lever has an underlying financial service role to play. So when we either talk about domestic consumption growth, when we talk about better tax and compliance, or better cross-border growth, expansion of MSME through the credit-led and MSME expansion, expansion of tax base and higher tax compliance. I think every single aspect that we talk about, and I'm not deliberately talking AI, because I know every conversation otherwise gets sabotaged by AI. So I think getting some of those core foundational things right, infrastructure, again, each of these either requires financing, access to credit, better tax compliance, access to data, distribution, and that's largely where the data, digital distribution, financial service are all converging into. So I think this is definitely something which the reforms will continue to happen as we are seeing in this country. And thanks to the current geopolitical situation, I think there is a greater sense of urgency to keep bringing in those required reform, including on insurance, pension, ensuring that there is a greater formalization of economy where we become more from savers to investors, more pension funds, higher FDA into the insurance sector, and opening up of insurance to drive better penetration of insurance. You spoke about the Buell, but yeah, I think also ensuring that there are better railroads from fraud, risk, compliance to protect the whole cybersecurity, digital economy. So I think this is a whole framework. I do talk about it in some of my conversations, but knowing it's a limited time, I would say that yes, I think we are pretty much getting all our building blocks in and accelerating faster to reach there.
Okay, fair point. I think this one's working. So the roadmap has been laid out by Deepak, and Stephen, I'll come to you. You know, that penultimate acronym, financial inclusion, is something that everybody writes in all the journals. And it is something which is very difficult to achieve, and I am directly involved in it, so I can completely, quote certain facts and figures, but let's not go into that. What structural changes do you feel are required for enhancing financial inclusion, which will propel this growth?
So I think India has done a great job in terms of the development that we have till now. But now there is further re-architecturing of the DPI, we call it digital public infrastructure. We have done a great job with UIDI, ONDC, open banking, and then also connection through Aadhaar and mobile phones. Okay. The next thing that we have to have is an interoperable systems where we can have a view of not just our wealth, but also insurance, pensions, and credits that we have. That is one thing. Second is one of the reforms we need here is in consent basis. Okay, how do we have consents for data sharing? Okay, there has to be there's a long way to go in that. I have seen some of the organizations taking consent over if I buy a product, I'll have to speak on a iPad and say this is what I understood. No commitments, no returns, or something of that kind. So we have a long way to go there. That is one area like which I feel. Second is credit. Okay, credit is far away in terms of getting closer to the inclusivity of our financial infrastructure. I feel we have to move in terms of lending, like cash flow based lending rather than collateral based lending. That is one thing I feel we have to focus on. Second is providing credit expansions to MSMEs and small segment unorganized vendors basis their actual discipline. That is one thing. So basically, when I talk about credit, it is kind of democratization of the working capital to the MSMEs. The third point is wealth creation. Okay, now before that, I'll come to insurance. So it is said that we are less than 4% of the GDP for insurance investments. People are not still aware. I've seen in companies, they don't take insurances for the parents, assuming the premiums are too high. But when the actual issue happens, they realize the importance of it. It's very important that insurance has to be simplified, products have to be explained, and education on the insurance front is very important. Like we have for mutual fund, we say mutual fund zaruri hai, but then for insurance, and there are various products. It can be a loan insurance, home loan insurance, or an health insurance, or whatever. And we need to have some dynamic pricing also for them. While we see a lot of insurance companies are in the market, but then the dynamic pricing and the benefits through those is very key for them. Okay. The fourth is wealth creation. Now, people have always been traditionally doing savings, but never thought about wealth creation is what I see. Even now, if I have to invest in something, I have to do a lot of due diligence and think. So there has to be policies in place to protect the investors. That is one of the key things that I feel. And second thing is access to investment products, low cost investment products has to be there. There's a deep gap is what I feel. If I have to do an PMS, I need 50 lakhs. But if I have to do a PMS of 5 lakhs, I hardly see any vendors. We can have SIPs, but then you understand what I'm saying, right? So it's not about the 20% that are there, but it's about the 80%, and taking them everyone in terms of investments is key. And the last point that I feel is moving from physical to digital. Well, in the room, everyone has access to digital, but then we still need people who in the remote areas where they need access with the support. So there has to be some scheme in terms of like e-Seva Kendra, what we have, public-private service centers which can educate them about investments, educate them about insurances, and invest them about loans and the facilities that we have as a government. Otherwise, what happens? A policy comes, concentrated few take the advantage, rest are left out. So that kind of an education is also very important, is what I feel. So this is all these 4-5 areas that I feel we should focus on to improve and reach to the target what we spoke about.
So phygital thin file customers and insurance penetration needs to now be focused on, and interoperability is a key word which everybody is now incorporating in letter and spirit. So Ravi, I come to you. In all this, whenever we discuss financial inclusion, there is always a gap And that gap is actually identified between now what all of us have started saying in a straightforward manner, Bharat and Viksit Bharat. And that's the divide between semi-urban and rural areas and urban areas. So what inclusion models that you can think of that the industry needs to adopt?
Yeah, thanks. So we should have a vernacular assisted model, because when we are talking about semi-urban and tier 3, tier 4 cities, that's where the assisted models are going to come. As you mentioned, phygital, of course, is going to be the way, because digital will do a lot of background work, but to ultimately the trust element, which is important, which will come across when you have a physical channel. So human intervention will be required, and it means you will have to work with the smaller groups, smaller consumer forums, farmers, associations, and all. The other piece which is more on the cash flow credit. So we have account aggregator model, and which gives us the bureaus and which the thin file customers, the small households, the people get better bureau scores. So there is a predetermined cash flows underwriting which can be done. There will be visibility in terms of early warnings and early bells which can be aroused. The third important model which we feel is when we talk about inclusion, particularly in MSME and semi-urban and tier 3, tier 4, we only talk about credit. I think we need not talk about credit only. It has to be savings, investments, and wealth creation. So, there is a need of micro saving, micro SIP, small bundled insurance products, which are easily encashable at the time of casualty. So this all products combined probably will lead into an inclusion at a real ground level, where we see this Bharat Viksit programs to really scale up.
Okay, so again, talking a little more about inclusion, Deepak, I'll come to you. We are looking at, the digital banking and fintech companies providing a lot of solutions. So how do you feel they can accelerate access to credit in underserved communities?
Okay, great.
Sorry.
That's a problem of having two people on the panel with the same name. Great.
My apologies. I didn't specify. I should have said the last name.
That's okay. Thanks. So Akshay, this is a very pertinent question at this point of time, right? So if we look at Gartner's report, right now Gartner is saying around 25% projection year on year for a collaboration between fintech and banks. Second, if you look at this industry, fintech has great potential, probably around $550 billion that is expected around 2030. So I personally feel there is a way that both banks and fintech can actually co-create and collaborate. The first model would be product innovation. There are a lot of areas where both the parties can collaborate and extend it to people who are probably underprivileged. The second area that I feel is the reach. Right now, probably traditional banks are quite limited in terms of the reach to wider population. I think with greater collaboration, with a lot of APIs and open banking coming in, we can see a lot of synergy where fintechs are co-working with traditional banks to have the reach across each nooks and corners of India. The third area that I can feel is the way the acceleration would be in terms of automation and simplification. Right now, if there is a medium enterprise or even retail customer, they want to open something, let's say open an account or look into credit facility, I think the journey is quite cumbersome. The way that we can think of is how we can simplify the entire journey. Here, fintechs can be great avenues. Thinking about the entire landscape, right from the incubation of a customer to the account closing or the entire onboarding space, I think there is a lot of avenue. The fourth area I can think of is, let's say, alternative scoring. Gone are those days that there are few platforms which are giving them the credit worthiness, and then doing all the due diligence, be it KYC or CDD, I think the greater inclusiveness would come when we offer them an ease with the platforms, right? So I think just to summarize the digital transformation world, the way that we enable them for more products, and probably the ease with which they can do the transaction. These are the 4 areas which I can probably think of.
So you hit a very important point, alternative scoring index. I think we need to go from the conventional scoring patterns or models that we have to the non-conventional ones. Use crop yields as a medium, which is already part of the agri stack. Use the milk yields, the threshold of lively stock available with you. Nikhilesh, I'll come to you. So we've talked about models, etc. And one of the hot topics that is going to get discussed over the next 1 or 2 days is agentic AI or artificial intelligence, of how it is changing the BFSI sector and how deeply rooted it is getting in terms of process automation, etc. And how will, say, blockchain as a solution impact digital public infrastructure, and how will it shape up the BFSI sector in the next 10 years?
The way I see it is, I'm sorry, I can only look at it from a very delusional, visionary lens of where technology is going to take us. But I think
your thoughts run wild. This is an informal discussion. The opening address said it, so you don't need to be, conformist.
Love that. I mean, see, to what I see that happened in the last decade with almost making sure everyone has a bank account, Jan Dhan, making payment much easier. I was in the States recently. I had a hard time entering PIN for my credit cards. I come back to India. I want to have a cup of chai. I scan UPI and it's golden. And to what it's done, and with digital product and public infrastructure in place, I see 3 ways things could actually be changing. I mean, what blockchain could really do is the fact that every transaction that's run is the ultimate level of security that a consumer really feels. With that being there, there's no creative edit to a transaction that really runs. I'm not familiar with the terms, but OCDN or ONDC, they've really set the stage for how data really flows. There's a more regulated mechanism of how data really flows. And AI is going to be more prescriptive. We've seen a predictive way of how Gen AI, ChatGPT is really run, but AI is going to be more prescriptive. Taking an example, if you imagine a tier 1 automotive supplier in Coimbatore who wants to supply gears to an EV manufacturer. When an order comes in for a tier 1 automotive supplier, he goes running for working capital. He comes to the banks. We ask for a 3-year credit history, a collateral, a security deposit. And by the time we get this approved, let's assume the fastest is 2 days. It's probably an opportunity lost. Now, when you say how blockchain is going to change it, think about it this way. AI is able to look in a secure way through blockchain at all the transactions that the EV manufacturer might actually be getting. That basically means that imagine there's a 300 crore order that the EV manufacturer got. That also means that there's going to be cash flow into the business of the EV manufacturer. Because this cash flow, you know that the payment to the supplier of gears is going to happen. By analyzing all of this, you're able to disperse money in probably less than a minute because AI is that fast. Now, how do you disperse money? You start dispersing meaningful money through blockchain. If I'm not wrong, it's called CBDC, Central Bank for Digital Credit. You're the experts, you know it better. The transaction can get tracked, basically meaning that the money that's going to be spent is going to be only from a steel manufacturer because I have to manufacture my gears. It's from a lubricant manufacturer because I have to do that. And the transaction happens, the person manufactures it, gives it back to the EV supplier, and then the payment again happens in CBDC. Imagine all of this happens with less clerical work, less involvement of people, and probably in less than 10 seconds. That is what I envision 2030 to really look like if blockchain becomes the reality that it's saying it will be.
Okay, so I'll take it to the audience. How many of you are directly working with any solution which has AI involved in it? Can I have a raise of hands? And how many of you are actually developing artificial intelligence-based models? Because I have a related question to it. So how many of you have the LLMs based on Indian data sets or sourced data sets from outside India? Can I have a raise of hands? So my question is, how many of you have LLMs which are native, based on native data sets? I think we all can look around. This is a need of the hour. There is a reason I made this statement. When we, from the organization I represent, we started incorporating, there was one challenge we faced, and this is common knowledge to everybody and not related to my organization, but for anybody developing. Most of us are sourcing our data sets from outside India. The challenge comes in when we want to replicate that model in India. There are demographic and societal changes in those patterns that you're wanting to adopt and incorporate in solutions. How many of you agree with me? Okay, I have some hands. Fair enough. So I'll move on ahead. Now, with a lot of data exchanging hands, there is always a requirement of security being inbuilt. Ravi, I'll come to you. And Deepakji, I'll ask you to pitch in between. This is part of the moment. So when we are looking at security, everybody feels that the regulatory guardrails are restrictive in nature. Do you agree to it?
Yeah, to some extent.
Okay, elaborate a little more, please.
Okay. So when the data security comes, the regulator time and again has come with so many guidelines which are difficult to practically implement. And that's where the journey of the customers onboarding gets affected, the TAT gets affected. And that's where we challenge those guidelines or challenge those acceptability of that. However, saying that because it's regulatory, we try to do it and comply with. For example, if you take DPDP guidelines, now a lot of things are related to technology and a lot of things are related to customer information. Now, it takes about protections of that data of the customer, which is not going beyond the certain securities of the organization or the boundary. To implement that becomes practically difficult, but then there are guidelines which we have to adhere to, and we find a way to mitigate those customer threats, and if we can improvise on that. Similarly, like on the cloud, which is the third-party sourcing, because where when we are on cloud, we have a third-party vendor guidelines, and our regulator has come with so much of a stringent guidelines, wherein it becomes a question whether we should do in-house or we should go on clouds.
Ajit, you're holding your mic. Anything you wanted to add?
No, I think the security landscape is changing completely, because if you were to look at trying to take on from what where he just left, we still are stuck 60 months behind. We are like 5 years behind, is because you did briefly mention, and what's conspicuous by its absence is there is nobody who mentioned agentification yet. I'm not saying, and nobody spoke about CloudBot or anything of those on those lines. And I don't want to hijack the conversation like Deepak mentioned. But if you look at the security landscape, it is changing. CISOs are clueless as to what will happen. So if you today go and ask a CISO what will happen in 2 years, with a lot of agentification, nobody has an idea. How many of you have logged on to Molt Book? So if you log on to Molt Book, it is created by human beings, a platform created for bots to talk to each other. Please log in as a human, and you can actually witness bots talking to each other, and they have developed their own language, and they are it is cryptic. You can still figure out what they speak about, but there is also a movement which speaks about giving them human rights. Imagine human beings trying to give human rights to bots, right? Thinking that they have conscience and consciousness, right? And sentient beings. So it's a different conversation for another day. I'm saying that security landscape will change. unless there are newer threats that are emerging at the edge, at the periphery. So all your security protocols, not sure which they will hold water, provided what is it that you will allow to enter, and what sort of compute will you look at. There are multiple things that are changing. So the security landscape will look very different in 60 months from now, and we have to start.
So Deepak ji, coming to you, we've spoken about security. I briefly touched upon UPI, and I'll come back to UPI again. We are well aware that it's something that the world is now copying, or emulating is the right word, and not copying. Would you feel that it is high time we challenge the hegemony of MasterCard and Visa?
I think there's no hegemony now.
Fair enough. I was waiting for that answer.
Somebody said it.
We pretty much, I think, today know both in domestic context and even I got a RuPay card from one of the public sector banks. Intentionally, I took it as a plastic while we all use virtual RuPay, just to test it out in markets outside India, and it works flawlessly. Acceptance, those challenges that RuPay had, even global. So there was this whole positioning that no, you need a card for using outside India because those network on Discover and all are not as good for RuPay. I think things will settle down. So I don't think there is anything called hegemony, but yes, more importantly, there is a big question on sovereignty for everything that we do. I think world has realized it. It's not just when it was happening to Russia, world was thinking it won't happen to them. But now when Europe is seeing that whole digital tax to digital sovereignty, and now French government having said that use our own platforms and don't use American platforms. I think this world is starting to realize that you need greater control on technology. So I think when few years back RBI was saying all data has to be in India, and Mastercards of the world and everybody was lobbying hard, trying to say that it should not be, or we take it out for processing, bring it back, where you keep a golden copy, and all those debates happen. But I think in today's time, forget about a country of size of India, even much smaller countries are bringing in their sovereignty around. So you just cannot have a cloud with not a local instances. You cannot have ability to run things without having your own cybersecurity controls, your stuff like Certain and what we are trying to build here. Or I think we are living today in a reality of ransomware. Whether we agree or not, I'm sure your companies also would have faced it. And that will continue to happen. Cross-border actors will come and attack you. The question now is how quickly do you recover and become operational? It's not that you'll be able to protect every time. So I think the focus now is not as much on safeguarding, but also ensuring that you don't end up becoming a Marks and Spencer's equivalent of an example where for 2 quarters you were just not able to come up. So I think a lot of that is changing, but yes, I agree with some of our panelists. The technology is moving at a pace much faster than our ability to comprehend the risk and prepare for it. Mind you, we are only talking AI now. Quantum is just few years around the corner. Every single password encryption can be broken much faster, and fraudsters are going to use quantum before enterprises will use. So all your current security encryption protocols, be it in telecom, BFSI, and these are not just customer. I mean, are we even thinking and moving towards a cryptographic keys and passwords and security? RBI is asking us to do multi-factor. We are not thinking about it. So I think for many financial institutions, compliance is still a checkbox. We are doing because regulators are asking at times reluctantly, but we are not thinking it because folks who think on those lines are not part of the product technology teams of the financial institution. So unless that thinking comes within the institution, you will not be able to build and scale up.
I agree to this. We have a time's up before the buzzer comes around. I'll just leave you with a thought, and then I'll request the panel to sum up with a one-word key takeaway. Thanks for the buzzer. The second one as well. The third one as well. Okay. So when India had the G20 presidency, you all would have seen the Honorable Prime Minister pay for that cup of tea and make his contemporaries pay for that cup of tea. And these events were hosted pan-India. One of the things that we did around on the sidelines of that was that we made sure that every delegate of a foreign country who came to the to attend these events, we made them experience not only UPI but the identity stack as well. That is Aadhaar. And you didn't have to kind of give anybody a one-pager or a two-pager. They saw it, they experienced it, and they became your brand ambassadors. So it's the simplicity with which you convey a message. I think that's what the essence of what we are going to develop for the next 10 years. And the manner in which this development takes place is going to shape the BFSI sector. So Nikhilesh, I'll come to you. One word, key takeaway from your side.
I think like Raviji was saying, if RBI is asking us to look at cryptographic keys and we're still not there and we're looking at MFAs today, if that thinking has to get inculcated, the only thing that I can envision is that if tomorrow, if someone wants to start a poultry farm with no background, if we're just able to assess everything through their history of their diligence, the way they make payments, and it's the quorum here that's going to develop that future, I think then nothing like it. So Raviji, if everyone can think the way that you are, then the digital infrastructure is going to get a lot more stronger.
So think out of the box.
Yeah, think out of the box.
One word. Ajit, one word.
One word would be agility, and that's it.
Okay, Stephen.
Education, mass education.
Awareness.
Awareness. Yeah.
Okay. Deepak. Mohanty.
Transformation at speed of light.
Okay. Ravi.
Adaptability. Adaptability.
Deepak ji.
Stay paranoid.
Excellent. I think if you would have had one of the headlines in Hindustan Times, I think it's on ticker 3 or 4. Somebody has mentioned that AI will take over all the white collar jobs in the next 12 months. It is reading that. It will, it won't. I am not debating that. I would only say that whatever collaborations we look at, there is in our country a section and a strata of society that always gets left out. If we can develop our outlooks and solutions in a manner that we think of them first, our decisions for how we are going to suggest and build solutions will always be right. With this, I sum up. You want to add a point, please?
I'll just take 1 minute.
Please.
Just to add a small anecdote, I thought it's important in context of all the technology. And there's a very small story of Akbar and Birbal. There was a time when Birbal thought he's too smart and Akbar wanted him to be hanged. There came a time when Akbar said, I can do things which nobody else can do. And he got pardoned. Birbal said he can make a horse fly, but he needs a year to make it happen. After 3 months, when Akbar was in a good mood, he asked Birbal, how will you make a horse fly? He said, there are 3 things that can happen. In next 1 year, you may die, I may die, or the horse may fly. So the bottom line of that story is, there is an atheist, there is someone who doesn't believe in God. It's possible that what we think may not happen. And there's the same thing was asked, that do you believe in God? And someone said, what does that mean? Is if you don't believe in God and if there's no God, you're okay. But if you don't believe in God and God forbid there is God, then you are in deep trouble. I think today technology, be it AI, quantum, all of these are exactly that. Maybe it won't have as severe an impact as we are all today listening to. But if it does, and we are not prepared for it, we'll be in deep, deep trouble. So just thought I'll...
Fair point. I think preparation is the name of the game. So with that, we'll finish up and sum it up. I will request any queries. The panel will be down below with amongst you, and we've got lovely lunch and dinner sessions and tea, so that those interactions can be carried forward then. Thank you to each of the panel members, to Elets for getting us all here. Thank you.
Well, thank you, panel. For felicitating, I'll request Mr. Ali Lightwala, BFSI head, Fino, to please join us on stage. Can we have a huge round of applause and welcome him on stage? Well, fabulous talks, and of course, we were a little crucial on time, but yes, nice, meaningful conversation. The next decade will not be just defined by growth alone, it will be defined by resilience, innovation, and trust. I'll also request Dr. Ravi Gupta to please join us. I'll request the first and the foremost moderator, Akshay Yadava, Director, UIDAI, to please join us on the center stage and accept the memento. As captain of ship, there was a meaningful conversation, powerful dialogues. Thank you so much. And can we have a huge round of applause for Akshay Yadava? Thank you, sir, for joining in. Thank you for such great insights. I'll request Deepak Sharma, Independent Director, Suryodaya Small Finance Bank, to please join us and accept the memento from us. Thank you once again, Sharma. I think the context and the end we all will agree with, and it will always stay with us. I'll request Ravi Doshi, CEO Mirai, Trade Khan Financial Services Limited, to please join us. May I now call upon Deepak Mohanty on the center stage to accept the memento, Executive Director, Wells Fargo. Thank you so much once again. Great conversation. May I now request Stephen George, Senior Associate Director, HSBC, to kindly accept the memento. Once again, great insights, sir. Thank you so much. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? I'd like to call upon Ajit Kumar Menon, Group COO, Liberty Capital. Thank you. Great dialogue, meaningful, valuable inputs. Thank you, sir. May I now call upon Nikhilesh Ganipuri, Head of Solution Consulting, India, Plan you to accept the memento. I request the entire panel to please join us at the center stage with the mementos for a group picture. Can we have everyone on the center stage with the mementos, please? Well, ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge round of applause? Come on, everyone. I think it was a very meaningful conversation. Well, we all will agree the capital is a fuel and technology is the accelerator. BFSI is the engine powering India's transformation. Thank you so much for such a powerful talk. Thank you once again. Well, I know it's a little challenging to keep on the energy high when it's 3 p.m. already, but just 10 minutes more, we have some very meaningful presentation happening here. Well, I think before lunch, we should have a presentation, and this will spotlight how BFSI institution can actually strengthen the performance through sharper strategy, stronger alignment, structured governance, and disciplined execution. Well, critical pillars in navigating today's fast evolving financial landscape. High performing institutions operating cannot always operate in silos. They need clarity. Well, the topic for this showcase is Drive BFSI Performance Strategy, Alignment, Governance, and Execution. Well, when you all will agree, when strategy is very clear, alignment is extremely strong, governance is disciplined, and execution is always consistent. Institution or organization just don't grow, but they lead. Well, we have a phenomenal leader joining us. He shall be actually guiding us the way throughout. May I now call upon Nikhilesh Garnipuri. He is a seasoned expert in India's software technology landscape with a leading voice on enterprise agility. With leadership experience at Dell Technologies EMC, he brings expertise in technology, architecture, and strategic growth. As a head of solutions consulting at Planview India, he helps leading enterprise drive digitally connected work and transformation across various key sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, can we put your hands together for Nikhilesh on the stage, please?
Hi everyone. Can you hear me? Yeah. We were thinking about how to start this presentation. Akshay, our marketing officer, really tells us what to talk, what not to talk, what to wear. And Akshay was telling us, Nicholas, don't start with the product, don't talk about banks, the big numbers. And after, on the panel, Akshay was talking about those transactions and numbers. I'm a little perturbed on what's on the screen. Forgive me if the numbers are wrong, but really what we wanted to start off was with what really is the mission. The mission is what does it take to move India's engine today. There's $7 trillion on the screen. I said, "Mujhe rupaye mein dikhana hai." Akshay said it's going to occupy too much of the screen, so I'm just talking about $7 trillion here. I mean, if you look at what it is today, this is the weight of India's dream by 2030. As we sit here, we're talking about $1 trillion digital economy. We are by far the fastest growing large economy on planet Earth. And we have the digital public infrastructure today, as we were discussing on the panel. But the growth at which all of this is growing is scary. It's so scary that it might really strip us of the ability to actually manage it. We think we can manage, we have been managing it well, we assume we can manage the future, but yeah, it's not going to be that simple. Today in this room, the intelligence that's collated in this room is really running the world's third largest economy that's sitting inside this room. And when we are the architects, we are the decision makers today, what makes it very important is that when you're driving such a big economy, think of yourself probably driving a Rafale, and the person who's guiding you has a paper map beside. The way you're driving these big organizations, somehow, as we understand these things, is probably running on a siloed spreadsheet called as version 12 doc. I'm pretty sure a lot of you might relate to it, but just to stay a little more grounded, RBI has mandated the master direction on IT governance. Like Stephen was talking about it, it's no more a mandate. It's something that's supposed to be constantly vigilated. With DPDP in place, a small issue with your cybersecurity might give you a 250 crore penalty. And all of this is again being managed still on a spreadsheet. I took a lot of pride in being able to write VLOOKUP formulas. I really like how I can craft pivot tables on Excel, but the sad part is that only helps me run my monthly savings, but cannot really run an enterprise. Let's take two examples. JP Morgan and Chase lost $6 billion. Does anyone know the story here? How it lost these $6 billion? If you go to the internet today, you type JP Morgan and Chase, how it lost $6 billion by Microsoft Excel. I'm not kidding. There is a real story for it. So JP Morgan and Chase wanted to make some investments. And there was a young guy from the chief investment office. And all that he had to do was really take the weighted average of two cells. He ended up taking the sum total of it. The risk was highly underestimated. JP Morgan and Chase ended up buying quite a lot of assets. And with that, reportedly, they had a $6 billion loss. All that was a mistake was a simple control C and a control V. Barclays Capital was acquiring a small equity firm. And when it created a huge Excel of 10,000 rows and 24,000 cells, it had to really flag all those contracts and assets that were called as toxic, which they were supposed to exclude out of the contract. Our dear Excel spreadsheet, uh, a guy, instead of deleting those rows, basically hid those rows. And when he had to give the final report to his board, he basically exported it into a PDF. All the unhidden rows became, all the hidden rows became unhidden rows. And Barclays ended up procuring those 179 toxic assets, which led to $1 billion loss in today's date and age. This happened back in 2008. Again, what I'm emphasizing on the fact is, are we really managing all your investment decisions that's being approved by CFOs on an Excel that is not reliable? Ishansh, our enterprise director, calls it zombie projects. Zombie projects are those that all investments which lead to no outcome. That basically means that I'm putting money into it, there is no outcome for it. And when the CEO asks, what did you do this year? They say, I've completed this project and I've done a $50 million transformation. The question is, so what? How do you answer the so what that the board questions you today? Do we know what is the framework to actually answer this question? We don't, and hence we call them zombie projects. And a simple analysis that my team here at PlanView did was, from the past 3 years, we've been speaking to so many banks. We tried to go deep dive, and we understood that close to 13.5 hours in a week are spent by the project managers reconciling Excels, sitting on Friday night and creating PPTs because Monday morning you have a stand-up. And if you look at it, 1/3 of their lives are lost in making PPTs, creating these Excels, and asking ChatGPT on what formula should I be using to make this VLOOKUP formula work. There's a hashtag ref issue, there's a hashtag value issue, and I don't know. I mean, all that I can do is click, sigma sum and get the sum total of my expenses this month. But if you look at it, India is supposed to grow. We are all supposed to grow. We are supposed to innovate. And with the amount of technical debt that's remaining constant all these different years, you see that innovation is only going to drop, because the complexity of work that you will have to take up today is only going to increase, but the technical debt remains the same. So where are we going to innovate? And why do you think we're going to innovate? We have been innovating, but we need to be prepared for the next generation, because we are the third largest economy today. And I always like these things that Elon Musk says, boil down things to the fundamental truth. What is the fundamental truth? There needs to be meaning to the work that you do. And the meaning to the work that you do is only going to run by this first principle. Even if I move a pen in the company and I'm asking money for it, it needs to serve a purpose. How does that happen? There needs to be a board level strategy. There needs to be a portfolio team level strategy. There needs to be a manager level strategy, and there needs to be a team member level strategy. Every time I do something inside an organization should be moving the needle, and the needle moving should be hierarchical, from a team to a team of teams, to a portfolio, to a C-suite, to the board level. Everything should be moving the needle. And a simple first principle thinking, again, I don't want to spend a lot of time on it, but really the trunk is the strategy of the company. And if there is, and we are pretty bothered about, have the leaves turned yellow or not, but we're really not bothered on really watering the trunk. If you don't water the trunk, there's no meaning to these leaves. And that's where we really need to build an intelligent enterprise. An intelligent enterprise is where there is only one truth. Someone's Jira progress of 60% shouldn't be different from the progress that a Power BI dashboard shows. There needs to be unification of the progress that you measure on your investments. And there should be one truth, one line of sight, and one line of governance. How does this really get solved? Step number one, the strategic North Star. Make sure that every investment that's made and is considered as a project, an initiative, or work being done inside an organization aligns to some level of strategy inside a company. There are a lot of methods. There's a Ishikawa method, a fishbone method. There are OKRs. all safe experts might be understanding it. There needs to be full traceability of every penny spent inside an organization, and you should be able to understand the drift. If RBI comes up with a mandate tomorrow, you need to be able to understand what is the trade-off that you're making and what strategic investment am I really going to lose. Think of a dashboard this way. I wish this mic could move, but really, if you look at, there's an enterprise level goal, which basically says expand the digital channel to be 50% of the global business. You really need to roll down how these objectives look like. They need to flow down to increasing visitors site by 50%, reduce brick and mortar locations by 20%, but you also understand that it eventually leads to someone actually driving site visits, the time on site increasing by 50%. What are all of these? These are KRAs that different people are measured on, but you need a system that actually helps you connect these different KRAs. And when you complete a project, you will start measuring progress on not saying that did this PMO, did this strategic initiative really complete? You're going to measure it in terms of saying that did I increase site visits by 50%? If not, I'm 32% ahead today. You need a real-time understanding of how much were you supposed to progress as of today versus how much have you progressed today? What is stopping you from not progressing? Sometimes a simple feature on Jira, that I'm pretty sure a lot of CIOs might understand here, a simple feature in Jira might move your needle by 200% rather than a $100 million investment on doing a SAP migration. Because that's what that matters to the board. It doesn't matter how many tasks you complete. It only matters on what is moving the needle. Step number 2, you need to understand capacity of your organization. Capacity in terms of how much money do we have. Capacity in terms of I have resources inside the company. They can work 9 hours in a day with a 1 hour lunch break. They are going to take holidays on all the Indian festivals that are coming in, bank holidays. With all the capacity that's left, we are all still over promising on what we are about to complete, and we are not able to meet those goals. This only happens because we are overburdening the resources that are working inside the company. Unrealistic expectations are set. A recent bank we spoke to eventually figured out that, by overburdening their resources, they actually had a huge attrition rate inside the PMO team. So for you to understand how much can a person work inside an organization, what is the kind of work that they're doing inside my organization today, and how much time do they have left? Do they even have time to run a new Microsoft 365 upgrade? To have these answers, you do require various kinds of data that's actually going to funnel this. Heat maps, forecasting, understanding skills inside the organization. Should I be outsourcing this to a vendor? If I'm a bank, should I get the development done by IBM or not? What is the cost of really asking IBM to run this digital initiative for me? What is the cost of recruiting an external resource? If I ask my HR to be raising headcount, is it even worth it or not? You need all this data to be there inside your command center today. And you also need to understand trade-offs and scenario planning. Should I be investing in 100 initiatives that cost me $200 million to get an output of $1 billion? Or are there just 2 super initiatives that cost me much less, but the impact is much huge? This all happens by the loudest voice in the room. Sometimes the person who has the highest equity with the founding team or the people who fund these initiatives, or is really by a gut feel on saying that this is what's going to move the needle. Data-driven decisions are important. Everything needs to be there in a system of records, and you need to have the ability to understand and trade off various scenarios. In this scenario, if you see, we ran 2 scenarios on basically various kinds of initiatives that have to be run. You need to understand that which product is going to get less of investment, but where is the highest return. You need to understand in which markets are we targeting. You need to see in which scenario is the target market increasing and where is my highest revenue. You need something that quantifies all of this. And then you require a roadmap that tells you what finishes after what happens before what, and a roadmap that talks to you about dependencies. With only 20 seconds left, I would want to wrap this up fast, but you also need to understand dependencies. a complete graph of what is happening across the organization to understand what depends on what happens if I don't do something, do I even have the people to complete this initiative or not? You require a live dependency graph. And to sum it all up, you require AI. AI should be able to tell you that this is not a realistic project, Nikhilesh. Please stop dreaming about it. AI is able to tell that today. AI is able to also tell us that this $50 million that you asked for, with the set of initiatives that you want to run inside the company today, this is not realistic because you failed at doing these initiatives the last 5 years. So stop dreaming. AI needs to tell you these things. And AI also needs to automatically generate a PPT. AI needs to automatically send an email to your managers, and you don't want to waste time there. Again, summarizing what we were talking about, to really be the next gen enterprise, let's start aligning strategy to execution. Let us orchestrate workflows, governance, and approvals, and not let approvals stay on WhatsApp chats, Outlook, and a call that you make to your manager. Let workflows be centralized and approval happen through a business case and justification. And lastly, govern the 10x bank. Become a 10x bank. Increase your productivity 10 times, because even if you cut down the amount of clerical work that your organization did inside the company, you would still have more than 60% of the time left to run more new initiatives. So yeah, govern the 10x bank. And to sum it all up, India has the talent, India has the dream. The only thing that you require is visibility into every nook and corner of the money that's being invested into an organization. And in everything that's possible to help you achieve this visibility, PlanView really helps you out with that. Come to our booth, that's booth number 12. We have a wonderful team here that's going to answer all your questions and show you all the analogies that I spoke about, how that is possible or not. Dhanyavad. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Nikhilesh, for a very valuable input. Can we have a huge round of applause for him, everyone? Come on. Also, I'll request Mr. Deepak Sharma, Independent Director, Suryodaya Small Finance Bank, to please join us on the stage to felicitate Nikhilesh. I request also Dr. Ravi Gupta to please kindly join us to felicitate Nikhilesh with a memento.
Nikhilesh's presentation was a master class on how to make a presentation. He created the pain. He highlighted the pain of the customer very, very deeply. And जब वो पेन इतना ज़्यादा उन्होंने हाईलाइट कर दिया कि इतने बिलियन का नुकसान हो जाएगा, फिर उसके बाद उन्होंने बताया कि इसका सोल्यूशन क्या है. So excellent presentation. I was like jabbed. I loved it.
Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge round of applause? Come on, a very excellent and a very powerful presentation from Nikhilesh. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. And before we actually retire for lunch, I have a quick something for everyone to kindly go through the screens. Can we have the scanner on the screen? Everyone, let's scan and earn more points before we head towards the lunch. So this is the QR code. You just need to scan on points. And of course, let's summarize in this way that we have the scanner kept on all the booths, and you have to do is find it out, participate, and make sure that you're actually accumulating more and more points. And of course, meaningful dialogue, more powerful conversation. But I think the aromas outside is calling us. So let's head for a quick lunch break, and I shall be seeing you all at 4:10. So let's take a 40 to 45 minutes quick lunch break. Powerful networking, but at the same time, nice lunch break, and let's come back more enthusiastic and more energized. Thank you all.
Today, the largest banks, insurers, and financial institutions sit on mountains of data. But marketing still speaks in one size fits all. That's like having a supercomputer and using it as a calculator. Ineffective communication is leaking millions in operational costs and holding back revenue growth. You're spending millions on irrelevant, generic, and poorly targeted messaging. Meet UniServe Next, centralized communication governance hub by Intense. A one-stop solution for every communication need, from design to delivery. The platform connects the dots across CRMs, transactions, behavior, and compliance. With UniServe Next, reach customers when and where it counts. Engage customers intelligently at the right time, on the right channel, with the right message. Save big by managing every channel and aggregator, all on a single platform. Cut through the noise and suppress irrelevant communications to save significantly on operational costs. Deliver hyper-personalized communications to enhance customer engagement while driving cost-efficient operations. It's multilingual, regulatory compliant, and enterprise secure. Provides smart template standardization. Built by AI means every message is tailored. Leverage AI that learns from every interaction to drive smarter and faster engagement. From design to delivery, UniServe centralizes your communications and ensures 100% compliance, enables real-time hyper-personalization, keeping every customer conversation meaningful, consistent, and cost-effective. The results are transformational. A leading private sector bank saves $12 million annually on communication costs, sends 60 to 80 million communications every day, 4x lead generation. It's time to stop speaking in averages and start making every message count with intelligent customer communications. With AI that acts as a true catalyst for your business. To learn more, visit intensetech.com.
Scaling business and being AI ready sounds exciting, right? But let's be honest. Managing multiple clouds, rising costs, security, and compliance can feel like a puzzle that just won't come together. And when things don't fit, performance takes a hit, slowing down growth and innovation. At Airtel, we've been through these challenges ourselves. Over the years, we built a large integrated cloud infrastructure, optimized for performance and spends. Introducing Airtel Cloud. Telco-grade cloud, built in India for India. Here's what it brings. Unmatched reliability for mission-critical services. High scalability to handle growing workloads. Robust security and compliance built in. Full data sovereignty with complete control. Superior performance powered by the latest technology. But wait, you need to see it to believe it. The pricing calculator allows you to choose services, quantities, and get transparent costing across workloads instantly. With Airtel Cloud Analyzer, you get complete visibility into your cloud spending, helping you optimize TCO by up to 40%. The cloud management platform is a self-serve platform that gives you visibility and control to manage, optimize, and govern cloud resources for your organization. It's time to embrace a smarter, more seamless cloud experience with Airtel Cloud.
In today's world of automation, where millions of messages are sent every hour, do you know which one failed and why? When countless messages are triggered from across multiple applications, are you able to observe, manage, and optimize them easily? Or are gaps silently compounding into bigger risks? If your teams are still managing templates manually, chasing delivery failures, or reconciling communication data, you need an upgrade. Introducing Fino, an intelligent communications platform built to end the chaos. Fino consolidates your channels, vendors, templates, workflows, and analytics into a unified enterprise solution ensuring reliability, efficiency, and compliance. Fino is purpose-built to deliver 4 core outcomes. Guaranteed delivery of messages with Fino's configurable cross-channel failover protocol and real-time delivery reports. Our built-in consent management layer ensures customers control their notification preferences, keeping you compliant. Simplify operations with modern template management, approval workflows, and audit trails. Reconcile messaging data accurately across departments and vendors instantly. Easily cut messaging costs using Fino's content optimization module and using smart routing to leverage channel pricing structures. Fino's AI continuously analyzes messaging data to surface insights and cost-saving opportunities. Remove IT bottlenecks in managing communication workflows. With Fino, business teams can switch vendors, update templates, or implement complex rules instantly. Fino is a full-stack solution built with a highly scalable infrastructure and offers a modern interface to today's workforce. Renowned for its real-time processing capabilities, Fino reliably handles millions of messages every day. As messaging channels, regulations, and customer expectations evolve, you need a technology partner to remain future-ready. You need Fino.
Step inside a modern bank where thousands of transactions happen every minute. 4 critical zones. Branch floors with employee workstations. ATM networks processing cards. Each zone interconnected. Each connection a potential entry point for attackers. But here's what makes this bank different. Airtel secures SOC watching every connection, every transaction, 24/7.
All coordinated by intelligent SOC, SOR automation, threat intelligence, and continuous VAPT testing.
Then the inevitable happens. Sophisticated threat actors target your most vulnerable touchpoint. A perfectly crafted phishing email lands in an employee's inbox.
One click, the attack begins.
Instantly detected. SOC springs into action. Every defense system activates. Email security identifies the threat, blocks the malicious payload. Network security isolates the affected workstation. Threat contained.
Attack neutralized. Banking operations continue seamlessly. Crisis averted.
Does your AI really understand your business? We're talking orchestrating complex workflows across solutions levels of understanding, not just building a neat little pie chart.
Well, meet PlanView Anvi, designed to help connect your strategy to delivery using expertise from thousands of transformations and millions of initiatives.
Anvi applies proven best practices to help you move faster with confidence.
At the heart of Anvi is enterprise-level understanding.
Anvi sees how work actually flows across your tools, teams, and business objectives. Unlike AI that only sees fragments of your business,
Anvi sees the complete picture,
all while working alongside your existing AI tools and enterprise systems.
Put simply, it turns business complexity into insight you can act on.
From spotting risks before they turn into roadblocks to keeping resources and priorities balanced, Anvi keeps every initiative aligned with the outcomes that matter most.
Because real AI intelligence is all about knowing what drives your business forward.
But sure, we've got pie charts too.
Welcome to the digital future of connected work with PlanView Anvi.
Visit planview.com/Anvi to learn more. Does your AI really understand your business? We're talking orchestrating complex workflows across solutions levels of understanding, not just building a neat little pie chart.
Well, meet PlanView Anvi, designed to help connect your strategy to delivery using expertise from thousands of transformations and millions of initiatives.
Anvi applies proven best practices to help you move faster with confidence.
At the heart of Anvi is enterprise-level understanding.
Anvi sees how work actually flows across your tools, teams, and business objectives. Unlike AI that only sees fragments of your business,
Anvi sees the complete picture,
all while working alongside your existing AI tools and enterprise systems.
Put simply, it turns business complexity into insight you can act on.
From spotting risks before they turn into roadblocks to keeping resources and priorities balanced,
Envy keeps every initiative aligned with the outcomes that matter most. Because real AI intelligence is all about knowing what drives your business forward. But sure, we've got pie charts too. Welcome to the digital future of connected work with PlanView Envy. Visit planview.com/Envy to learn more. Does your AI really understand your business? We're talking orchestrating complex workflows across solutions levels of understanding, not just building a neat little pie chart. Well, meet PlanView Envy, designed to help connect your strategy to delivery using expertise from thousands of transformations and millions of initiatives. Envy applies proven best practices to help you move faster with confidence. At the heart of Envy is enterprise-level understanding. Envy sees how work actually flows across your tools, teams, and business objectives. Unlike AI that only sees fragments of your business, Envy sees the complete picture, all while working alongside your existing AI tools and enterprise systems. Put simply, it turns business complexity into insight you can act on. From spotting risks before they turn into roadblocks to keeping resources and priorities balanced, Envy keeps every initiative aligned with the outcomes that matter most. Because real AI intelligence is all about knowing what drives your business forward. But sure, we've got pie charts too. Welcome to the digital future of connected work with PlanView Envy. Visit planview.com/Envy to learn more. Does your AI really understand your business? We're talking orchestrating complex workflows across solutions levels of understanding, not just building a neat little pie chart. Well, meet PlanView Envy, designed to help connect your strategy to delivery using expertise from thousands of transformations and millions of initiatives. Envy applies proven best practices to help you move faster with confidence. At the heart of Envy is enterprise-level understanding. Envy sees how work actually flows across your tools, teams, and business objectives. Unlike AI that only sees fragments of your business, Envy sees the complete picture, all while working alongside your existing AI tools and enterprise systems. Put simply, it turns business complexity into insight you can act on. From spotting risks before they turn into roadblocks to keeping resources and priorities balanced, Envy keeps every initiative aligned with the outcomes that matter most. Because real AI intelligence is all about knowing what drives your business forward. But sure, we've got pie charts too. Welcome to the digital future of connected work with PlanView Envy. Visit planview.com/Envy to learn more. Does your AI really understand your business? We're talking orchestrating complex workflows across solutions levels of understanding, not just building a neat little pie chart. Well, meet PlanView Envy, designed to help connect your strategy to delivery using expertise from thousands of transformations and millions of initiatives. Envy applies proven best practices to help you move faster with confidence. At the heart of Envy is enterprise-level understanding. Envy sees how work actually flows across your tools, teams, and business objectives. Unlike AI that only sees fragments of your business, Envy sees the complete picture, all while working alongside your existing AI tools and enterprise systems. Put simply, it turns business complexity into insight you can act on. From spotting risks before they turn into roadblocks to keeping resources and priorities balanced, Envy keeps every initiative aligned with the outcomes that matter most. Because real AI intelligence is all about knowing what drives your business forward. But sure, we've got pie charts too. Welcome to the digital future of connected work with PlanView Envy. Visit planview.com/Envy to learn more. Does your AI really understand your business? We're talking orchestrating complex workflows across solutions levels of understanding, not just building a neat little pie chart. Well, meet PlanView Envy, designed to help connect your strategy to delivery using expertise from thousands of transformations and millions of initiatives. Envy applies proven best practices to help you move faster with confidence. At the heart of Anvi is enterprise-level understanding. Anvi sees how work actually flows across your tools, teams, and business objectives. Unlike AI that only sees fragments of your business, Anvi sees the complete picture, all while working alongside your existing AI tools and enterprise systems. Put simply, it turns business complexity into insight you can act on. From spotting risks before they turn into roadblocks to keeping resources and priorities balanced, Anvi keeps every initiative aligned with the outcomes that matter most. Because real AI intelligence is all about knowing what drives your business forward. But sure, we've got pie charts too. Welcome to the digital future of connected work with PlanView Anvi. Visit planview.com/Anvi to learn more. Does your AI really understand your business? We're talking orchestrating complex workflows across solutions levels of understanding, not just building a neat little pie chart. Well, meet PlanView Anvi, designed to help connect your strategy to delivery using expertise from thousands of transformations and millions of initiatives. Anvi applies proven best practices to help you move faster with confidence. At the heart of Anvi is enterprise-level understanding. Anvi sees how work actually flows across your tools, teams, and business objectives. Unlike AI that only sees fragments of your business, Anvi sees the complete picture, all while working alongside your existing AI tools and enterprise systems. Put simply, it turns business complexity into insight you can act on. From spotting risks before they turn into roadblocks to keeping resources and priorities balanced, Anvi keeps every initiative aligned with the outcomes that matter most. Because real AI intelligence is all about knowing what drives your business forward. But sure, we've got pie charts too. Welcome to the digital future of connected work with PlanView Anvi. Visit planview.com/Anvi to learn more. Does your AI really understand your business? We're talking orchestrating complex workflows across solutions levels of understanding, not just building a neat little pie chart. Well, meet PlanView Anvi, designed to help connect your strategy to delivery using expertise from thousands of transformations and millions of initiatives. Anvi applies proven best practices to help you move faster with confidence. At the heart of Anvi is enterprise-level understanding. Anvi sees how work actually flows across your tools, teams, and business objectives. Unlike AI that only sees fragments of your business, Anvi sees the complete picture, all while working alongside your existing AI tools and enterprise systems. Put simply, it turns business complexity into insight you can act on. From spotting risks before they turn into roadblocks to keeping resources and priorities balanced, Anvi keeps every initiative aligned with the outcomes that matter most. Because real AI intelligence is all about knowing what drives your business forward. But sure, we've got pie charts too. Welcome to the digital future of connected work with PlanView Anvi. Visit planview.com/Anvi to learn more. Does your AI really understand your business? We're talking orchestrating complex workflows across solutions levels of understanding, not just building a neat little pie chart. Well, meet PlanView Anvi, designed to help connect your strategy to delivery using expertise from thousands of transformations and millions of initiatives. Anvi applies proven best practices to help you move faster with confidence. At the heart of Anvi is enterprise-level understanding. Anvi sees how work actually flows across your tools, teams, and business objectives. Unlike AI that only sees fragments of your business, Anvi sees the complete picture, all while working alongside your existing AI tools and enterprise systems. Put simply, it turns business complexity into insight you can act on. From spotting risks before they turn into roadblocks to keeping resources and priorities balanced, Anvi keeps every initiative aligned with the outcomes that matter most. Because real AI intelligence is all about knowing what drives your business forward. But sure, we've got pie charts too. Welcome to the digital future of connected work with PlanView Anvi. Visit planview.com/Anvi to learn more. Does your AI really understand your business? We're talking orchestrating complex workflows across solutions levels of understanding, not just building a neat little pie chart. Well, meet PlanView Anvi, designed to help connect your strategy to delivery using expertise from thousands of transformations and millions of initiatives. Anvi applies proven best practices to help you move faster with confidence. At the heart of Anvi is enterprise-level understanding. Anvi sees how work actually flows across your tools, teams, and business objectives. Unlike AI that only sees fragments of your business, Anvi sees the complete picture, all while working alongside your existing AI tools and enterprise systems. Put simply, it turns business complexity into insight you can act on. From spotting risks before they turn into roadblocks to keeping resources and priorities balanced, Anvi keeps every initiative aligned with the outcomes that matter most. Because real AI intelligence is all about knowing what drives your business forward. But sure, we've got pie charts too. Welcome to the digital future of connected work with PlanView Anvi. Visit planview.com/Anvi to learn more. Does your AI really understand your business? We're talking orchestrating complex workflows across solutions levels of understanding, not just building a neat little pie chart. Well, meet PlanView Anvi, designed to help connect your strategy to delivery using expertise from thousands of transformations and millions of initiatives. Anvi applies proven best practices to help you move faster with confidence. At the heart of Anvi is enterprise-level understanding. Anvi sees how work actually flows across your tools, teams, and business objectives. Unlike AI that only sees fragments of your business, Anvi sees the complete picture, all while working alongside your existing AI tools and enterprise systems. Put simply, it turns business complexity into insight you can act on. From spotting risks before they turn into roadblocks to keeping resources and priorities balanced, Anvi keeps every initiative aligned with the outcomes that matter most. Because real AI intelligence is all about knowing what drives your business forward. But sure, we've got pie charts too. Welcome to the digital future of connected work with PlanView Anvi. Visit planview.com/Anvi to learn more. Does your AI really understand your business? We're talking orchestrating complex workflows across solutions levels of understanding, not just building a neat little pie chart. Well, meet PlanView Anvi, designed to help connect your strategy to delivery using expertise from thousands of transformations and millions of initiatives. Anvi applies proven best practices to help you move faster with confidence. At the heart of Anvi is enterprise-level understanding. Anvi sees how work actually flows across your tools, teams, and business objectives. Unlike AI that only sees fragments of your business, Anvi sees the complete picture, all while working alongside your existing AI tools and enterprise systems. Put simply, it turns business complexity into insight you can act on. From spotting risks before they turn into roadblocks to keeping resources and priorities balanced, Anvi keeps every initiative aligned with the outcomes that matter most. Because real AI intelligence is all about knowing what drives your business forward. But sure, we've got pie charts too. Welcome to the digital future of connected work with PlanView Anvi. Visit planview.com/Anvi to learn more. Does your AI really understand your business? We're talking orchestrating complex workflows across solutions levels of understanding, not just building a neat little pie chart. Well, meet PlanView Anvi, designed to help connect your strategy to delivery using expertise from thousands of transformations and millions of initiatives. Anvi applies proven best practices to help you move faster with confidence. At the heart of Anvi is enterprise-level understanding. Anvi sees how work actually flows across your tools, teams, and business objectives. Unlike AI that only sees fragments of your business, Anvi sees the complete picture,
all while working alongside your existing AI tools and enterprise systems. Put simply, it turns business complexity into insight you can act on. From spotting risks before they turn into roadblocks to keeping resources and priorities balanced, Envy keeps every initiative aligned with the outcomes that matter most. Because real AI intelligence is all about knowing what drives your business forward. But sure, we've got pie charts too. Welcome to the digital future of connected work with PlanView Envy. Visit planview.com/Envy to learn more. Does your AI really understand your business? We're talking orchestrating complex workflows across solutions levels of understanding, not just building a neat little pie chart. Well, meet PlanView Envy, designed to help connect your strategy to delivery using expertise from thousands of transformations and millions of initiatives. Envy applies proven best practices to help you move faster with confidence. At the heart of Envy is enterprise-level understanding. Envy sees how work actually flows across your tools, teams, and business objectives. Unlike AI that only sees fragments of your business, Envy sees the complete picture, all while working alongside your existing AI tools and enterprise systems. Put simply, it turns business complexity into insight you can act on. From spotting risks before they turn into roadblocks to keeping resources and priorities balanced, Envy keeps every initiative aligned with the outcomes that matter most. Because real AI intelligence is all about knowing what drives your business forward. But sure, we've got pie charts too. Welcome to the digital future of connected work with PlanView Envy. Visit planview.com/Envy to learn more. Does your AI really understand your business? We're talking orchestrating complex workflows across solutions levels of understanding, not just building a neat little pie chart. Well, meet PlanView Envy, designed to help connect your strategy to delivery using expertise from thousands of transformations and millions of initiatives. Envy applies proven best practices to help you move faster with confidence. At the heart of Envy is enterprise-level understanding. Envy sees how work actually flows across your tools, teams, and business objectives. Unlike AI that only sees fragments of your business, Envy sees the complete picture, all while working alongside your existing AI tools and enterprise systems. Put simply, it turns business complexity into insight you can act on. From spotting risks before they turn into roadblocks to keeping resources and priorities balanced, Envy keeps every initiative aligned with the outcomes that matter most. Because real AI intelligence is all about knowing what drives your business forward. But sure, we've got pie charts too. Welcome to the digital future of connected work with PlanView Envy. Visit planview.com/Envy to learn more.
Check.
Does your AI really understand your business?
Check. Very good evening. Check. Mic check. Check. Check 1. Check 2. Check 3. थोड़ा सा आवाज और डाउन. एको तो फ्लैट 0 है ना? एको 0 है? ठीक है. थोड़ा सा वॉल्यूम स्लाइट और स्लो कर दीजिए. वेरी स्लाइट. चेक. माइक चेक. 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 दैट्स ग्रेट. परफेक्ट है. ये सेट कर दीजिएगा. ऐसे चेंज मत कीजिएगा. ठीक है सर. एक बार आप पीछे देख लोगे. आवाज आ रही है. चेक. माइक चेक. 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 माइक चेक 1 2. चेक. चेक 1. चेक 2. चेक. माइक चेक. चेक. माइक चेक. हेलो. वेरी गुड इवनिंग. माइक चेक. चेक. वेरी गुड इवनिंग. चेक. थोड़ा सा स्लाइड वॉल्यूम बढ़ा दीजिए. स्लाइड वॉल्यूम बढ़ा दीजिए. चेक. माइक चेक. ओके. ये डन कर दीजिए. परफेक्ट. चेक.
Put simply, it turns business complexity into insight you can act on. From spotting risks before they turn into roadblocks to keeping resources and priorities balanced, Envy keeps every initiative aligned with the outcomes that matter most. Because real AI intelligence is all about knowing what drives your business forward. But sure, we've got pie charts too. Welcome to the digital future of connected work with PlanView Envy. Visit planview.com/Anvy to learn more. Does your AI really understand your business? We're talking orchestrating complex workflows across solutions levels of understanding, not just building a neat little pie chart. Well, meet PlanView Envy, designed to help connect your strategy to delivery using expertise from thousands of transformations and millions of initiatives. Envy applies proven best practices to help you move faster with confidence. At the heart of Envy is enterprise-level understanding. Envy sees how work actually flows across your tools, teams, and business objectives. Unlike AI that only sees fragments of your business, Envy sees the complete picture, all while working alongside your existing AI tools and enterprise systems. Put simply, it turns business complexity into insight you can act on. From spotting risks before they turn into roadblocks to keeping resources and priorities balanced, Envy keeps every initiative aligned with the outcomes that matter most. Because real AI intelligence is all about knowing what drives your business forward. But sure, we've got pie charts too. Welcome to the digital future of connected work with PlanView Envy. Visit planview.com/Envy to learn more. Does your AI really understand your business? We're talking orchestrating complex workflows across solutions levels of understanding, not just building a neat little pie chart. Well, meet PlanView Envy, designed to help connect your strategy to delivery using expertise from thousands of transformations and millions of initiatives. Envy applies proven best practices to help you move faster with confidence. At the heart of Envy is enterprise-level understanding. Envy sees how work actually flows across your tools, teams, and business objectives. Unlike AI that only sees fragments of your business, Envy sees the complete picture, all while working alongside your existing AI tools and enterprise systems. That simply it turns business complexity into insight you can act on. From spotting risks before they turn into roadblocks to keeping resources and priorities balanced, Envy keeps every initiative aligned with the outcomes that matter most. Because real AI intelligence is all about knowing what drives your business forward. But sure, we've got pie charts too. Welcome to the digital future of connected work with PlanView Envy. Visit planview.com/Envy to learn more. Does your AI really understand your business? We're talking orchestrating complex workflows across solutions levels of understanding, not just building a neat little pie chart. Well, meet PlanView Envy, designed to help connect your strategy to delivery using expertise from thousands of transformations and millions of initiatives. Envy applies proven best practices to help you move faster with confidence. At the heart of Envy is enterprise-level understanding. Envy sees how work actually flows across your tools, teams, and business objectives.
Today, the largest banks, insurers, and financial institutions sit on mountains of data. But marketing still speaks in one-size-fits-all. That's like having a supercomputer and using it as a calculator. Ineffective communication is leaking millions in operational costs and holding back revenue growth. You're spending millions on irrelevant, generic, and poorly targeted messaging. Meet UniServe Next, centralized communication governance hub by Intense. A one-stop solution for every communication need, from design to delivery. The platform connects the dots across CRMs, transactions, behavior, and compliance. With UniServe Next, reach customers when and where it counts. Engage customers intelligently at the right time, on the right channel, with the right message. Save big by managing every channel and aggregator, all on a single platform. Cut through the noise and suppress irrelevant communications to save significantly on operational costs. Deliver hyper-personalized communications to enhance customer engagement while driving cost-efficient operations. It's multilingual, regulatory compliant, and enterprise secure. Provides smart template standardization. Built by AI means every message is tailored. Leverage AI that learns from every interaction to drive smarter and faster engagement. From design to delivery, UniServe centralizes your communications and ensures 100% compliance, enables real-time hyper-personalization, keeping every customer conversation meaningful, consistent, and cost-effective. The results are transformational. A leading private sector bank saves $12 million annually on communication costs, sends 60 to 80 million communications every day, 4x lead generation. It's time to stop speaking in averages and start making every message count with intelligent customer communications. With AI that acts as a true catalyst for your business. To learn more, visit intensetech.com.
Scaling business and being AI ready sounds exciting, right? But let's be honest. Managing multiple clouds, rising costs, security, and compliance can feel like a puzzle that just won't come together. And when things don't fit, performance takes a hit, slowing down growth and innovation. At Airtel, we've been through these challenges ourselves. Over the years, we built a large integrated cloud infrastructure, optimized for performance and spends. Introducing Airtel Cloud. Telco-grade cloud, built in India for India. Here's what it brings. Unmatched reliability for mission-critical services. High scalability to handle growing workloads. Robust security and compliance built in. Full data sovereignty with complete control. Superior performance powered by the latest technology. But wait, you need to see it to believe it. The pricing calculator allows you to choose services, quantities, and get transparent costing across workloads instantly. With Airtel Cloud Analyzer, you get complete visibility into your cloud spending, helping you optimize TCO by up to 40%. The cloud management platform is a self-serve platform that gives you visibility and control to manage, optimize, and govern cloud resources for your organization. It's time to embrace a smarter, more seamless cloud experience with Airtel Cloud.
In today's world of automation, where millions of messages are sent every hour, do you know which one failed and why? When countless messages are triggered from across multiple applications, are you able to observe, manage, and optimize them easily? Or are gaps silently compounding into bigger risks? If your teams are still managing templates manually, chasing delivery failures, or reconciling communication data, you need an upgrade. Introducing Fino, an intelligent communications platform built to end the chaos. Fino consolidates your channels, vendors, templates, workflows, and analytics into a unified enterprise solution ensuring reliability, efficiency, and compliance. Fino is purpose-built to deliver 4 core outcomes. Guaranteed delivery of messages with Fino's configurable cross-channel failover protocol and real-time delivery reports. Our built-in consent management layer ensures customers control their notification preferences, keeping you compliant. Simplify operations with modern template management, approval workflows, and audit trails. Reconcile messaging data accurately across departments and vendors instantly. Easily cut messaging costs using Fino's content optimization module and using smart routing to leverage channel pricing structures. Fino's AI continuously analyzes messaging data to surface insights and cost-saving opportunities. Remove IT bottlenecks in managing communication workflows. With Fino, business teams can switch vendors, update templates, or implement complex rules instantly. Fino is a full-stack solution built with a highly scalable infrastructure and offers a modern interface to today's workforce. Renowned for its real-time processing capabilities, Fino reliably handles millions of messages every day. As messaging channels, regulations, and customer expectations evolve, you need a technology partner to remain future-ready. You need Fino.
Step inside a modern bank where thousands of transactions happen every minute.
4 critical zones. Branch floors with employee workstations. ATM networks processing cards. Each zone interconnected. Each connection a potential entry point for attackers.
But here's what makes this bank different. Airtel secures SOC watching every connection, every transaction, 24/7.
All coordinated by intelligent SOC, SOR automation, threat intelligence, and continuous VAPT testing.
Then the inevitable happens. Sophisticated threat actors target your most vulnerable touchpoint. A perfectly crafted phishing email lands in an employee's inbox.
One click, the attack begins.
Instantly detected. SOC springs into action. Every defense system activates. Email security identifies the threat, blocks the malicious payload. Network security isolates the affected workstation. Threat contained. Attack neutralized. Banking operations continue seamlessly. Crisis averted.
Does your AI really understand your business? We're talking orchestrating complex workflows across solutions levels of understanding, not just building a neat little pie chart.
Well, meet PlanView Anvi, designed to help connect your strategy to delivery using expertise from thousands of transformations and millions of initiatives. Anvi applies proven best practices to help you move faster with confidence. At the heart of Anvi is enterprise-level understanding. Anvi sees how work actually flows across your tools, teams, and business objectives. Unlike AI that only sees fragments of your business, Anvi sees the complete picture, all while working alongside your existing AI tools and enterprise systems. Put simply, it turns business complexity into insight you can act on. From spotting risks before they turn into roadblocks to keeping resources and priorities balanced, Anvi keeps every initiative aligned with the outcomes that matter most. Because real AI intelligence is all about knowing what drives your business forward. But sure, we've got pie charts too. Welcome to the digital future of connected work with PlanView Anvi. Visit planview.com/Anvi to learn more.
Does your AI really understand your business? We're talking orchestrating complex workflows across solutions levels of understanding, not just building a neat little pie chart.
Well, meet PlanView Anvi, designed to help connect your strategy to delivery using expertise from thousands of transformations and millions of initiatives. Anvi applies proven best practices to help you move faster with confidence. At the heart of Anvi is enterprise-level understanding. Anvi sees how work actually flows across your tools, teams, and business objectives. Unlike AI that only sees fragments of your business, Anvi sees the complete picture, all while working alongside your existing AI tools and enterprise systems. Put simply, it turns business complexity into insight you can act on. From spotting risks before they turn into roadblocks to keeping resources and priorities balanced, Anvi keeps every initiative aligned with the outcomes that matter most. Because real AI intelligence is all about knowing what drives your business forward. But sure, we've got pie charts too. Welcome to the digital future of connected work with PlanView Anvi. Visit planview.com/Anvi to learn more.
Does your AI really understand your business? We're talking orchestrating complex workflows across solutions levels of understanding, not just building a neat little pie chart.
Well, meet PlanView Anvi, designed to help connect your strategy to delivery using expertise from thousands of transformations and millions of initiatives. Anvi applies proven best practices to help you move faster with confidence. At the heart of Anvi is enterprise-level understanding. Anvi sees how work actually flows across your tools, teams, and business objectives. Unlike AI that only sees fragments of your business, Anvi sees the complete picture, all while working alongside your existing AI tools and enterprise systems. Put simply, it turns business complexity into insight you can act on. From spotting risks before they turn into roadblocks to keeping resources and priorities balanced, Anvi keeps every initiative aligned with the outcomes that matter most. Because real AI intelligence is all about knowing what drives your business forward. But sure, we've got pie charts too. Welcome to the digital future of connected work with PlanView Anvi. Visit planview.com/Anvi to learn more.
Does your AI really understand your business? We're talking orchestrating complex workflows across solutions levels of understanding, not just building a neat little pie chart.
Well, meet PlanView Anvi, designed to help connect your strategy to delivery using expertise from thousands of transformations and millions of initiatives. Anvi applies proven best practices to help you move faster with confidence. At the heart of Anvi is enterprise-level understanding. Anvi sees how work actually flows across your tools, teams, and business objectives. Unlike AI that only sees fragments of your business, Anvi sees the complete picture, all while working alongside your existing AI tools and enterprise systems. Put simply, it turns business complexity into insight you can act on. From spotting risks before they turn into roadblocks to keeping resources and priorities balanced, Anvi keeps every initiative aligned with the outcomes that matter most. Because real AI intelligence is all about knowing what drives your business forward. But sure, we've got pie charts too. Welcome to the digital future of connected work with PlanView Anvi. Visit planview.com/Anvi to learn more.
Does your AI really understand your business? We're talking orchestrating complex workflows across solutions levels of understanding, not just building a neat little pie chart.
Well, meet PlanView Anvi, designed to help connect your strategy to delivery using expertise from thousands of transformations and millions of initiatives. Anvi applies proven best practices to help you move faster with confidence. At the heart of Anvi is enterprise-level understanding. Anvi sees how work actually flows across your tools, teams, and business objectives. Unlike AI that only sees fragments of your business, Anvi sees the complete picture, all while working alongside your existing AI tools and enterprise systems. Put simply, it turns business complexity into insight you can act on. From spotting risks before they turn into roadblocks to keeping resources and priorities balanced, Anvi keeps every initiative aligned with the outcomes that matter most. Because real AI intelligence is all about knowing what drives your business forward. But sure, we've got pie charts too. Welcome to the digital future of connected work with PlanView Anvi. Visit planview.com/Anvi to learn more.
Does your AI really understand your business? We're talking orchestrating complex workflows across solutions levels of understanding, not just building a neat little pie chart.
Well, meet PlanView Anvi, designed to help connect your strategy to delivery using expertise from thousands of transformations and millions of initiatives. Anvi applies proven best practices to help you move faster with confidence. At the heart of Anvi is enterprise-level understanding. Anvi sees how work actually flows across your tools, teams, and business objectives. Unlike AI that only sees fragments of your business, Anvi sees the complete picture, all while working alongside your existing AI tools and enterprise systems. Put simply, it turns business complexity into insight you can act on. From spotting risks before they turn into roadblocks to keeping resources and priorities balanced, Anvi keeps every initiative
good afternoon,
aligned
everyone.
with the outcomes that matter most.
Volume बढ़ा दो.
Because real
Settings
AI
पहले जैसे कर
intelligence
दो ना.
is all about knowing
पहला
what
setting
drives
था
your
वैसा
business
कर दो.
forward.
Base
But
volume.
sure, we've got pie charts too. Welcome to the digital future of
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'll request everybody who is outside and have already grabbed the lunch, kindly join us inside. Once again, I'll request everybody who is outside to kindly join us inside. Well, let's gear up for the next panel discussion. After lunch, this panel discussion seems to be absolutely significant and very crucial topic to be discussed. Hence, we have all the dignitaries joined us. Once again, I'll request everyone who is outside to kindly join us inside as we shall be commencing on the next panel discussion, Next Gen Payments and Collection Cross-Border KYC Seamless Financial Flows. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the next panelist. One by one, I'll request them to at least make sure they are present in the chambers right now. First and foremost, our moderator, Aditya Goenka, Chief Legal and Compliance Officer, Yes Securities. I'll also request Ramesh Vishwanathan, N. Nagaraj, Nitish Kumar, and Darshit Sheth to please join us on the front arena. Well, I'd like to just make sure that the entire panel is around here. One by one, I'll just like to take the names. Mr. Aditya Goenka, Ramesh Vishwanathan, and Nagaraj, Nitesh Kumar, Darshit Sheth. I'll request you to please be there on the front arena. We want the entire panel to be there so that then we can commence the panel discussion. Once again, I'll request the panelists for the next panel discussion to join us at the front row arena so that we can commence the panel discussion. Shortly, we will be commencing. Hence, I'll request everybody who is outside to please join us. Well, ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. The world of finance is no longer defined by the borders. It is defined by the speed, intelligence, and of course, the trust. Welcome to the era of next-gen payments where collections, transactions are becoming very, very instant. Ecosystems are interconnected. Financial flows move as seamlessly as information. But we all know as payments do evolve, so do expectations. Cross-border commerce is accelerating. Business are globally inceptions. Customers demand frictionless real-time experiences, whether sending funds across cities or maybe across the continents. But we all know, yet behind every seamless and transaction that seems to be easy, there is a complex framework involved. Let's talk more on this topic. Well, first and foremost, I'll like to invite our moderator, Aditya Goenka, Chief Legal and Compliance Officer, Yes Securities. Can we welcome with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Next joining us is Mr. Ramesh Vishwanathan, Head Strategic Initiatives and Partnerships, Bharti AXA Life Insurance. Can we have a huge round of applause and welcome Mr. Ramesh Vishwanathan on stage, please. May I now call upon N. Nagaraj, EVP and Head Core Banking Solutions, CSB Bank Limited. Can we have a huge round of applause and welcome him on a stage, please? I may now call upon Nitesh Kumar, Head of Collections, IIFL Finance. Can we welcome him with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Joining the panel will be Darshit Sheth, Chief Compliance Officer, GIC Housing Finance Limited. Well, from your year onwards, I'll request Mr. Goenka to take it forward.
Good afternoon, everyone. Post-lunch sessions are basically tough to attend, but I guess our topic is quite interesting. Specifically, when we talk about the next generation payment and collection cross-border KYC and seamless financial flow. In the era of in 2026, we all know the global shift that is happening. It's no more the legacy system that will going to be taken care of. It has been changed through the technology and with the seamless solutions. Based on that, I would like to start the panel discussion with Nagraj. In your opinion, what are the payments? Payments are no longer just about transaction. It defines the next generation payment in India. Today, the speed, intelligence, and integrity is more important. What is your view on that?
Yes. In the first session, we heard a lot of discussion about the UPI part and all. I think one of the very good things, and we have seen that in India, the payment systems is absolutely fantastic, and UPI is the backbone of that. So this has ensured that the speed at which the money transfers are happening are actually taken care to a good extent, whether it is UPI, NEFT, RTGS, or IMPS, you name it, I think it's all there. There's a new kid on the block, which is again the check clearing, which was actually taking some time for the businesses to actually get the payments. But now that also has actually become a single day payment. So if you look at that, the speed has been more or less has been taken care now. So the next would be the intelligence or the integrations, which are very important for the sustenance of these payment systems. Because one is achieving a speed, but after that, how do we go about that? Or how do we actually take it from there? So if you look at the integrations part, a lot of fintechs have come in. So UPI is an open platform, so anybody can use it. They are actually tying up with the banks. So that is helping the fintechs, and not only that, all the payment system, there is a very good environment which has actually been created. So that is enabling us to actually get into the integration part, and it's a very seamless one. And if you look at whether it is Bharat Pay or any other payment, any QR code, it's as simple as just swipe it and it is there. So integrations are very important, and it also helps us to, there is one more important point here. So when you are closely integrated, the trust also increases, and the adaptability which is a very, very key important part in any of the payment systems automatically increases. With all this, there is also a very important factor we normally miss out, which is the reconciliation. So if you look at any of the payments, it's very rarely you see that, okay, there was a wrong payment. Wrong payment happens because of some other reason, not because of the system issue. So that and within the system also, it has to be reconciled. Otherwise, again, we don't know whether it has actually gone or it has come or not, those kinds of things. So that is, we are on the right track, if you ask me that. Is there scope for improvement? Yes, there definitely will be doing much more than that. So we are currently within India, all this is there. Can we go cross-border? Maybe that's a different discussion. So now the last part would be the intelligence part. So how are we actually making use of it? So we have moved from a place where making payments itself was a big problem because we were using credit cards or other systems. Now it is much more seamless. From there, how do we make use of this, or how do we make it intelligent so that we can make use of this data, because now data is the oil, new oil. So all these payment systems, there is so much of data which is coming in. So how can an organization, whether it may be a bank or a fintech or any other thing, how can they make use of it? So that would be the intelligence, and how can we actually ensure that we actually provide the right service to them? So that is the next steps what we are actually getting into. So from that perspective, yes, I think payments plays a very, very important role in any economy.
Just to add what Nagaraj said, like if we can easily see the shift, like 85% transactions are now happening through UPI. The government has taken, and even the ecosystem has accepted the way it is. The next further step that government is taking up, to all the UPI handles, now they are taking a further step, layering down the processes and ensuring that the UPI handles are verified, so that the third party transactions or the fake UPI handles which people used to add, and basis on that the fraudulent activities that is happening, now they are saying banks, financial institutions should have their verified UPI handle.
Exactly. I just want to, very important. That's very important part. That is one part where we look at all the accounts where UPI has been enabled. So other thing would also be that where it is not enabled, how can that be enabled? So because there are now restrictions on the UPI, like the kind of accounts it can be done. So I think that will slowly come in.
And means most importantly the third party transfers that is happening. Like now, if your KYC is there and if you are making a transaction and you are making a payment through your wife account, So previously it was happening. Now government is trying to, curb that part also, and they are making it compulsory. Now till now it is not compulsory, but sooner or later it will going to make it compulsory. Like, there will be a third party validation will be there in the system. If you are making the payment from any other by any other person, it will not going to get it done. So that is one of the interesting things. Like, as we say, we have implemented and we are evolving with the time. My next question will be to Darshit. In the digital KYC is a critical side, to scale the business, but how institutions are balancing the frictionless onboarding with strong compliances?
Thanks for the question. So digital KYC, I think, is ramping up big time. And after VKYC, after a quick KYC, you can get a loan or you can open a savings bank's account within a couple of minutes or within a couple of hours. So definitely KYC has transformed right from the paper copies to the digital arena. Also, I think government next focus is more to widespread the digital KYC in the tier 3, tier 4 cities, and more of the rural population where the large customer segment is based. So I think that is a task which the government and as well as the institutions like banks and housing finances and BFCs have taken up of how to make an awareness of the digital KYC. And parallelly, as we all are aware that along with the growing digital KYC, even the digital frauds are increasing. So, there has to be balance or, the right mechanism to verify whether the digital KYC is done on the right platform, seamless and pretty smooth. And it has to, the digital KYC, the first most important thing that they have done is the customer has to be in front of the webcam or whatever mode of KYC is there. Previously, that was a challenge. The sign can be done by anyone on the paper copy, and that used to go through any organization or any bank. But now, after the digital KYC coming into picture, I think that is one of the best productive way in getting all the detailed KYC which are required. Also, I feel the challenge is another challenge is the re-KYC of the customers for whom the digital KYC is completed. Re-KYC may not be on the digital platform, it may be on the paper copy or something, but I feel that even institutions are getting heat of the regulator in completing the re-KYC on time. And once the onboarding is done, the first thing is done the first time in the right way, I think digital KYC will be very productive and very instrumental for the days to come for all the institutions and even for the tier 3 and tier 4 for smooth, fast and effective transactions.
Okay. With the flow, like I would like to, ask the next question to Nishit. Like, how you think that the AI means we have talked about how the payment and collection, the KYC part, and how the AI is, the payment that the AI is using, the intelligence that they use, help us the institution to improve the sales productivity and cross selling in the not on the timely manner but in the long run sustainability as well, and the customer relationship as well.
Yeah, so if you recall the last session, which was a very knowledgeable session, and there were some points regarding to the government push regarding the new innovations. Then second is regarding out of box thinking. And but if you see that nowadays all the financial institutions, they are already having a huge churn of data either, and they can getting data is not a big task nowadays. So there you can get data from various bureaus also, and basis that it is now the thing is that patterns have also come, means the customer spending behaviors. We read and how are they making payment, what are the kind of expenses they incur. So these all patterns are coming, and here is
the main turning point is with any financial industry, financial company who takes a leverage of it and try to convert it into more in a more fashioned manner. Suppose here in IFL, what we are doing, we have a huge churn of gold loan data for last many years. We are using it now for cross selling and both financial inclusion. So now uh, when we use this, so there is and the wastage is less and productivity comes more. It's only how do you use it that is important.
Just to add, means like one of my experience that I would like to share is somewhere the other, the AI, the way they are helping, not only in the the transactioning or the monitoring or the collection and the payment side, but also in the KYC, the risk profiling part they are doing. The not only the risk profiling that we do basically, high, medium, low risk we are categorizing. They are actually scanning your entire financial records and they are checking, that if you are mentioning that you are getting a 1 lakh rupees salary, whether it is being getting credited in your bank statement, the 1 lakh is there or not. If it is 1,25,000, it is, raising a prompt that, hey, it is not getting matched. So if why 5,000 even or 25,000 less or increase, you have to get a confirmation from your organization that yes, it is being paid as a reimbursement or like that. So means you won't believe it, it is going on that level, and it is not only helping in the payment and collection, but also in the risk profiling to understand whether that particular customer is good for your system or not.
Yes, ultimately, if the customer defaults, so there is a then you have to incur cost over there also.
Yeah, and means like we have seen lot of banks has faced, like financial institution has faced that the fake bank statements has been uploaded, and basis on that the credits has been given and the loans has been disbursed, and post that it becomes an NPA. So it means this is how where somewhere the other AI is helping us also, streamlining the process and decreasing our time to cross verify the tons of data and give a positive and false results simultaneously.
Absolutely.
With that, Dashit, I would like to know your thought process, since you're coming from the business side. Like, how does digital transformation use of AI tool to deliver better customer retention in the BFSI space?
Okay, I think you got my name wrong. My name is Ramesh.
Oh, sorry, Ramesh.
But nevertheless, Aditya, thank you for that question. I think customer retention is a very important topic that is getting discussed in the BFSI space. And if you look at the core problem that most BFSI companies are trying to address is how to smoothen, how to streamline the onboarding journey. And I think AI tools, are currently, at least in the last couple of years, I would say, basis my own personal experience, as well as when I look at industry best practices, I think they're playing a very big, part. And I'll give a few examples without naming, the entities behind some of the best practices. I think, in a very large bank, the problem statement was that the bank RM had about 20 different products to sell, and he or she was not able to prioritize which is the product that the customer would possibly have a higher propensity to go and convince the client, so as to get better success stories for the business. And that is where there was a collaboration between three entities, a large life insurance company, a large intermediary, as well as the bank themselves. And they came out a concept, this was about 4 years back, 5 years back, called as NBA, Next Best Action. And basis that, propensity modeling was created using a very strong backbone on AI and predictability modeling to find out which is the product that that particular customer in question is likely to purchase. Is it a FD? Is it a life insurance policy? Is it a travel insurance policy? Even within life insurance, is it a child plan? Is it a retirement solution? And so on and so forth. So I think what this does, when combined with another concept, the second concept I wanted to speak about, which is suitability matrix. Suitability matrix is all about pairing the right proposition, and here I'm talking about life insurance, the industry I represent and I've worked in for almost 2 decades now. Getting the right product. Stephen mentioned in the earlier session that penetration of life insurance in India is less than 5%, and that's the truth. We all speak about the importance of insurance, life insurance, but why is the insurance penetration so less? One of the reasons could be the matching up of the right product for the right requirements, and also as per the life stage cycle of the customer. And that's what AI has started helping the frontline sales. I belong to sales and distribution function. Many times also what happens is there is a sort of, I would say, resistance to change by the frontline force. When you tell them that there's a new technology, they tend to see it as something which is going to lay open a lot of I would say inefficiencies in the system, and there is some sort of resistance. But the core purpose or reason why I wanted to be part of this panel is because only through collaboration, and to answer the second part of your question, only through collaboration internally within the organization first, that is between the digital department, the legal compliance, the process operations, and most importantly sales and distribution, does success really come out. So there are a lot of AI tools which are being used in the market today, but the real success what we have seen is when this collaboration and hand holding of all internal and external stakeholders happens together.
Very well said, Miss. Some way or the other, yes, it is very much important that we need to unlearn a lot of things in this digital era, because somewhere there are periods to with the traditional way of doing the business. Okay, this is the way we have reached our, after working 20 years, 30 years in the industry, we feel like this is the only way that we can do the business. But in the era of technology, somewhere or the other, we have to learn new things or implement or explore new things. We have to unlearn a lot of things. So yes, somewhere there, that is the journey that we all have to cover. On that note, like Nagaraj, I would like to know, like, cross-border payments remains always a complex. What practical changes are enabling factors that helps to introspect the cross-border transactions flow?
Thanks, Aditya, for that question. In the last couple of months, I think there is so much of discussion about tariffs and also about the agreements which are happening, the free trade zones which are actually getting created. We recently signed up with European Union, and very recently we also signed with US. These are all very good, and we also see what is the potential for that. But one of the very important enablers for this would be the cross-border payments. Because one thing, whenever there is a payment which is across the border, which means there are more than one currency which is involved, it is not, we don't have a UPI kind of a payment system there. So UPI is there within India, but do we have anything internationally? No, we don't. I think that is where the speed of this payment at the cross-border is very important. But are we making progress? Yes, there is a good progress which is being made there. Like, for example, there is recently SWIFT has introduced something called a SWIFT GPI, where you can actually, from the initiation of the payment till the payment is actually credited to a customer, it can be tracked. But is it being adopted? No, adoption is very less still now. Because every country, here one of the major reasons is the practices and the standards and the policies of each of the countries are very different. So that is one of the major hindrance. And apart from that, since it is a currency which is different, there is a lot of charges which is actually get included. So because of this, the final, what happens is the cost to the end user or the customer automatically goes up. So can we do something to reduce that? So these are some of the things which actually come up. So every country, they are working towards actually coming to a common platform. It may be like UPI can be integrated with SEPA or European Union, other one, or Fedwire or whatever it is. So that is some of the discussions which are actually going on. So this will help us to actually speed up the payment system. Currently, most of us know, all of us know that the payments typically takes 2 to 5 days for the end user to get or the corporate user to get. So if that can happen within a couple of hours, that is where I think the major advantage the business will be able to get. Because One is they will know that what is the frequency they are going to get. It will reduce their currency risk because the currency markets are also very volatile. If the payment systems are not, they are not receiving it, then they are actually open to a lot of volatility in the market. So these are some of the things which are actually going on. So this would be the immediate term what is there. Then similarly, there are things which are happening on the longer duration. Like for example, there is something called as a CBDC, which is again some central bank digital currency. So this adoption again, it is very different because each country is having their own digital currency. How do we actually get into that? Stable coins have coming in. Cryptocurrency, we may not be able to adopt it, but at least the blockchain technology, which initially Nilesh also was talking about. So these are some of the technologies which can be adopted to make it. Adoption becomes very,
Mixed
very
currencies also we are planning to get it implemented.
Yes, yes. So this adoption becomes very, very important, and it's not a very simple task because there are multiple countries involved, multiple things happening. But are we on the right track? Yes, we are on the right track because all the countries, I mean, everywhere in the world, they have understood the importance of this. So that is why I think they are already working together. Now, India and Europe will definitely work on this because they have to make the payment system much faster. Otherwise, the trade will not grow. So that those things are happening. So it's a slow evolution. It may not be as fast as UPI, but yes, we are on the right track there.
Yeah, means the trend of dollar monetization that the thing is going on in this particular era. It is very much essential that how we can exchange our and do our trades in our currency,
Yes.
and initiate the transaction without depending upon the dollar denominations. Because we have seen like what they have done with the Russia. Like overnight, your entire forex reserve is swap. Nothing
See,
is there.
That is precisely why this cross-border speeding up will help us. See, currently what's happening, the acceptability of a particular currency will be very less. So that's why they will also go for a dollar only. So if we are able to come out of that, and if the acceptability gets increases, that is when it will be very useful for us.
Yes, and India is the best market. It's a 5 trillion economy we are talking about in
Yes.
the last session, and we are a growing economy and the biggest consumption. So on that note, I would like to ask like to Nitesh, like the moment any volumes increases in the transactions, fraud also increases. So then the fraud risks are arising with the volumes. So how organizations are strengthening the real-time fraud preventions without slowing the journey?
So I believe, Aditya, it's actually, still evolving. It's not evolved. It's basically, if you say it now, it's more of a behavioral prospect and a probability decision. Rather, we cannot make it a rigid one that this can be categorized on. We have to make certain decision. It is evolving. Suppose if I'm making a transaction in Mumbai, and suddenly after a day, if my transaction is made in some other country or some other place, so that may trigger, but it not necessarily a fraud. So it evolves. So previously, if you see that there were cardless, then it came to two-factor authorization has come. Now we are talking about biometrics authorization. So I believe it's an evolving stage, and patterns are being studied. That what kind of patterns are being used by the fraudsters, and then we learn it and then we evolve it. So it's basically, it's not an individual effort. It's a, cartel which comes into play when the fraud is in place. And if you see, then when we were seeing the last presentation by Nilesh, so he talked about errors. So these errors may culminate into fraud, if some loophole has been found. I would say that. You never know, because he talked about some other transaction which got missing, but I was also, or everyone must have seen that some days back, some Bitcoin also error has happened, and someone got, huge losses were there in pertain to I can't remember the company name now. So it's a learning phase, and it will keep on evolving. So we need, and the organizations or those who are adaptable and those who are agile will, cope up with it, and occurrence would be much lesser. But I see, rather than people should also be aware of it, because eventually after so much of advertisement and all by government and everyone, then don't give your OTPs to everyone. We find a lot of customers complaining that someone asked for my OTP and I gave it, and then fraud. Eventually, after so much, so how could you stop it? It's both a learning phase, and then but if we need to stop, we need to study the behaviors, patterns, probabilities.
Okay. On that, Darshit, I would like to know your view. Like, since we are evolving and volumes are increasing, India is the opportunity. What is your view on the regulatory continuously evolving, the regulations which is getting involved? Because one is the fraud, and fraudsters are always a way ahead with the regulators. But still, means our regulator is also after us and making our life miserable day and night. So in that net, like how you think that as an organization, how we can evolve with the evolving regulatory changes?
So thanks for the question. So since more than 2 decades, I have been dealing with regulators, international regulators, and now RBI, the local regulators. And I find it sometimes very difficult to understand them. Like usually we find very difficult to understand our spouse. In the same way, I feel that it's very difficult to understand RBI at some point of time. And
देखो अभी Valentine week है, सोच के बात करो.
thank God I'm away from my home. So, so yeah. So in that sense, there is this movie which had come recently, Mary Com. So I usually remember that dialogue, and since last couple of years, I'm dealing with the same team of regulators. So we have become much more informal in our communication. So I usually tell them that itna bhi mat darao ke dar hi nikal jaye. So for with RBI and with other regulators as well, I think they need to leave that sense of fear in the organization. I feel that the organizations and institutions are well equipped to understand their own issues, how to deal with them in the most regulatory friendly path, I would say. And with the regulations, I feel that our regulator is still, we are in a very safe space. When it comes to comparison with the international regulators, we are pretty conservative when it comes to our economy. We don't entertain anything and everything. Like all of us know how regulators don't like that much of a fintech company still now. So fintech are yet to get on the correct side of the regulator. Bitcoins are not something which is encouraged by a regulator. So all these decisions are well thought of. And as a entity, as a chief compliance officer in my organization, I need to think that whatever practices are going on in the organization, in the institution, it's not impacting or harming the economy of the organization, and as such at large the economy of the country. And we should be truthful to ourselves and more to the organization and the regulator. And also need to understand that as Rome was not built in one day, so any regulation which comes, any circular which comes right now, we all of us in the room are aware that RBI has revamped the entire set of circulars, and they have withdrawn many and now reissuing with certain changes. So it will take time for adapting those. And also there is something called as budget in the compliance and regulatory affairs, which is not easy to get it approved by the board. So yes, that will take time, and I think we are on the right track. Yep. Thank you.
Coming from the compliance side, I can completely resonate with what Nitish is saying. But yeah, to a certain extent, if I will give my views on this, um, we have to be agile. सच में बोला agile बोलते हैं कि शायद क्यों हुआ भाई? Just we will take couple of minutes. Means we have to be agile. Means compliance cannot be a responsibility of a compliance officer or a compliance team. Some way or the other, we all need to sit together, all the important stakeholders, understand the nitty-gritties. It's not against anything related to technology or deployment or sales side. But yes, we have to pull up our socks and take the ownership that it is not only that compliance can take care of. because within the organization, size wise also, the percentage is only 2 to 3% compliance people are there. The 97% is also equally important. And if we all take that ownership, I feel like we can easily, manage anything and everything else. On last, I just like to ask Ramesh, uh, what is the role of AI enhancing sales force productivity with specific reference to life insurance segment as you belongs to that?
Thank you. Thank you once again. So I think we all know that life insurance industry is now 25 years plus old, 26 years, and has made a lot of progress in terms of enabling customers to live a very peaceful life in terms of risk mitigation, untimely event management. Uh, by nature, the distribution in life insurance is vast. Firstly, you have multiple channel partners, banks, NBFCs, corporate agents, brokers, and primarily individual agents who are selling or promoting the product. And which also means that a one-size-fit-all approach is actually needed in terms of digitization. And I'm specifically referring to the onboarding journey of customers in terms of lead management. And in your question itself, you took the name of a company which is leading, I would say worldwide is leading the technology shift, the digital transformation, Salesforce, enabling companies to uh, get sales onboarded in a smoother manner, primarily through lead management. So how does the sales team know which lead has a higher propensity to close? How does the operations team know that a particular customer who has to pay the renewal in 3 months time has a higher chance of lapsation, and hence what interventions that the operations team has to do with that customer well in advance of the moment of truth, which is the renewal payment due date coming in. And we all spoke about cross border payments, KYC payments, and payment ecosystem in our panel discussion. I think the moot point is how are we enabling customers to have a more simpler onboarding journey as well as a renewal journey. And that's where I would say that AI tools and digital transformation as a key input is helping the life insurance industry on board. And finally, I mean, you look at Salesforce productivities, and what is the biggest problem not only the life insurance industry but the entire BFSI industry is facing, and why are so many customers upset? You look at media today, you look wherever, there are so many discussions, debates happening. One of the key reasons I personally feel, I mean, the views I have expressed in this session are purely my personal views, is because of high attrition. You look at the attrition rates in BFSI, and you will see that the rates are anywhere between 3 to 5%, even for proprietary distribution. So, which means that in a matter of 1.5 to 2 years, very large organizations are completely churning their frontline sales force. So, if you don't have AI-based or technology-based transformative approach in the front line, who will own up your customer? Because the person who onboarded the customer in 1.5 years, she has left the organization. So the customer actually is an orphan customer. Do you know that agency channel where you have LIC agents, you have various other company agents who are there, they have one of the largest pool of orphan customers. They don't have an advisor who onboarded them 3 years or 2 years or 1 year back. And that is where AI and the tools that that are AI enabled are likely to play an even bigger role in terms of holding these customers together, in turn having lesser complaints, promoting more ethical selling, and finally ensuring that the renewal and persistency figures in life insurance, or let's say collection efficiency in terms of NBFC, whether it's a gold loan, whether it's a microfinance loan, microfinance industry, look at the collection efficiencies and the way they have been dropping in the last 2-3 years. It's the same challenge there as well, in terms of frontline attrition and inability to build that bond with the customer or maintain that relationship and carry forward the relationship with the customer. So I think I'm conscious of time, but technology built on AI tools is here to stay. There's also another debate of whether AI will replace people. Safely, I can assume that for a sales and distribution profile, the chances are less.
It will be difficult for AI
Very
to
less.
fool around.
So maybe in this room with confidence, I could be one person who could say that if you are building relationships with people, with customers, and possibly you're not getting into some data or data crunching or back-end roles, for example, chances are, and you never know what will happen after 5 years. Chances are that, there will still be a very, very big requirement for this model of engagement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nice. Any questions from the audience? I guess audience has got all the answers from our panel. Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone.
Well, can we have a huge round of applause, everyone? Well, for a felicitation, I'll request and call upon Dr. Ravi Gupta along with Philips Apin from Intense. He's a president and CRO. Can we have both of the gentlemen on the stage for doing the felicitation? Well, today conversation between the panel, one thing was clear: next gen payments are just not about moving faster, but they are also building smarter system compliance at the same time, seamless global connectivity. May I now request Aditya Goenka to please join us on center stage. As a moderator, you have done a very fabulous job. Thank you for great insightful understanding of this topic, at the same time making sure we have a very valuable input from the panel. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, everyone? May I now call upon Mr. Ramesh Vishwanathan to please accept the memento. Thank you once again. A very, very clear viewpoint, valuable input and insights from you, sir. Thank you so much once again. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? May I now call upon N. Nagaraj. Thank you once again, a very well articulated insight, sir. Thank you so much for this. Can we have a huge round of applause, everybody? I shall request Mr. Nitesh Kumar as well to please join us on the center stage. Very valuable input and insights. Can we have a huge round of applause, everybody? I'll now request Darshit Sheth to please join us on the center stage to accept the memento. Very constructive insights, sir. Thank you so much for this. Can we have a huge round of applause? Everyone, come on. Now we all know that from cross-border scalability to robust KYC frameworks, the frictionless financial flows, the future demands collaboration between regulators, innovators, institutions, and technology leaders. I'll request everyone to please join us at a group picture. After lunch, I think thoda taaliyan baj sakti. Come on, let's maintain the zeal and enthusiasm. Well, before we go ahead, I have not really two, but three exciting things. So first, I'll start with the first. I told you about accumulating a lot of points out here. Can we have the QR code on the screens? Because I think that's a way that you all can participate collectively and win something very exciting. And you are not supposed to only scan it here. After every session, of course, we'll be displaying it here. You have to scan it here as well. And we have to scan the QR code out there in every booth. So you have to go interact with them, make sure that you're actually scanning, participating, and then collecting more and more points. The more the points, of course, the larger, time you'll take it. But of course, you'll get some exciting gifts as well. And after you're done with this, we've got something very exciting as well. So I think everybody has a notepad with them, right? Everyone, right? So very simple activity we would like to do. I know this is something which is very important. You have to go out and interact, probably scan every time. But right now, I think let's get more, exciting and thrilling something coming up. So I want everyone out here to participate. You just have to take the notepad, write your name, designation, and company, and then fold it and then keep it with you. Our team or volunteers will come and collect it. And yes, you are actually participating in Lucky Draw. And anytime panel discussions will be happening, presentation will be happening, anytime in between, I will come up and I will want to announce one or two lucky winner name. And the lucky winner gets the Amazon voucher of worth rupees 1,000. So this is just to start in the beginning. There's gonna be more happening out throughout the day. Throughout the day, after every panel, I'm going to do. But I'm not gonna say when. Maybe in the between the panel, I'll just land up and ask them to pick up a cheat. That could also be happening. The rule remains very simple. Whenever I announce the name, the person has to be there in the chambers. If he's not there, he or she is not there, sorry, sad story. The prize will obviously go to the next winner, the next announcement. Okay. And I'll request only the leaders, the technology BFSI leaders, to participate in this. Well, let's go move on right now. When we talk about awards, we talk about the determination, the devotion, and the dedication, and the game changer and the innovator. Such is our category. The award's going to happen in evening, but the awardee needs to be rushing, so we wanted him to be present and receive the award. Hence, the category for the award is Visionary Leaders in Insurance Industry. And for felicitating the awardee, I'll request Dr. Ravi Gupta to please join us on stage. Can we have a huge round of applause and welcome Dr. Ravi Gupta for felicitating the awardee under the category Visionary Leaders in Insurance. And ladies and gentlemen, brace yourself as this award goes to Ramesh Vishwanathan, Head Strategic Initiatives and Partnership, Bharti AXA Life Insurance. Well, a very, very congratulations, Ramesh Vishwanathan. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen?
You are like supposed to leave early, but give your impression about the half day like you attended here and the meetings you have done. So any inputs, suggestions, ideas?
Thank you, Raviji. I think even before I entered, the session, I did congratulate you for the seamless experience your team has put out. And I think we should give a big round of applause for the Elets team, led by Ragini, and all the, I'll possibly miss some names, but the entire team, Raviji, is a fantastic team that you have. This is my first experience of attending your session, and really looking forward to being part of all the future sessions as well. And I think this forum is very important because I wanted to be part of this forum to share my views and thoughts, on how our industry is doing. Because what happens is, as leaders, we tend to get very busy with the day-to-day rigmarole at work and doing a lot of things that we do every single day. But I think it's important to take a pause, take a reset, come to a place like Lonavala and have a couple of days off so that we can brainstorm, we can listen to what other people are saying. Because listening is, I feel, the most important aspect of leadership. The leader who can listen not only to himself or herself or to the team is someone who will really progress ahead. So thank you, Raviji, and congratulations for this fantastic session. I really apologize. I have to leave a bit early, but looking forward to, coming back very soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
A very congratulations to Mr. Ramesh Vishwanathan for bagging the Visionary Leader in Insurance category. Can we have a huge round of applause, everybody, and congratulate him? Well, okay, so I have already mentioned about the two exciting things. The third one is pending. Okay, before that, I want the front leaders who are actually sitting back, and they feel that the backbenchers are the nicest. But I want everybody to please join us here. Can we have some of the leaders joining us? Yeah, we have like 8 to 10 chairs vacant. And you always believe that, leading from front is what we are always working towards. So why not sitting in the front? I'll request the leaders to please join us. Can we have few more as well joining in? Because I have something very exciting. Sir, आप लोग, yeah, please. Yes, of course. Exactly. Let's inspire others also to please get up from the seat and join us on the front row. Okay, so the next third thing, what I wanted to say is that he knows whatever you are thinking. Now you might be like baffled around, like, what am I saying? He knows. It sounds like a very scary person, right? That he knows whatever you are thinking. Well, ladies and gentlemen, after this absolutely power-packed panel discussion and presentation and strategic dialogues that we have shared here, it's a time to fasten your seatbelts and get going and shift the gears towards something very exciting and thrilling happening right now. An exclusive session where mystery meets the mind. Yes, and you never know, he knows everything that you are thinking. And if you're thinking what I am going to tell you next, he is one of the finest illusionist mentalists that you will ever come across. Entertaining multiple corporate group, wedding, Bollywood celebrities, and of course, he has graced the stage internationally, globally. He is the Wall Fame winner on MTV. He is known for unbelievable magic, mind reading, and illusionist. His pleasing personality and cheerful atmosphere could actually set the stage out here, but he comes with a mystery that I may not be able to solve, he will only be able to solve. So, ladies and gentlemen, brace yourself and welcome Jerry, one of the most finest illusionist and magician around the world that you will experience. Can we have a huge round of applause and welcome him on the stage? Well, ladies and gentlemen, brace yourself and let's welcome magician Jerry with a huge round of applause. Come on, everyone!
So very good evening, each and everyone. Thank you so much for such a great introduction. That means a lot to me. So hi everyone, my name is Jerry and I was wondering how many of you guys have seen magic before? That's great. That's a better idea. But the point is, how many of you guys have question whenever you see magic? Like maximum people do have a question, I'm sure. What question do you have, sir? How it is done. Sir, I'll be very honest with you. There are two types of questions which have been asked to me a lot many times. And the first one is very famous, especially in India. It's like, bhai meri bibi gayab kar dega kya? So that's the first thing. It's always somebody is coming and asking me the same. Second is, bhai, aap log paise double karte ho kya? Apne ghar par, like, aap to yaar ghar pe paise double kar dete ho. It's like that. Today, actually, I'm gonna make you guys know how we magicians handle money. So for that, do you guys have any notes with you? So I want each and every one of you to, like, if any notes, if each and everyone can take out the notes as well. It could be any note. It could be 500 rupee note, 100 rupee note, 50 rupee note. It could be any note. And ma'am, you're already saying no, you're not going to take it out. Do you have a Google Pay? It's more famous, right? You can Google Pay to someone and take the note if you want. Like everybody, if you can take out the notes and I can see it in the air. That's great. So you have a 50 rupee note. Anyone with a 500 rupee note? More notes, more notes. That's great. That's great. I have so many notes over here. And I need one person to join me over here. Who would love to join? Sir, please, can I please have you on stage? A round of applause for him, guys. What's your good name, sir? Majid sir के लिए एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए, please. So Majid sir, I hope you have 2 notes with you. अगर आपके पास एक ही नोट है तो किसी और से borrow कर लीजिए आप. That's great. So we have 2 notes. What I want you to do is, I want you to give me any one notes from them to me. Whichever you feel like. Okay, you want me to give the 500 rupee note? See, that's how we make money. First thing. No, I'm going to return it back to you.
So I'll take it back within.
See, we have a different way of taking it back. It's very simple. How many of you guys are Harry Potter fans? That's great. We have some of the people. So it's very simple, sir. What you have to do is come on the right hand side. Can I see the notes in the air again? So how many of you guys are carrying the 500 rupee note which sir gave me? That's great. It's very simple. You have to drop it down on your table like this. And there is a very nice saying in Harry Potter, which is Wingardium. Again with me, Wingardium. Sir, you do it again. Take it down. Pull it down. Yeah, drop it down. With me, sir, you will say loudly, Wingardium Leviosa. It exactly comes back on top. That's how we magicians keep on taking back the money like that. So you can keep it a round of applause for him, guys. So that's how I start with magic, sir. I hope that's how banking also do it. Take the money back like that. But that's great. That's how I start my show. But the point is, this is not only it. That's the just basic of magic. How you flick the, agar aapne Harry Potter dekha hoga, that's like you flick it and it comes back on top. But magic has more different things to do. First thing, which is most amazing and which have amused maximum people in the crowd, is mind reading. So how about if I try to read an ATM PIN number? For that, I need someone with the maximum bank balance account. If you can suggest me any name. जिसके पास सबसे ज्यादा पैसा हो बैंक में. रवि गुप्ता सर के लिए एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए. So रवि गुप्ता सर, जिन्होंने भी आपका नाम लिया, मैं देख सकता हूँ रवि गुप्ता सर को. हाय सर, सर आपका नाम लिया गया है. I'm sure वो आपके दोस्त नहीं है. So एक बार इनके लिए जोरदार तालियां हो जाए, guys. So I hope you remember your ATM PIN number. Please, can you please join me on stage? That's great. अब आपको मौका भी नहीं मिलेगा सर कुछ ब्लॉक करने का, because already you are here. But it's very illegal to actually reveal the ATM PIN number. So I have a backup plan for you. What I want you to do is, sir, I want you to imagine a fake ATM PIN number in your mind so that the security is not been breached. Fair deal, sir? With the help of the dice. So whichever number you feel should be your first ATM PIN number, you'll keep that number on top and you will cover it. Please don't change it, sir, because it's on my career. Okay? So that's great. So whenever you're ready, sir, and I'll take the pin over here. That's nice. Whenever you're ready, you have to turn around. Okay. Did you choose the first number, sir? Okay. So like, do you wanna like check it with somebody? Yeah. Anyone in the crowd? Yeah. So I want you to see the number as well. I hope that's your fake ATM PIN number, sir. Yeah. That's great. So I want you to keep your eyes closed. Take a deep breath. Imagine what's your first ATM PIN number. Can we have a mic for him, please? One mic. That's great. I want you to turn around on that side, sir. I think maybe this could be the one, but I'll try. Don't turn around, sir. For the very first time, if you can loudly on mic say, what is the first ATM PIN number you are thinking of? First number.
1.
1 each and everyone? That's 1. We'll do it again. So that's a better idea if I keep it here. That's amazing. The another number, sir. Whenever you are ready. And this time, would you like to choose someone else? Sir, would you like to choose someone?
Yeah. Harsh.
Harsh. No. You be there only. Harsh, you don't know the number. I don't know the number. Would you like to randomly guess the number from between 1 to 6? What could be the ATM PIN number next? 4? He said 4. But I don't think you're happy with the 4. But I think What is it, sir? Loudly on the mic.
2.
2 each and every one. Sir, I hope you're not gonna go 1, 2, 3, and 4. So don't make it that easy for me. How about this time you choose the other number, sir? How about this time you actually take the third ATM pin, which is the actual ATM pin number, sir? Your actual ATM pin number. Let's make it more fun. You ready? Okay, that's great. I feel so, if I'm not wrong. Because I feel I said 1, 2, 3, and 4. I think you, what is the number, sir? The third one.
5.
Exactly a 5, guys. I'm glad, sir, you did not think about your real ATM pin number, because the one who took your name is already smiling over there. The last one, sir, if you can please.
Okay.
Okay. Now, your okay was very quick, sir. Any particular reason?
No reason.
No reason. It was just like, okay, like that.
Yeah.
Okay. So is this the real ATM pin number which you chose right now?
I have no idea मेरा actual ATM number.
आप वो भी भूल चुके हैं अभी.
भूल चुका हूँ.
That's a better thing. So, like, I hope ये वाला आप number नहीं भूले. Okay, that's great. इसी में है. That's great. ठीक है. Don't see it back, sir.
Yeah.
But if you can loudly say what's the last number you're thinking, sir?
4.
4 each and every one. That's how it goes, sir.
Great.
I'll take it back. So your new ATM pin number is 1, 2, 5, and 4.
Fantastic.
I hope that's not your real one. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now, that's how we go with the mind reading, guys. But how about if we level it up a little bit? So what I want you guys to do is, I want you guys to think about the name of your first crush. I'm sure आप सभी लोगों की first crush तो होगी. Yes or no? Already many people are smiling. Okay, whosoever have the first crush name in the mind, if they can pick up their hand. Okay. Many people I can see have the first crush name. How about each and every one of you on my count of 3, say your name loudly. Okay, on my count of 1, 2, and 3. Give me your names, guys. Okay, that was very low, guys. That was very low. We'll do it again. Okay, we'll do it again. I hope you had the lunch. It was good. It was tasty. Okay, so we'll do it again. On my count of 1, 2, and 3. Give me the names. That's not good, sir. Sir, you're laughing the most. What's your good name, sir? Sir, you. Stephen, can I have you on stage? A round of applause for Stephen, guys. I hope you remember the name of your first crush, Stephen. Yes or no? Yeah? Sorry? I need to switch off the recording. If we can please switch off the recording. I don't mind. So, hi, sir. I hope that's okay if I go into your mind a little bit. You're saying yes, but I think you feel like saying no.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, so I wanted to hold the mic with you.
Yeah.
And by any chance, sir, do you remember the name of your first crush?
Yeah.
On the mic?
I do.
Okay. And is there any way that we met before today?
No.
No? We are meeting for the very first time. Yeah. And is there any way that I could know what name are you thinking of?
No.
Okay, so I want you to turn around a little bit in the same way. Take a deep breath and think about the last letter of whatever word you are thinking in your mind. Okay, Stephen, sir, do you have it in your mind?
Yeah.
Okay, that's great. Okay, I want you to turn around on that side. Don't see towards the board, sir.
Okay.
Actually, I'm a little bit confused. So, like, please don't see back. For the very first time, if you can just only say the last letter, only the last letter of the name you are thinking.
E.
Each and every one, like one guess. Okay, that's great. I want you to keep on turning around. Like, don't see over here. That's great. Okay. Now, I want you to think about how many letters are there in that name. Just think about it. Don't speak it out loud. I can already see you counting by tapping on the floor. So don't do that, sir. It's quite easy for me. Okay. Okay, that's great. No, don't see here. Over there only. That's great. I can read your body language a little bit. So I see that you are not thinking about a small word. It's a big word.
Yeah. That's
Yeah. It's more than 10, 11 letter name if I'm not wrong.
No.
Okay, I'll try it. I want to turn around again, sir. That's great. I'll try it. no, don't see back, sir. For the very first time, if you can loudly, in your clear voice, say what name are you thinking of right now?
I have to spell the full name.
No, just the name. Just say it out loud.
Just the name.
Just the name. Just the name which you are thinking. Name of your crush, first crush, sir. You're a little bit confused, I see. Don't be scared, sir. Don't be scared. The video recording is off, right? It's off, sir. Trust me, it won't go to your wife, especially, sir. Please, if you can loudly say.
It's Dhanashri.
Dhanashri, each and everyone. But, sir, just by seeing you, by any chance, just say me yes or no. Are you thinking about one more name in your mind? No, don't say no. Sir, I want you to be here. Sir, I want you to be here. I want you to turn around again for me. Please. It's a request, sir. It's a request. Turn around, sir. Please turn around. Okay, I feel so. That's great, sir. आपके जवानी वाले दिन में आप काफी रंगीन रहे, I'm sure. So please see on that side, sir. Sir, by any chance, क्या आपकी कोई और क्रश भी थी? थी या नहीं? हाँ या ना, सर? हाँ. क्या आप उसका नाम बताएंगे जोर से? Please, sir. It's already written on the board, sir. So it is written on the board. Don't see, sir. Just loudly.
Is it Supriya?
Supriya, each and everyone. I'm so sorry, sir. God bless you, sir. A round of applause for him again, sir. That's how it goes. So, yes, I know, sir, mind reading is a risky business. Not for me, for you all. But still, the point is, how about if we take it to a level up a little bit? How many friends do we have inside this office? Or two people who know each other very well? Any two people who know each other very well right over here? Hi, sir. Any friend of yours right over here? Over here, you two? Can you two please join me on the stage? A round of applause for them, guys. So it's very easy for me to read the mind because as a magician, we have been trained for this. How about, is that possible? If I give you the power to read the mind, would that be amazing? Yeah, absolutely. Are you sure about that? So how about we try it in this way? I have a test for this. So I want you to turn around on that side. And sir, my name is Jerry and I will give you a mic. What I want you to do is, it's very simple. I want you to confirm that all the names written on this book is different or not. So you'll do it by saying it out loudly. Okay. So you start reading it out. I'm going to drill it. Okay. The first one, what do you see?
Should I say it
Yes.
Okay. Jalebi.
Okay. The other one?
Pizza.
Okay. The other one?
Bindi.
Okay. And the other one?
Pancake.
Oh, that's great. And the other one?
Rasmalai.
So there are 16 names inside it, sir.
Okay.
60 different names inside it. We don't know which one is where and what. What I want you to do is, I'm going to take the mic. I want you to give me your left hand right over here. I want you to keep this book right over here. What you'll do is, sir, you keep your other hand on it tightly. Now, what will happen is, you will just feel wherever you want to stop. Just feel wherever you want to stop. You will see, not now. You'll see the word. You'll drop it like this, quickly. So make sure I am not seeing it. Okay, whenever you're done. Done? Okay, shut it down like quickly. Done? Done? Okay, so I did not see the name because if in case he could not read the mind, I would try to read the mind. But for that, I want you to throw the book in a very style way like this. Anywhere over there. Yeah. It should be in the style, sir. If you can do it again. Like this, sir. A style, sir. A round of applause for him, guys. That's great, sir. So now you know the name very well. He does not know the name very well. So I want you to hold the mic with you as of now. And sir, you can turn around. So, sir, you know him since how long? About a year. And what is the best thing which you feel good about him? Randomly.
Yeah, he's
He's very disciplined. That is what you like about him. That's great. Have you ever tried reading his mind by any chance? No, never ever. So what I want you to do is, you did once? Oh, that's great. So when you were negotiating a deal, so he's your? He's your head. So that's the reason you want to read his mind. No, that's great. That's nice. So what he's thinking about one word right now in his mind, and we are not sure what word it could be. Even I don't know, even you don't know. So what I want you to do is, there should be no way that I am speaking it inside your ear. So I want you to close your ears as like this tight. Okay? And no, leave the mic here. You can still hear me. So what you have to do is, you have to make sure that it is very much tight so that you cannot hear me. Not now. Okay? And you will close your eyes. And imagine after that, if you could feel that sir is saying something, or you could listen to something, just nod your head. So we'll get to know that you know something. Okay? Is that clear? Take a deep breath. Close your both the ears. That's great. And that's great. So do you remember the word? I want you to transfer it to my hand. That's great. And I'm going to try this. So I want you to know, like, did you hear something? No, not at all. Sir, are you sending it? We'll do it again, sir. Send out loud right over here in my hand. And I think you are going to get it right now. Okay. Could you hear something? So see, that's the point. It's very hard to read the head's mind. You get to know that? Because they are your head. There is no way you can read their mind, right? Because they are more smarter, I feel. So I'll help you out with that. I'll help you out with that. So you're thinking about one word in your mind. We don't know what it could be, but we both are gonna try it. So there are very many names of food inside that. Yeah, you just heard 5. What do you think he might have chosen from that? Pancake? Okay. Let's give it a try. He's smiling a little bit. So I think you are a very bit nearby, because the word which he's thinking starts with the P as well. Yes or no? The word which you are thinking, does that starts with the P? Yes. On the mic?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. So now, because you could not read the mind, I will try to read it. Okay. So it's with the P. Okay. Take a deep breath, sir. Okay, that's great. So you have to be very honest with me. That is it true or not? Okay. So I want you to imagine whatever word you are thinking, if that's true or not. I want you to imagine that dish right in front of you right now. Can you imagine it? Okay. Is it like, imagine it, and I could see you imagining it a little bit hot. So it's not something else. That's great. Okay. Oh, I could see something white, red, and green on top of it by any chance? Just be honest, sir. Are you thinking about pizza? Yes? Pizza, each and everyone? Well, that's okay. Next time you could try to read his mind as well. And you can guys have a seat. Please. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now that's how it goes. So mind reading is not easy. We get to know about that. So how about we do it in a different way, more different way this time. How about this time we include each and every one of you. And I need one person from the whole crowd जिस पे आप सभी लोग भरोसा करते हो. सर आप ही ने हाथ ऊपर किया था. So if you can please join me on stage. A round of applause for him, guys. क्या आप सब लोग इन्हें जानते हैं? Do you guys remember him? No? That's okay, sir. I'll introduce you. So आज सर मैं आप पे भरोसा करूंगा. मतलब ये सारी ऑडियंस भी आप पे भरोसा करेगी. क्यों मैं आपको बताता हूं? Because I have a very special gift for you, which is this. And it's very important क्योंकि आप इसे ऐसे पकड़ के यहाँ पे खड़े रहेंगे. Not down, not side, like this. Can you do that for me? That's great. And do you know these people over here? Some of them? That's great. So I want each and every one of you to take out your phones out from your pocket. Can I see the phone? Like this? That's great. Everybody with the phones? That's nice. Everybody with the phones. And there is one app inside your phone named as calculator. For you, I will open it because you are holding my prop. So I can see the calculator in your phone, please. My phone calculator looks like this. That's great. So it's very simple, sir. Whomsoever you know, say out one name loudly. Any one name.
The person's name?
Any one person's name.
Mahesh.
Mahesh? Mahesh, sir? Hi. Sir, if you can give me 5 numbers loudly. Okay, you are saying 5, 3, 7, 9. One more number, sir. 6. So I want each and every one of you to type this. It is 5, 3, 7, 9, 6. Do we all have this number? We are going to plus it with the other number, any other name. How about Mahesh sir? You give me out any other name. Austin. Hi, Austin sir. If you can give me any 5 numbers. That would be 7, 8, 6, 4, 5. Are you sure about that, sir? Yes. So we have 2 numbers in total. The first number we have, sir, is 53796. Yes or no, guys? The second number is 78645. Yes, sir. The third number. Rahul. Hi, Rahul, sir. May I see you? Hi, Rahul, sir. If you can give me any other 5 numbers. How about if you can choose anyone from there? I could feel that you're going to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's better I told you to choose someone else. anyone from the crowd, sir. If you can, please. You can just point anyone you feel. Hi, gentlemen. Hi, sir. If you can give me 5 numbers loudly, sir. Okay. Not your mobile number, sir. Okay. 98433. So we have 3 numbers altogether. It's 53796 plus 78645 plus 98433. Yes or no, sir? We're going to do with the last number. Sir, if you can choose anyone, point anyone. You only, sir. Who gave me the last number? Yeah, you can point anyone, sir. Maybe you, ma'am. Hi, ma'am. If you can give me 5 numbers. It is 86705. That's the number. So we are going to confirm all the 4 numbers again one by one, which is 53796 plus 78645 plus 98433 plus 86705. Is that the same for everyone? So we're going to plus it for the very last time. And this time, sir, you're going to put the numbers. But you're not going to see it, sir. Okay? You have the mic? I'll give you the mic first. Check. Okay. Turn it on. Over here. So we have all the numbers. I want you to type one number. We are going to take 8 numbers randomly. So like touch anywhere you feel like. Anywhere. So which number did you touch, sir? 5. Yeah. Like say it. I want you to plus it with 5. The other number. It's 1. It's 8. It's 1 again. It's 3. Again, it's 2. It's 5 again. One more number, last number, sir. Your lucky number. 8. So we have the last number which we have is that is 5181328. So can you all plus it, please? Did you guys plus it? So I want you to plus 53796 plus 78645 plus 98433 plus 86705 plus 5181328, which equals to what number, guys? 52130,837. This number was been chosen randomly by you and all these people. Do you agree to the same? Do you guys agree to the same? But I don't know how. Actually, I had a very weird dream last night. And this dream was exactly about the same numbers. So I actually wrote it down over here. So how about if you could untie the ribbon and we'll hold it together this time. And if we see, if you can repeat the numbers with me, if you can hold the end. The first number was 5. The second number, 2. Third number, 1. Other number. 3, 0, 8, 3, 7, each and every one. But do you guys know why you all chose this number? Because you all are the leaders. And when I actually turn around this, it exactly spells like LEADERS, because we are leaders from Elets. So thank you so much, everyone. I hope you guys loved it, and you are the leader as well, sir. So thank you so much for joining me on the stage. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Have a nice time. Very good evening. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Wow, I think we all were like literally mesmerized, right? So can we have a huge round of applause, everybody, for our very favorite and one of the most phenomenal illusionist, mentalist, Jerry. I'll request Mr. Shivam Pachania along with Dr. Ravi Gupta to please join us on stage to felicitate Jerry. I request Dr. Ravi Gupta also to please join us on stage. Well, Jerry, what a phenomenal show. What a performance. Zara zordar taaliyan ho jaye. Everybody, come on. Thank you. Well, sir, आप अभी स्ट्रेस में नहीं है ना? अब तो सबको पता चल गया धनश्री और सुप्रिया के बारे में. Okay, well, let's begin on a lighter note. But now we have to know something very phenomenal, which is industry insight, some strategic ideations as well. So for doing that, I'll request Mr. Vijaya Kadiyala, Executive Director, Enterprise Architecture, DBS Bank, to please join us on stage. Can we have a huge round of applause for him, please?
How about now? Good, clear? So let's start with some reality talks, right? I'll probably cover two topics in about 10 minutes time, but I think for me to complete in 10 minutes, I need your presence. Let me start with, how many of you saw Sholay movie? All of you, right? Yeah, it's a wrong question to ask in the wrong forum. But do you know what's the climax of the movie? What was the climax of the movie? Sorry? Arrested? Okay. And? That's it? But you are very close. The original story is, Gabba gets killed, not arrested. Now, how is that related to the talk we're talking about? Okay. Let's add one more question to the puzzle. Do you know who's Samba, the movie? Gabbar's right hand, left hand, brain, whatever, right? Was he in the final fight? Was he still alive? He was not in the final fight. But did you experience why he's not in the final fight? Yes.
And when Viru comes back, he kills him.
Is he? Are you absolutely sure? No. I watched multiple times just to see if he's still alive or not in the movie. He was, right? He was alive in the movie. Gabbar and Samba. These are not fictional characters. Samba is the quantum computing. Who's watching? AI. We want to kill, but we couldn't. That's Gabbar. When both comes together, which is going to happen in next maximum 3 to 5 years, there's nothing in this world which is safe. I've had a similar conversation with the top CISOs back in Mumbai, part of Economic Times. I'm repeating the same statements. Whatever the data that we have in the internet, whatever the data that we have inside the organization, which we think is we have protected the data, I think let's get the reality check. It's not. My sincere request, since all of you come from BFSI and banking, insurance, where all our lives are on you, let's start thinking about how we can actually have a post-quantum cryptography start implementing right now. My sincere request, because my younger generation, I don't want them to suffer because they're having a data loss, a leakage of PI information. Now, let's go back to the reality talk. How many of you are on the cloud? Okay. Okay, let's change the question. How many of you are having at least one apartment? Or have only one apartment? Or one house, one villa? How many? Only one. Only one, yeah. Right. Sorry? I'm okay, boss. I'm okay even if you're rented. Who takes care of your house? We, family, right? And how about the common space? But who's responsible for that to watch them together? What if you have multiple houses? Now raise your hands. How many of you have more than one house? No, it's okay. I will not share this information to the income tax department. When you have too many houses, it is extremely difficult to manage. Now, translate this into cloud. Your house is a private cloud, which is on from data center. Common space is like when you are moving into the cloud, you can't leave that space. It's your responsibility. You cannot say that somebody like a Google or any of these Amazon providers will help you to reduce the cost. They will never ever help you. These are my personal views. Don't mark this to my company. The third is when you have multiple apartments, same as multiple clouds, it is impossible to manage your cost. That's where the FinOps comes into the picture. The FinOps has to be part of your governance right from day one. So I'll share my example. I am working at a DBS Bank, Development Bank of Singapore. And last year I was running one of the biggest cloud migration program. And the timeline was 8 months. And we have to start from monolithic application to microservice-based applications. Our initial estimate for us to run the platform on the cloud is about $4.2 million. Right? We were looking at the clock right from the day one when we started deploying our applications. We didn't leave it to someone else to monitor the applications. Everyone thought that we would be expensive when we go to the cloud. But we were 30% lesser than what we're paying on-prem. It's purely because cloud looks really good and beautiful. If you do not plan what kind of resources you want to have, what kind of storage you want to have, how you want to scale, how many dedicated instances you want to have, how much of spot instances that you want to have, it's going to be extremely difficult to manage. Generally, when you approach any of these cloud providers, they'll give you an advice of, go for spot instances. Spot are damn expensive. And there's no reliability. We need to have a mix of dedicated instances with a spot on top of it. We need to manage if my critical workload is running on spot instances, it is not guaranteed that it's going to meet SLAs. So it's all about how you manage workloads. So moving into the cloud is not like buying an apartment where you move the existing luggage from one apartment to another apartment. First, we need to clean the house first in terms of knowing what I want to take from my existing old house to the new house. You'll not say that, no, hey, let me just move to the new house and then we'll figure out, once we go there, what to throw, what to keep, and etc. That's a disaster. So what we did when I was running the program, rather than thinking of I want to take everything to the cloud, we had a governance in terms of I want to know what we need to keep, what we can discard completely, where I don't have to take it to the cloud. Our initial estimate was about 6.5 months, we can take it to the cloud, everything lift and shift. We spent decent amount of time to clean the house first. And we were able to migrate within about approximately 4 months. So it comes back to the point of, what you want to clean first so that you can take the good stuff to the cloud versus taking everything to the cloud and identifying, hey, I'll come back a little later after that, and then we'll figure out what to clean, what not to clean. One of the biggest thing that you'll encounter when you go to the cloud is the storage cost. When you look at the storage cost, it says $0.02 per GB per month. No, it's damn expensive. What we don't realize is there are hidden costs. There are two hidden costs. One, your taxes components on every service that you use from any of the vendor cloud providers. Every service, if you use storage, you have a tax on top of it. If you use compute, you have a tax on top of it. That we normally don't budget it. That's approximately anywhere from 8 to 12% to 16%, depends on the negotiation that you have with the providers. That's one hidden cost, which I had absolutely no idea before I get into the system. There was second hidden cost, support cost. By default, you have a support cost and on every bill that you get from cloud providers. And that's anywhere from 8% to 12% of your overall cost. Imagine you have a taxes and you have support cost, which anywhere if you sum it up, it would be around 21% to 28% that no one is accounting. So these are some of the hidden costs. And on top of there are some other costs in terms of your account manager and so on and so forth. The most important that we need to ask ourselves is, what's my base cost without having any of these taxes, any of this support cost, any of these all the hidden costs? That we cannot negotiate. But what we have an option is negotiating on the taxes, support cost, and stuff. So my sincere request and advice, if you're thinking about having a cloud migration plan, one, clean the house first. Don't take the existing house to your apartment. Two, ask for what's the hidden cost. And if possible, ask for invoice of the existing companies who are deployed onto the AWS, Google, any of the cloud providers. Have a sample invoice and ask those questions now or even before you get into this migration. We'll take a pause. Any questions so far? Yes, please. Yes. Is actually ingress to the cloud is 0. But egress from a cloud to yes, it is extremely expensive. So in our case, we've had to take a call of whether we want to move the downstream applications of our data platform to the cloud, or we want to keep it on-prem, but we will try to optimize the data that we want to extract from the cloud to the on-prem. So what we did is, we actually implemented a governance, which is anything coming out of cloud, they have to go to the governance committee. That what data I want to extract, what's the size of the data, what would be the approximate cost, and how frequently you want to extract the data. But to your point, egress is extremely expensive. Incoming is free, outgoing is costly. Okay. Now, I'll try to talk about one specific topic which is close to heart. I think Mr. Deepak mentioned that about AI, agentic AI. We all hear the news of agentic AI will not take away your jobs, it will actually amplify human efficiency and etc. How many of you heard about these same statements? Do you think it's true? Yes, no? Yes? No? Half and half? AI will create a psychological impact. It is not a digital transformation. It is not a typical Y2K problem. It is not a big data thing that came in 2010. This is nothing that we've actually imagined. So I'll give you a very simple example, right, where I think AI will actually take away our jobs. I was talking to one of the CIO, which is a Europe-based organization, one of the largest bank in Europe. They were actually looking at a specific set of data analysts who are actually doing typical data analysis work. Right? There are a decent population, about 400 odd data analysts, only trying to analyze the data, create a meaningful report out of it, and send it to the regulatory authorities and bodies. Now, there is a KPI that whatever the work that they're doing, that can be, if not fully automated, it can be almost like a semi-automated with the agents. And it's not that what they're doing is a rocket science. Typical human brain, you can simulate. So they've estimated approximately out of 400, I can keep 150 data analysts, and remaining 250, I'll probably place them in different projects. Do you think it's going to happen? No. Sorry?
Eventually those projects will die and then people will be
Yeah. So in reality, agents are like humans. Maybe at this point in time, they're not intelligent. Maybe at this point in time, they need a human. But in the future, agents will buy humans. agents will need humans, not the opposite. The power agents brings in terms of analyzing the data, giving you responses. Have you ever thought we're going to have a generative AI application, 3 to 4 years back? Have you ever thought, we have like a human, sitting over there where I can talk to that person, right, or a bot so freely that I'll get more good responses than compared to talking to my friends and my family members? How many of you are addicted to the ChatGPT? That is just the last 3 years of innovation. In few years, agents are like digital employees, part of your team, where we all have to rewrite our HR policies in terms of how the job description would be for a digital employee, how we will have to face the consequence of code of conduct issues, POSH, how an agent, if misbehaves with an employee, what are the rules and regulations? We should start thinking in those lines right from day one. So, before I wrap up, how many of you saw Terminator? Terminator 2, right? Came in what time frame? I was chota bacha tha tab. It's about 1986. 84. 1984, Terminator 2. It's talking about machines. Those are visionary, folks. And that's going to happen. It's not too far. Maybe, if my guess is right, by 2047, we'll have a momentum of independence from machines. We'll park the Terminator. How many have watched iRobot? Will Smith movie. What do you think about the movie? Scary. As of now, we think machines will not have emotions. Right? Machines will have emotions in the future. Machines will talk to the other machines in a code language that human cannot understand. And it's not that it's not proven. Facebook had a similar issue about 6 years back. And they had to shut down. And these are my personal quotes again. We do not know what really happened at that point in time. Whether any malfunction happened or is it they had to shut down the system gracefully and etc. We do not know. But I leave with one last comment. There is one news that came in about 6.5 months back. Agent started blackmailing, or rather LLM started blackmailing an employee. Have you heard about it? Do you think that's too far? It's not.
Until you automate it, if you don't have an API to do that today, we are safe. That's the principal definition. Today systems talk to each other, right? Whatever the form of an API or whatever. There is always a physical level needed. Today electricity is on, so you put the switch. And if A cannot come to that level, still we are not affected. That is my point of view. Because eventually, that will going to happen. You should think from
I completely echo your point, and I want to be in that position. I want to have a kill switch so that I can actually kill it. But let's take an example. I'm sorry if I'm taking extended this time. If you see any movie, how much time hero spends, how much time the villain gets the visibility versus hero gets the visibility. It's not the hero gets the visibility. It's the villain who gets the visibility in this movie. Villain are the people who are not in this room. They are the ones who are going to misuse the agents. Before we even think about, because we are like a Yudhishthir. We want to be within the guardrails. But Duryodhana was never in the confined zone. So with that, I say my sincere request, start looking at building out a post quantum cryptography for us to safeguard the future data leaks, to start having a guardrails on agents. I think we should all actually push our regulatory bodies to bring up these policies so early so that we can start preventing any of these issues, going beyond our hand. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Vijay Kariyala. Thank you so much for sharing such a sharp and forward-looking insights. Your analysis has certainly helped us understand both opportunities and challenges shaping the industry. I'll request you to please join us on the center stage. I'll now call upon Dr. Ravi Gupta to please join us on stage to felicitate Mr. Vijay Kariyala. Fabulous, and just a little brief about him. He is a seasoned digital transformation leader with deep expertise, enterprise architecture, data platform, and cloud engineering. Thank you so much, a visionary leader. Fabulous. Can we have a huge round of applause? Thank you so much, sir, for your very constructive and a very valuable feedback. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, sir, we are crucial on time, but really great listening to you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on now. It's a time to get going ahead. And before we get going, do we have a quick time for a QR scanner? Quickly, so that people can scan and accumulate more and more points. You have a scanner? No? Okay. Okay, let's get going now. The next topic is India's payment revolution is no longer the story of the future. It's a global benchmark of the present. Yes, from cash to QR codes, from wallets to real-time bank transfer, India has definitely redefined how billion people right now transact, powered by one transformative innovation, that's UPI. Well, let's have a topic discussion on UPI 3.0, digital public infrastructure and next-gen payments. First and foremost, I'd like to call upon the moderator of this phenomenal and a very significant panel discussion. May I now invite Dr. Ravi Gupta, founder and CEO, Elets Technomedia, and editor-in-chief, the Banking and Finance Post. Can we have a huge round of applause and welcome him? Come on, everyone. Joining us are the visionary leaders. May I now call upon Venkat Krishnan V, CIO and CTO, Karnataka Bank. Can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Krishnan, please? Joining the dynamic panel is Dr. Arjit Ghosh, Chief Data and Analytics Officer, Bandhan Bank. Can we have a huge round of applause and welcome Dr. Ghosh on the stage? May I now call upon Mr. Nikhil Kumar, SVP and Head of SDG, IndusInd Bank. Can we have a huge round of applause and welcome him on stage, please? Joining us is Mr. Ashok Kumar, EVP and Country Head, Branch Banking, Tamil Nadu Mercantile Bank Limited. Can we have a huge round of applause and welcome him? Joining us is Siddharth Shakdale, Chief Marketing and Growth Officer, Paytm. I'd like to just briefly introduce them. Mr. Venkat Krishnan brings in 24 years of technology leadership across banking and finance, insurance, have led IT digital transformation initiatives at banking institution. Joining us is Dr. Arjit Ghosh. He is a seasoned data and analytics leader with 25 years of experience across Indian and global financial institutions and scaled analytics and data strategy team. We are very glad that we are also joined by Mr. Nikhil Kumar, an experienced finance and strategy professional with a strong background in inclusive banking and sustainable finance. Joining us have been Mr. Ashok Kumar. He is a veteran banking executive focused on expanding branch network performance and customer engagement. We are very glad to joined by Siddharth, a growth digital strategy leader with a track record across Paytm, has led product-driven growth, marketing, and a new business launches. Well, fabulous panel, and let's start with a huge round of applause. Come on, everyone.
So, Danish, if you can ask mic for everyone, please, on the stage. So we have an exciting panel here. And Vishwas, close this door, please. Yep. So before we start, I will request Shweta. I think most of the people are outside the hall, so we should have people in the hall. Yeah, that will make it exciting. And so before we start, I will have an intro from each of you, and each of you will say a line which tells about you, which is not on the Google. So start with you, sir. Give your name और एक लाइन अब आप वो बताएं जो आपके बारे में गूगल पे नहीं है. आपको कुछ खाना पसंद है या आपका कोई हॉबी है, एनीथिंग.
Okay. So my name is Arijit Ghosh. Google में मेरे बारे में जो नहीं है, I play tabla. So that is my actually hobby. I kind of are doing it for last 20 years.
Mention about your organization and what do you do?
I'm from Bandhan Bank. I manage the data analytics and platforms for Bandhan Bank. I'm there for last 4 years.
Fantastic, Arijit ji. Welcome. What do you, sir?
So for me, it is I am a singer.
Wow.
But so Google doesn't know about it. Even I don't know about it. So, the one thing is I've been in the industry for out of my 26 years of 25 years of experience, 24 years in BFSI. So that's my experience in the industry.
And
I'm currently with Karnataka Bank.
Fantastic, Venkat ji. Thank you. Welcome. Over to you.
Yeah. So I identify myself as somebody with banking and technology experience. So I've got more than 2 decades of experience. And I have been into understanding the business and monitoring very closely how the disruption happens in the industry. And particularly the banking industry, which is undergoing change very rapidly. I think if you look at in the new millennium from 2000 onwards, every 5-7 years, banking has undergone change. So this is what I have been observing very closely. And from my interest, I love reading. And so I'm also trying to build something because on the data and AI, which is making so much of buzz around, and the kind of speculation we are making, like what AI is going to do, or doomsday also forecast. So that is something we can watch for. Yeah.
Fantastic. Please also mention about your name and organization again, so that people are able to connect with you.
So my name is Nikhil Kumar. I have recently joined IndusInd Bank, and I take care of SDG for the Inclusive Banking Group.
Fantastic. Welcome.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. My name is Ashok Kumar. I represent Tamil Nadu Mercantile Bank. I'm AVP, Head of Liability Business. I had the third-party business and also the customer service. And I have an industry experience of more than 3 decades. I've seen the banking from the ledgers to the today's banking in cloud. And one thing what Google doesn't know about it is, as per the request of I sing well. I'm a singer.
Wow.
Like my friend.
So in the evening, we should have some sample of it. Yeah.
But I sing Tamil songs. Is it okay for you?
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you and welcome.
Hi, I'm Siddharth. I lead marketing for Paytm and business categories, some business categories as well. Something about me that may not be on Google is in the very early part of my career, I think Google tab tha nahi, to shayad isliye doesn't have it. But in the very early part of my career, I was a software product manager
And one of the softwares that I worked on very interestingly at that time was called T9 feature. T9 feature is something that is a part of our lives. We don't even think about it anymore. It's become muscle memory for us. It's when you type a word on the phone and the phone auto completes it. So auto completion at that time in its very infancy was known as T9 because Ericsson ke phones pe you would press the button T9 to turn on the autocomplete feature. And it was really bad autocomplete at that time. It would constantly screw up what you tried to write. So it was a turn on and turn off. So embedded software, it was called at that time. So I used to work on that like 20 odd years back.
Wow, amazing. So we have some people who have worked on the paper ledgers, and we have people who have worked on the T9, right? So excellent. From there, we have like come into the AI age of banking. So AI is I think the flavor of the season. So let me start asking you that how is your bank utilizing AI or planning to use AI, and how it is like going to change banking according to you?
So, from a perspective of AI, we just drafted for example, the last strategy committee of the board, we passed the AI policy for the bank, and in terms of what we will be doing and what will be the governance mechanism, what will be the way in which, the committee is going to meet, and how we're going to do the projects in the future. So that's so we've divided the whole thing into the generative AI, agentic AI, and what will be the governance guardrails which we need to put across it. Also introduce sections of the same and enhance the security policy of the bank, because when it is finally going to hit the security policy. So from a governance mechanism and from a compliance mechanism, we've been able to build that, if I want to call it as a policy framework. Now is the next section wherein we want to put the guardrails, the technology guardrails behind it, and that's more on the technical part. So let me just next move towards the business part of it, wherein what I believe is, the generative AI piece is now more or less, with respect to the commonly used and commonly deciphered. Everybody's accepted it. Even the topics which are generated, I guess, in this forum also got generated by AI. So to that extent, I think everybody has accepted AI on the generative AI piece. But the real use case for a bank is, so if you ask a Marwadi who's heading the bank, he will say, what is the money which is coming out of it? So, because you're going to spend, वैसे भी UPI free है, सब कुछ free है, तो अभी किसी में तो पैसा बनाना है. तो so main thing is, how are you going to make money out of the investments you're going to make? And that's where, what I think is, from a technology perspective, what we thought was, let us first implement agentic AIs on a use case called AI ops. So for doing the mundane task of for example, a technology guy will always make a mistake on 90% of the downtimes happen not because of technology malfunctioning, but we are not taking care of the technology. So the housekeeping activities which are left out because of either clearing of the cache, or with respect to restart of the server, or clearing the indexes. So so these are the problem which actually which affects the downtime, or smooth functioning of a bank, for maintaining 24/7 support without any. So what we have understood is, and what we are trying to implement is, whichever can be done, whichever manual activity which can be foolproofed in terms of, either through making AI bots responsible for agentic AI bots responsible for doing that particular task. So we first divided that into various tasks. So we have classified them into almost 28 tasks, right from DB to security ops to patch management to DB, operating system and other parts of it. Then we ran it to ensure that we checked it whether it's going to run seamlessly, and then we put it into action. And the biggest part of it, patch management runs, it is a bit of a tricky, wherein we are what we are doing is it's a agentic AI, and which wherein we have also got a mechanism of checking whether it's going to work and it's going to have a problem in the real setup. So that's the only check which we are doing there, to ensure that when we are putting the patch onto the UAT system, how the performance works. If I really look at it, once we do that, we will be able to make the commonly made mistakes of the L1 or the L2 engineer. We'll be able to bring down that error rate to a minimalistic level. So AI ops is something which is which is something which technology can do. Apart from that, every bank is undergoing something called as a hollow the core, right? Hollow the core as a principle. Everybody has been doing it for ages, but now it's also not about hollow the core banking per se, but it's hollow the core of all the core systems in the bank. So from that perspective, if you really look at it, I'll just take one example of services which we take in a bank called as address change. If I want to say, if you are shifting one location to the other, you approach the bank, any financial institution, to make sure that the address change reflects on your. So that is something called as a service request. So that service request, what happens is, if you go to a branch and do it, there is a workflow system in place, and then the workflow system ke through you take the new Aadhaar card and probably get it validated, and then there is a process behind it. Similarly, the same workflow is available in your mobile banking. It is the same workflow, is the same service request is available in mobile banking. It is available in internet banking. It is available in your CRM. So imagine if there is going to be a control change or a compliance change which is going to be made in the future. You're going to have force. If there is one compliance change which has to be introduced by the regulator, you are going to change 4 workflows. How are you going to make sure that a part of it wherein you have got to have 4 workflows for doing the same address change? How can I make it unified? So like this, there are some 56 odd service requests, common service requests, which are there in all the BFSI organizations, or at least in banking, we have got 56 odd. What we are doing is we are trying to ensure that we make an agentic bot for one. Address change will be one agentic AI, and that agentic AI will be used across channels. So from that matter, you are actually taking away the load and actually doing the hollow the core, because you don't require at this given juncture, as a radical mechanism, you really don't require a CRM or a workflow engine, which is like a IBM based workflow engine or a Newgen based workflow engine. You don't require that workflow engine to be there. You can actually make an agentic AI which can then talk and have a control mechanism built in, and you can make one change, and if there is going to be any change, you just have to change one part of agentic AI, and then it will take care of the rest of the things. What it will also do is transparency. So today the biggest problem is when you have gone through a contact center for doing this address change. If you go to the branch, they don't know where the what is the position of it. So today, it also, what it will do is a mechanism by which you can have a consistent communication to be given to the customer. So that will it will give for all the service requests, there will be a unified communication. If he comes to the branch also, the unified communication can be given. So that's the advantage of getting into a how we're going to use it much more effective. It saves cost. It is going to increase customer efficiency. It is also going to do operational efficiency, because you are not going to have that many number of scans to be taken, and other costs which are associated with it. We can optimize the cost to that extent. So these are the two examples which I can take, wherein we are taking because these are clear cut cases where you can reduce the cost by at least and most of these CRMs which are there in place for older organizations, it has been there for almost 15-20 years. It is also the time that you can do a technology refresh. That is an opportunity for making sure that you get into newer technology and maintain discipline, enhance compliance, and give customer experience at the same stage. So these are the things.
Fantastic. I think excellent example. I think applauding for this detailed explanation about usage of AI in each bank. And may I request you to talk about this usage of AI in your organization, Bandhan Bank.
Okay. Now there is a AI. When you say AI, sometimes it is confused with AI or AI ML or only ML. So there is a lot of things. So it's a very difficult to say distinctively which is on is AI and which is an AI ML. So I will give an example with mostly which is AI ML based models and things that we are using. So we are using some of these things that we have AI based is internal chatbots, some of the other process efficiency wise things are there, but mainly for analytics wise, that things that we are using for the credit scoring, fraud decision making, whether the mule hunter kind of a things. Then we have our own fraud detection models, different transactional hyper personalization, cross-sell models. These are the areas where we are using AI quite extensively, as well as currently we are also exploring to use AI for our different kind of a voice kind of a translation, because given that our kind of India is having a lot of different own regional languages, sometimes maintaining resources all resources all the regions is difficult. So some kind of if we have translation solutions available, so we are kind of currently exploring and using some of those voice words to translate all those regional languages to, or sorry, English or Hindi to local languages also. So these are some example of our AI.
Any examples which talk about reduction in time of doing any task, or improving your profits, or reducing the cost, if you can talk about that?
Definitely that's there. So their credit decisioning process is one area where actually AI definitely helps, or AI ML model actually help. So end-to-end credit decisioning process, like for example, you start with your KYC process. Immediately it's like video KYC or normal CKYC process. After that, immediately credit decisioning process using bureau, account aggregator, and all those data which is readily available, and come to the conclusion, no matter whether it's a secured or unsecured product. For the secured product, maybe some manual intervention required just for security kind of a site creation and all those things. But for unsecured product, it's mostly straight through process. Within few hours, the decisions are made and all this process gets completed. So which used to take 7 days to maybe more than that, now it has become quite only few hours only.
Fantastic. So let me request Nikhil Kumarji from Indus to talk about. I hope like these are the usual usage of AI which is already happening in Indus Bank. So what is the future of AI in your organization? If like any of the like new age AI usage is being thought? If you're going to talk about that.
So generally the ML based models that were already being used in fact the ML based model had been into credit underwriting for last 10-15 years, and those models have becoming more accurate with more data coming in, processor becoming more efficient, and obviously with your so these models also get evaluated based on the output that you get. So over a period of time the models have matured, so definitely it is getting used in the underwriting. For generative AI, the use cases, can we use it for generating CAM for large corporates, where it can collate data from across the system and do a proper risk assessment for large corporate, and that also helps you uh, for Gen AI. See, you require lots of data in terms of which all document to be referred. Now, banks have a limitation in terms of either they can use uh, some existing copilot and all. Creating their own LLM is very, very difficult because that kind of resources plus what is going to be the ROI on that investment, that is a very difficult proposition. So that is something which is still at a very nascent stage using Gen AI. Use of agentic AI is getting used for onboarding the customer, plus handling your customer grievance, so complaint redressal. So there it is using, but whenever using agentic AI, the human in the loop is becoming very important because you have to also understand how the exceptions are getting handled.
Any impact of AI and agentic AI on your bottom line you want to talk about?
Fundamentally, it is going to make the system more efficient. Plus, the feet on the street, because for the MFI customer, what has happened is it is a two-way process because the kind of customer you deal with. So we have a process where you have to make the customer aware about the product. Some of the customer has to make financial literate. So use of AI and technology can be very important, can play a very important role in uplifting the customer in understanding the risk, whatever product they are subscribing to. Plus, there are some assessment. So one of the problem is when we are dealing with MFI customer, the data ingestion is very few. So we are not able to capture behavioral data of the customer. So with more, like using OCR, ICR, and then ingesting that data through images and all, we can understand and have the behavior related data of the customer, and that is going to help us in predict the default, also do better assessment. Currently what is happening is in case of MFI, you have got 3-4 parameters through which underwriting is done, and most of the loans are getting into consumption loan. It's no longer into sustainability. So that's the biggest challenge what we are facing, so much of default happening. I think use of AI is going to help drastically in that aspect. Yeah.
Excellent. Speaking to Mr. Ashok Kumar from the Tamil Nadu Mercantile Bank, if you can talk about how AI is changing your organization externally and internally.
Today, the AI usage in our bank, it is mostly on the risk side and the credit side, credit decisioning, and also the onboarding side also. We are using it, and CX and customer experience and customer service platforms where a lot of services where so far the branch mounted services could be now automated. The customer journey happens through automated processes across channels, and the machine really takes care of processing the requests. And in a way, the digital platforms are helping customers in completing most of their transactions or service requests on a do-it-yourself journey basis. And this is, in a way, it is reducing the manpower involved in the customer service handling at the branches and outside. Also outside, when I say that, it is the touch points, various touch points other than the branch. Customers do banking with internet banking through their mobile banking, where the AIs, where the customer requests are being processed through these channels, which also provides an omni-channel experience for the customers. So he initiates transactions in one channel, and even he discontinues it, and he can really continue in the other platform from where he left. So these are certain AI functions which really helps the customers internally as well as externally.
Fantastic. So requesting our like next speaker, Mr. Siddharth from Paytm. So if you can like talk about the UPI 3.0, how it is going to impact the consumer, and how since UPI works internally with all the banks, so how is the relation of the UPI with the bankers will evolve and change?
Yeah, so I think UPI 1 was about getting payments done. The focus was just making the payment happen quickly. UPI 2 was about enabling that speed, that reliability at scale, and therefore building trust by being able to do it at scale. UPI 3 is about taking it from instinctive transaction to a commerce platform, essentially. And this is where banks, and not just banks, but other rails like ONDC, Aadhaar, data aggregation, etc., how they are all going to become a deeper and deeper part of it. Because now you're looking at bringing data in UPI 3.0, you're building features, like there are features on auto pay mandates, right? Which take it from, which make recurring payments more systemized, more a part of a person's behavior, formal behavior, right? There are mandates on delegation and assisted transactions, right? So what that does is allows you to go deeper into Bharat, because a lot of transaction there is either delegated to family members or assisted by people you trust, like a kirana person or a agent that you trust in the rural areas. So UPI 3.0 is going to build all of that. What that also enables is more revenue. It was just mentioned that UPI doesn't really generate revenue, but what UPI 3.0 through its commerce platform approach, it's trying to make UPI a transaction not a means to an end, but a beginning of an embedded journey where the transaction is embedded. It could be different things. From a merchant point of view, it could be about solving a merchant's credit flow issues with credit, at POS. From a consumer point of view, it could be about giving them loan at POS by understanding their scores and their risk profile immediately. So it opens up different kind of revenue mechanisms and a commerce ecosystem, right? Then I think, of course, there's also the experience of it, right? The consumer experience, right? So in Bharat, certain things matter. To an evolved UPI user, there are other things that matter. And what UPI 3.0 will focus on is not the another important thing, right? Is fraud, cost of fraud. And UPI 3.0 will again look at, being able to move and build deeper AI systems which help with fraud. For example, your initial, fraud mechanism was when you looked at very hard metrics like a device mismatch or a pin failure, right? You move from there to more evolved metrics, which were possibly, a geolocation based metric where in this location you see fraud happening, or too many payments in a certain amount of frequency to a new receiver, right? And so you would pick these metrics to kind of, stop fraud more effectively. But now with AI coming in, you can actually build biometrics of a fraud person, right? You can look at pressure of the swipe. You can look at velocity and urgency of the swipe. Like you're almost building a biometric of a scamster, so to say. So by doing all of that, you can actually build better fraud mechanisms, and more importantly, the consumer experience becomes better because the issue with fraud was always false positives, right? Where actually people who are trying to make a genuine transaction get stopped by the fraud mechanism, right? So now, rather than looking at fraud loss, you're looking at a total regret loss, which is fraud plus the people who were positive, their transactions failing, which is a better metric to look at because it makes sure fraud reduces and consumer experiences go up. So, these are a few of the aspects of UPI 3.0, which are going to help consumers, the users of the UPI app, whether they're consumers or merchants, as well as the banking ecosystem in terms of operational efficiency and our relationships and our work with the banks.
Fantastic. So any questions, audience has? Any inputs, any suggestions? If none, then I will have last round of rapid fire question. And I'll let's start this that talk about one technology every bank must invest in now.
It's a very interesting question. One line answer.
Yeah.
I think optimizing their enterprise architecture.
Fantastic. Over to you.
Loan origination system with all the digital capabilities.
Repeat that, please. I'm sorry.
Loan origination system, LOS.
LOS.
All the
LOS.
digital kind of API capabilities.
Okay, fantastic. Use.
So currently what is happening is users are mainly focused on the front end. So they should have visibility about the data. I think that is something which we need to skill the bankers so that, that becomes the important part, what data they are inputting and what is the impact. So those kind of skilling is important.
I would say that due to the more and more digital adoptions, I think the foremost thing what I feel is that your AI-based technology, which will eliminate the risks involved. The risk mitigation platform is what I would consider the most important, because all this digital adoption happens based on the trust that my money is safe or my transaction is safe. Unless you provide that confidence, like, without brake, you cannot have accelerator. You can press your accelerator based on the confidence that you have on the brakes. Thanks.
I think you kind of stole the words out of my mouth, but from a fintech perspective, if you want to build a commerce platform, trust is the number one commodity, right? And nobody will enter your ecosystem and stay in it if there's no trust. So any technology that's required to build trust, whether that's AI, whether that's fraud detection, whether that's language, whether that's reshaping your journey from a Bharat perspective, not introducing new terms to them, talking in their language. I think any investment towards that is what would drive the business.
Fantastic. One last question again. I need like one line answers. One opportunities India's banking sector has that the world does not have. भारत के पास कौन सा एडवांटेज है जो दुनिया के पास नहीं है बैंकिंग सेक्टर में?
So for me, it is like it's a late mover advantage.
Which means
we were the last to adopt technology, so we are the leading in technology now because of the late mover advantage. Because we are using the best of the technology, best of the capability, and we sweat the technology which none of the other countries have now. You go to US or any other country, they still rely on currency and digital and payments, which are much more card and other oriented. We are moved to the next level of adopting credit line on UPI and other other mechanisms by which we are leap forward to beating them on their own, on business technology usage.
Sure. Arjit Ghosh. Yeah.
So I'll say the topic of the title of the topic is actually UPI is one things, technology that India has grown over the time, and now UPI 1, now 2, then 3, which is actually embedding the entire things. Like for example, now we can, with the UPI 3, we can give the loans to the customers who doesn't have even ever credit history, based on just the transaction, some micro kind of a kirana stores wala bhi, now they can avail loans which
Sure.
they don't have this.
Sure. What do you?
Courtesy India's young population, the technology adoption is very high. So I think that is the advantage. So what if you are using AI, any changes that happens, that gets adopted very fast. And so that's an advantage.
Any technology should have users also. I think India has the youngest population, which is the highest, biggest advantage for India to go for any technology, anything comes new. I think we have users to adapt.
I think I second two things for me. I think I second the leapfrogging generation of technology. We leapfrogged iPads and went straight to mobiles, and that helped me at Hotstar beat Netflix. And I think similarly in here also, we have the ability to leapfrog a lot of things in terms of our digital payments. We've already done that to some extent. We need to build on it. And I think the second thing is our DPI framework and our DPI technology. I think that's very, very powerful. If done correctly, I don't think America was the early mover again, but I think again we are at the point where we might leapfrog them with DPI. And doing it correctly, I think, is of paramount importance. Aadhaar is a great building block for it, but moving on from there.
Fantastic. So we close it here. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. What a powerful and a very future-focused discussion out here. Can we have a huge round of applause, everyone? Well, this conversation clearly means that UPI is no longer just a payment platform. It's also a cornerstone right now in India's digital public infrastructure, driving inclusion, scalability, and global scalability, to be very precise. Well, I will now like to call upon another visionary leader to join us for the felicitation. I'll request Mr. Paul Harian Paraka, Director, Solution Strategy and Pre-Sales, WooNet Systems, to please join us on the stage. Can we welcome Mr. Paul with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Well, first and foremost, I'll request Venkat Krishnan V, CIO, CTO, Karnataka Bank, to please accept the memento. Can we have a huge round of applause? Well, precisely a very nice conversation, valuable inputs. Thank you so much, sir. Next is I'll request Dr. Ajit Ghosh, Chief Data and Analytics Officer, Bandhan Bank, to please accept the memento. A huge congratulations, and I think we have connected to a very significant topic, and I personally love the rapid fire questions. Precisely, very amazing answers. May I now call upon Mr. Nikhil Kumar, SVP and Head of SDG IndusInd Bank. Once again, thank you, sir. A very valuable insights from you as well. It was great listening to you all. Thank you. Can we have a huge round of applause, everyone? I may now request Ashok Kumar, EVP and Country Head, Branch Banking, Tamil Nadu Mercantile Bank Limited. Thank you, sir. Once again, fabulous conversation. Very powerful, deeply insightful conversation from all the panelists. Next, may I call upon Mr. Siddharth Shakdev, Chief Marketing and Growth Officer, Paytm. Can we have a huge round of applause, everyone? Well, constructive talks from all of it. Thank you so much. And I'll request all of you to please join us at the center stage with the mementos for a group picture. With the mementos, I'll request everyone, please, gentlemen, to join us. Can we have a huge round of applause, everybody? And I'll request everyone to please be seated out here. Of course, well articulated and a very significant topic, I will say, a very future-focused strategic conversation that we had. So there's something very exciting that's coming up. Mr. Paul, I'll request you to join us here upstairs. And like I said, there is something very exciting. That means you have a responsibility of just not another presentation, but something not more important, but not less also. So I have told them that they have to just write in their name, so designation and company name, fold the sheets and put it here. So they have all done that diligently, right? Now, the person who is there in the room is the one who can get lucky. Whoever is outside have bad luck.
What if I pull out my name?
Oh, well, that we have not thought about. But then we'll figure it out something. Well, that will be an extraordinary case, future focused it will be. But we have right now not been that future focused. So hopefully you pull out a name, someone from this room, and somebody miss it, one chance, gone for the day, right? Maybe better luck next time. So not your name, sir. So thankfully, the decision is easy right now, right? But this is my name. But this is not me, okay? I'm your host, Shweta Patil, and the winner out here is Shweta Anand, Edelweiss's Life Insurance Head Operations and Service. Can we have you on stage? Wow. Woohoo! So did you think that you're gonna win? No. That's what happened, right? Life is like that, not predictable at all. So you're gonna win Amazon voucher worth 1,000 rupees, and that we shall be mailing it to you, our team. So congratulations. I'd like you both to be on the center stage, and can we have a picture of both of you? So I think she's the winner at this. So I think let's get a huge round of applause for her. Lucky her, she was here in the room listening to the conversation, panel discussion and presentation. So I'm going to conduct one more. When, why, I'm not going to reveal it. You all have to be in the chambers to actually win the next prize. So we have more and more of such lucky draw happening. Well, ladies and gentlemen, right now it's the expert talk. So you already know Mr. Paul is there with us, a distinguished technology leader with over 2 decades of experience at the intersection of product management and growth strategy. At WooNet System, he spearheads global revenue multiplier programs, driving the strategic evolution of go-to-market initiative partnership and solution framework at global scale. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Paul on the stage with a huge round of applause. Come on, can we have a huge round of applause and welcome him?
Hello, I'm good. Okay. There's some logistic issues. Just wait, give it a couple of minutes. So I had to change my script, right? It started off with good afternoon. I guess now I have to say good evening. Thankfully, it's not good night. So while they're clearing the chairs, what I'm going to speak about is mainly 2 points, 2 things that you wouldn't have given the required attention to. One, you would have heard of resiliency. Definitely you would have heard of reliability, but resiliency is how quickly you can come back up.
IT resiliency, something you have heard of, not business resiliency. So my discussion or my topic is mainly going to be on how you can help with business resiliency by using enterprise logs or log data lake. So with that, hopefully I'll click the right button. Perfect. So you all the leaders of operations and business, you're very much aware that business or digital business risk is increasing. You have problems in terms of, okay, today, how is my customer experience being? What are the issues they are facing? If there are failures, how I can reduce the resolution time? Or future problems, like so many regulations coming. How can I store data in an optimized database, lesser TCO, faster search, faster analytics? And then a lot of conversation about being future ready, AI, right? How can I make sure I have the data, the enriched data to make sure that the AI systems that I'm going to purchase or build in-house is going to give you the outcomes that you require, right? So this is what is required for leaders, IT operations and business leaders, that in addition to the IT initiatives, they need visibilities on how the business is impacted with these initiatives. So with that, what is the solution? Standard traditional monitoring is still not enough. Even the traditional observability that you see is still not enough. Just telling you a system is up, the light is on, the light is off, that doesn't help. Or telling you where exactly the failure is, it doesn't help. What you need is more context. You need to know why something is failing, right? That's where business observability. See, for example, I tell you, okay, you have around 0.05% of errors. Is there anybody who panics over here? Everybody's smiling, so I guess not. But if I tell you, of that 0.05% of errors, 95% of your Swiggy transactions are failing. Now, you got the context? So that's what I mean by business observability. It's not just IT, but you need to have a combination of IT and business. So that's what we're working on. Or giving value to our customers currently, right? Now, how do we provide this business observability? These are the three pillars. All of y'all, I'm sure, have seen it. Logs, metrics, traces. Metrics in terms of the system health, traces in terms of service dependency, request flows, and logs. Logs contain more complete information in terms of understanding, okay, what are the business metrics, what is the error exception logs there, what is the journey, right? So because of that, even though metrics just tells you what is wrong and traces tell you where it's going wrong, it is very important to have logs to tell you why it is going wrong, right? So you can understand why logs are important for a business-centric observability piece over here. Again, a little more deeper into what I was just talking about now. As I was mentioning, most of the enterprises would have some form of monitoring. Some more may have some form of observability, but it is always about IT observability or technical metrics. As I gave the example before, how many transactions are failing? Is your loan applications failing? That is, or a customer onboarding failing? Or is it a premium payment failing? Or for UPI transaction, is it the payments failing? Or is it a balance inquiry failing? If you have this information, you have a lot of errors, you can prioritize better. Proactive monitoring, right? You get all that information here. So what I was trying to talk about is IT observability is important. It is a requirement. But in addition to that, you need to link it with the business metrics to help you prioritize better, help you solve things better over here, right? Because logs are the ultimate source of truth, right? Any evidence of your business transactions are being captured in the logs. These are the advantages. Logs are not just going to be, what do you say, engineering exhaust. It's not going to be just for debugging. Right now, that's all they're being used for. Example of other benefits, proactive monitoring. As I was mentioning, you can decide which is the area you need to give context for. Journey stitching. How do you understand? Is your payments failing at the switch? Or is it failing at an external system, API gateway? Or is it because of an OTP not coming? You need to understand where exactly it's failing, then drill down to why that particular failure has happened. Was it a null pointer exception? Was a particular infrastructure down? Right? Compliance and audit, very important. Most of the compliances, they ask for, retention periods of a year. What is the biggest problem you have? If I have to store for 1 year, who's going to pay the money? Right? It's expensive. Storage comes very expensive over here, right? What about transaction analytics? Right? In terms of understanding where it's coming from, where failures are happening, and finally being future ready. If your logs data is not, if your data is not good enough, whatever AI/ML system you do is not going to help. Similar to your ChatGPT or Gemini, if you don't give the proper prompts, you're not going to get the proper answers. As simple as that. So logs help enrich the information as well. Not just simple where it's failing, not just what you're talking about, summarized data. Metrics is usually summarized data. Traces are usually sampled data, but logs gives the complete view or the complete execution of the particular transaction information that. So what are the problems with logs, right? Most of there are so many types of logs. You have system logs, you have application logs, there are exception logs, everything. Imagine you have an application sitting on around 100 servers. An issue happens. Can you think about going into each server and checking the logs? It's a nightmare. Everything is in silos, right? And then in terms of storage requirements, because of the retention period, because of the storage requirements, it's expensive. And when the data increases, typically there's a problem in terms of search and analytics, right? Not able to perform at scale. And then the ease of search. How easily can anybody search for the specific data they're looking for? These are the typical challenges. And the solution for this is the log data lake that we provide. A log data lake helps with getting all the logs into a central system. It could be logs, it could be other enriched data as well. You can enrich this data using our system. In addition to enriching this information, we give you easy search and quick search analytics. So it's not just quick, but easy search. Both are important. And finally, the most important being, since we are able to provide what you require is very high compression rates, so that in terms of your overall TCO, it helps as well. It's a value, right? So these are the most important things that a log data lake provide over here. Then talking about the advantages a log database provides. One, of course, as I was mentioning, compliance. You have so many compliances asking for retention period for 1 year to 7 years, right? So we can help you achieve 100% compliance through the log data lake. We are talking about better root cause analysis, better resolutions, better detection of the issue itself, right? Giving the same example, if there are a lot of issues happening, how do you contextualize? How do you decide where you want to start from, right? So that's how it helps with faster root cause analysis, reduction of your mean time to resolve, even reduction in your mean time to detect issues as well. And finally, helping with all the important analytics like fraud detection, anomaly detection. If you want to check how, based on the trends that are there in the last 1 year, if there are any anomalies, or based on the trends, if there are any anomalies, or you can predict how the capacity utilization is. Lot of insights, lot of use cases based on the log data lake that we're talking about. So exactly 2 minutes, I might finish in the last minute over here. To summarize, right? Leaders, both operations, business leaders, they require the visibility of not just the IT initiatives, but also the business outcomes. Now, how do they get it? We believe the log, which is a pillar of observability, one of the pillars of observability, is the way to go about it because of the rich context, the rich data that is there, being the single source of truth. And now, how can we derive intelligence from these logs? So that's where the data lake comes, deriving intelligence from the logs data. And finally, with all this information here, you're able to convert not just from your IT observability to a combination of linking your IT observability to the business-centric observability as well. That's it from my side. Please feel free to visit our booth number 8. I had to go in a bit of a hurry. Happy to give you more information in terms of what we do, how we help our customers, the customers we have, and how with our, we have all the products here, but we have a lot of focus on log, business-centric observability using logs, the data lake giving you more value, a lot of use cases around that. We're happy to talk about it. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much. I'll request now Mr. Stephen George, Senior Associate Director, HSBC, to please join us to felicitate Mr. Paul, please. Can we have a huge round of applause and welcome him? Thank you. A wonderful and a very insightful presentation, sir. And as they will be always here, so if you have any queries, we are crucial on time. We are not taking the Q&A. So if you have any queries, please feel free to get connected to them. Can we have the
number 8.
memento, please? Yeah. Well, thank you, Mr. Paul, for a very fabulous session. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you, Mr. Stephen, as well. Thank you for doing the honors. Well, let's move on right now. Well, the expert talk, we now have a success story showcase. As India accelerates towards inclusive digital growth, communication infrastructure becomes extremely critical enabler of financial access. Voice technology powered by AI is redefining how institutions engage, serve, and support millions of citizens across Bharat. Well, this is an absolutely crucial and a very significant topic. I may now invite Mr. Manish Jackson Turkey, Head of Sales Oriserve, on the stage. Can we have a huge round of applause and welcome him? Manish is a leader in generative AI and a conversational intelligence space, currently driving sales and strategy at ORI. With deep expertise in BFSI telecom sectors, he specializes in deploying enterprise-grade voice bot solution that transforms customer engagement, modernize debt collection frameworks. He partners with leading financial institutes to implement the compliant and high-performance AI agents. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Manish on the stage with a huge round of applause. Everyone, can we have a huge round of applause? Come on. Well, Mr. Manish, before we go ahead with the presentation, I have something very exciting that I have promised. And so, like the house rules remain the same, whoever is there will get a chance to win. If you announce a winner name and he or she is not across in the chambers, bad luck. Better luck next time. So, let's get going. Maybe the backbenchers, it's okay. How many of you all think you're a little lucky today? Nobody? Not really. Okay, let's see who is it now. It is Atul Garg, SIDBI, CTO. Can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Atul ji? So thank you. I'll request you to join us in the downstairs itself for a picture. Can we have one picture? And so our volunteers will get in touch with you. And I think, can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Atul? So our team will get in touch with you. Congratulations on that. And before we get going ahead, one more very exciting announcement to be made. So after this, we have more people names out here. So I'll pull one more lucky draw, and that person, he or she, will get rupees 3,000 worth voucher of Amazon. So you never know who can get lucky today. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Hello. Hey, hi all. Very good evening. It's been a long day or a long evening for most of you guys, so I'll keep it short and crisp. But I'm sure you'll find something interesting, worthwhile in the next 10 minutes of the conversation. So one of the things that I want to really talk about here is about what is happening in the landscape, right, in the country, right? You have AI right now, which is a buzzword, and it's not really a buzzword, it's a reality. We're actually seeing it, experiencing it day in, day out, where organizations are actually adopting AI at scale. So a lot of work is happening, but I just want to take a back step there. And I want to focus on the current problem, which is currently there, right? So if you look at India as a country, it's a country of 1 billion people. But while we have achieved a lot of things in terms of digital reach, digital literacy, it's still probably not there yet, right? We probably want to have a lot more digital literacy. And that is very much reflective in the fact that when your customers who want to reach out to banks for any kind of queries, they actually call, because that's the most natural way that the customer might want to reach out to you. While companies have built fantastic apps, right, with different complex keyboards or questions or chatbots and so on and so forth, but still the adoption of voice as a medium remains unparalleled in this day and age. And that is what we are seeing right now, right? So what we have been doing as well is focusing on voice as a channel, because if we are to serve the entirety of the country and solve for a very crucial issue, that is to optimize conversations that are happening between your customers and your brands, you really have to solve for that, right? And that is what we've been sort of focusing on quite a lot, focusing on voice as a medium. Now, what is it that we've been doing? So first and foremost, in a country like India with so many dialects, so many languages, it's a very complex scenario. How do you really start building something with such a complex country, right? Country like India. What we've actually done, which a lot of people probably are not focusing on, is we've actually built speech to text models for languages which are not really a core focus. So what we've done is we've built speech to text models in languages like Maithili, like Magahi, like Chhattisgarhi. And apart from all the major Indian languages, we have really focused on all of the other languages. Why, you may ask? Because if we are to reach the entirety of the country, we have to percolate deep, right? AI cannot be centered in just the metro or tier 1, tier 2 cities. It has to percolate and go down right to the rural segment. And that is our vision as well. That is what we want to really focus on. And that is what we've been working on over the last few years. So one of the things that we've done, at least from a technology lens, speech to text, which I'm sure a lot of people have interacted with speech to text systems on your phones or laptops. What we've really done is we've taken it a notch above. How do you really use speech to text in an enterprise setup to make it much more robust? Think voice bots, for example. When your customers are calling you and talking to you, one of the pertinent problems in a country like India is the sheer amount of background noise which percolates in those conversations. Now, how do we really dissect that? How do we make out what the customer is saying? The dialects are different. It's a very complex situation, and that is some of the things that we've been focusing on. And maybe towards the later half of the presentation, I'll actually show you a live call, right? Where it's a live call between a customer and the brand, and you'll see the challenges there. The kind of challenges that AI companies have to go through to actually make sense of those conversations, which I'm sure will be quite interesting for you. The other thing that we've done is we've actually built a lot of these TTS models as well, or text to speech models. Because if you want to solve for AI, your bot needs to speak the language your customers are speaking in. And we've actually mastered that as well. So we'll show you some of those snippets as well. But before we go there, I think one of the things which have been discussed in the previous panel as well is more around the security, compliance, because that's a big pain area for a lot of companies, especially in the BFSI segment. Now, adoption in AI, what we've realized, and when we talk to a lot of banks, compliance becomes the biggest roadblock. Everyone is concerned that how do we really use AI? The AI system is talking to the outside world. There are a lot of compliance challenges. How do we really make it work? And that's a very genuine question, right? So what we've really done is, because we built all of these models in-house, we've been actually able to deploy all of these solutions on your cloud, on your premise, right? Without any of the data actually leaving your premises, which actually solves probably the biggest obstacle or biggest problem that CISOs or CIOs typically have. So we've actually cracked that bit because we built all of these models in-house. We're not relying on any of these third-party systems from US or maybe a European country, we're not doing that. We're actually using everything that is built in India and deployed in your premises. And that's probably the safest way to sort of secure you and ensure that the data resides within your company. Now, just moving forward, as I said, so these are some of the benchmarks, again, from very reputed websites, where they have rated different companies anonymously on whose solution works well anonymously, right? I mean, these are all anonymous. So this is Hugging Face. You can probably go back to Hugging Face, which is a global developer platform, and you can actually check some of these scorings there as well, right? So our solutions essentially are, at least in terms of the benchmark, some of the best which is out there, right? So which is quite there. So you see DeepGram, which is one of the biggest names, at least in the speech-to-text world. So we've sort of outscored them to a large extent, right? Now, these numbers are irrelevant, right? You probably want to see what does it really mean. And that is what I want to show you. So as I promised you earlier, this is a live conversation of one of our clients where the use case essentially is the customer is calling into the contact center because he has seen an ad and he wants to buy that particular product. That's the simple use case, right? And it's all about how the bot is trying to have that conversation and drive him towards the end objective. So it's a longish conversation. I'll not play the entirety of it, but probably the first 1 or 2 minutes will sort of drive home what is it that we've really built internally, right? So let me just.
नमस्कार, आपने हमारी नशा मुक्ति दवा के लिए कॉल किया है। बताइए, मैं आपको या आपके किसी अपने को नशा छुड़ाने में कैसे मदद कर सकती हूँ?
नमस्कार, रात को। हेलो?
जी, थोड़ा स्पष्ट बताइए, आपकी क्या दिक्कत है या कैसे मदद कर सकती हूँ?
अरे जे मदद करोगे उसकी दवा, नशा की दवा की वो मदद करो, ये नशा छूट जाए एक दवाई में।
जी हाँ,
नशा शराब का
एक होम्योपैथी दवा है जो नशा छुड़ाने में मदद करती है। ये दवा शरीर को डिटॉक्सिफाई करती है, मानसिक इच्छा शक्ति बढ़ाती है और क्रेविंग्स को कम करती है। आप बस 15 बूंद दवा पानी या खाने में मिलाकर दिन में 2 बार लें। 1 महीने का पूरा कोर्स है। इसमें कोई साइड इफेक्ट नहीं है और ये सभी प्रकार के नशे के लिए कारगर है। क्या मैं आपका शुभ नाम जान सकती हूँ?
खुशीराम।
बहुत अच्छा जी खुशीराम जी, जरा बताइए आपकी कितनी उम्र है?
आपका नाम?
जी, मेरा नाम खुशी है। आप बताइए आपकी उम्र कितनी है?
हमारी वही 42 साल उम्र।
So the bot was able to comprehend and understand what the customer was saying, despite all the background noise, the TV in the background, or essentially even the heavy dialect of the customer as well, right? And this was just an example of what we've been able to crack. And here again, the goal is to how do we really bifurcate what the user is saying vis-a-vis what is there in the background, which is the biggest challenge. So that is what you saw play out there, right? Now, on the other layer, on the human side, on how organic does the bot sound like, you again saw that play out, right? One of the things that I did tell you about is we're focusing on languages, which is not really a core focus for a lot of these companies. But we think if we are building AI from India, and I think Mr. Akshay Yadav in one of the panel discussions did mention that what kind of a development work is happening in India. I mean, there was a question which he has addressed to the crowd that how many people are actually building things in India? Very, very few, albeit. But we're actually taking that head on, right? We want to build in India some of these technologies, and we want to be a leader of that, right? We strongly believe India has absolutely the right talent to actually master a lot of these technologies. I mean, if you look at just the AI propensity score, which was released by Harvard, India ranks 3rd globally, just behind US, China, and then India comes 3rd, right? And we think there's a lot of untapped potential, and we can actually do much, much better than what we're currently doing. But that has been our ambition, right? So I'll probably show you a TTS sample on how a bot really speaks in Magahi. I'm not sure how many people can understand this, but this is one of those complex languages which is difficult to solve. So I'll just play this out. It's a 30-second clip, but you'll get a sense.
नमस्कार मोहन जी, हम ओरिजिनल ग्राहक सहायता बोर्ड बोला है। ई कॉल खाली आपके लोन अकाउंट से जुड़ल जानकारी देवे खातिर है। आगे बढ़े खातिर कृपया बताएं कि हम आपसे लोन अकाउंट के बारे में बात कर सका है।
Yeah. So this was a Magahi, right? We built it in Maithili, in Chhattisgarhi, and a lot of these northeastern languages as well, which is very difficult. I mean, a lot of companies don't even focus on that. I mean, you look at Google. Google focuses on the major languages, the 10, 11 languages spoken in India predominantly, but the other languages are just probably not the focus area. We don't want to be the one, right? We want to really focus on all the other languages. So with this, I sort of end my entire conversation. So we've done a lot of work with a lot of different brands. I mean, you see some of these logos where we're actually working as we speak. I and my colleague Jackson are here. So maybe once the session is over, if you're interested in whatever we showcase and we're going to have a conversation on that, more than happy to have a conversation. But yeah, thanks a lot. I think we are not on time, but thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. What a fabulous presentation. Well, now I'll request Mr. Ramesh Narayan Swami, CTO, Aditya Birla Capital, to please join us on stage to felicitate Mr. Manish. Fabulous. I think we really like the fact that actually we can have a conversation, a human-like conversation with so many other languages, which is actually very challenging, but still a very great opportunity that have been made. And we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Manish for such a fabulous presentation. What an interactive session. Thank you, Mr. Manish. Mr. Ramesh, I'll request you to please stay here. So like I mentioned already that we are now upscaling just not knowledge, not only insights, valuable talks, but we are also upscaling the Amazon vouchers. So right now it's a time to remove a voucher of worth 3,000 rupees and let's have the lucky draw. Yes. So what do you say? It could also happen that it could be your name as well, right? No? Okay. Any other people feel that मेरा नाम आ सकता है आज शाम हो रही है? No one? Why are we so like अभी भी हम वहीं पर ही है? नहीं, come on. I think हमारा हाँ? Yeah, it's a time, but it's all right. I mean, we have the kind of zest within all of us. So okay, wow. So the name is Mr. Mahesh, CISO and VP IT United Overseas Bank. Are you around? Okay, wow. Fabulous. And that smile itself says, मैंने तो सोचा ही नहीं था, but this like is going and getting better. Wow, fabulous. So very, very congratulations. I request you to please for a group picture and our volunteers will get in touch with you for the Amazon vouchers worth 3,000 rupees. Congratulations. So Mr. Mahesh, did you thought about it? ऐसा हो जाएगा? Manifestation कर रहे थे आप, है ना? Oh, very nice. Wow. Thank you both of you. Thank you. Okay, here we go. Well, now let's move forward. It's a time for the next trilogue that we're gonna hear from industry key experts out here. So in today's digital first world, the BFSI sector is no longer measured only by the balance sheet. It is measured by the speed of transaction, speed of scalability, speed of innovation, speed of decision making. But in financial services, speed without resilience is most probably a risk. Well, you all agree with me. So because banking and finance, even seconds of disruption can actually impact millions of customers and erode the trust which we have built over the decades. Now it's a time for one more very important topic to be discussed out here. Cloud modern BFSI, speed, resilience, and high availability architecture. We have industry leaders joining us. One by one, I like to call them up. Our moderator, Stephen George, Senior Associate Director, HSBC. Can we have a huge round of applause and welcome him? A seasoned banking technology leader with deep expertise in enterprise transformation. He brings extremely strong experience in driving resilient cloud-led modernization across global financial operations. Thank you so much, sir, for joining in today. Next, joining us is industry key leader, Mr. Ramesh Narayan Swamy, CTO, Aditya Birla Capital. And can we welcome him with a huge round of applause? A very forward-looking tech strategy is known for building scalable digital platform. He has played a key role in accelerating cloud adoption, modern architecture in India's diversified financial services ecosystem. Next, joining us is Mr. Atul Garg, CTO IT Head, SIDBI. Can we welcome him with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? A transformation-focused technology leader with rich experience in core banking modernization. He champions high availability systems and agile IT frameworks to power inclusive and growth-oriented finance. Well, thank you all three of you for joining in. Over to you, Mr. Stephen.
Hi, good evening. We had one more panelist, but he had to rush to catch a flight, so unfortunately he is not here. But anyways, we have two stalwarts here. Cloud in BFSI is very key now with the changing landscape of the banking industry and the technology advancement that is going on and the kind of regulations that are around us. Cloud plays a very key role. Earlier it was like it can be optional or it can be on-prem, but now cloud is the future is what we see. Okay, so we are not going to take much of your time, and we have leaders who have from strategy to implementation, they have done it all. So I will just have a quick discussion with Ramesh and Atul on how they foresee the cloud in terms of having a speed, resilience, and high availability architecture in the current BFSI environment. Okay, so I'll start with Atul sir. Now, cloud adoption in BFSI has moved from experimentation to mission critical workloads. What does cloud modern BFSI really mean today?
So at the outset, thanks for having me here to be a part of such a esteemed panel and with in front of the industry leaders. I'm feeling very honored. So it's a very beautiful voice. Be honest on that one with multiple pit stop. So I will add two more pit stop in that. First one is the inertia. Second one is the some experiment. And third one is we are trying to align. And fourth one is now we are transforming ourselves to adopt because cloud became one of the biggest impetus to ensure that we will able to achieve our data learning up to the maximum yield we can purchase. So I vividly remember 2012. I think that I'm gonna cross 50, but just a little bit memories. I vividly remember. So we were doing one government project, and the government project come with a very stiff timelines. So we thought let's explore the cloud. That was a buzzword at that time. So we thought let's explore the cloud. Before we venture into that, it was just a conceptual stage. My compliance officer killed that. He said, "No, boss, no. I'm sorry, nothing against anybody. Just sharing my past experience." Why it was? Because that was an elephant into the room. Nobody know what is going to be impact. There was nothing, no details was there. It may be some kind of panacea or it can be some kind of disaster. We don't know. The second part, which was so gradually this journey we moved ahead. Our we got a confidence, our process became relatively mature. So we go ahead with some kind of venture. But at that time also the mentality was related to the lift and fit. So I will take some application which are not critical, or maybe I have to roll out very fast. A case in the point HR, no offense to any HR application is very, very critical and I'm getting the salary. So no offense to that. From the perspective of the IT data criticality, I'm mentioning that. So HR application. So we have to simply move to the cloud. Not attached strings are there. Data is there, but data is of your own employee. तो उसको तो manage कर लेंगे, कोई problem नहीं है. Nobody is going to raise any concerns are there relative. But I feel the infection movement was the COVID. In the willy-nilly, at that time, we have to match with the digital pace. At that time, I was with a very big private bank. Even though private bank, their digital expansion was phenomenal, they are leaping and bounding in a very big phase. But there a lot of apprehension, speculations, a lot of resistance was there in their mind to extend to the cloud. But this your COVID, they compel them to explore the cloud in a much more mature manner. At that time, the mindset shift has come. That was, I feel, personally feel that was a titanic moment for us. It's for the adoption of the cloud. But there are some apprehension was there. Okay, these are the guardrails. Are this guardrails we are going to this move to the cloud. But nothing specific will go with the cloud. Then attributed to the way our customer became so demanding in this independent environment, where first mover has the best advantage. Time to the market and business value became a critical component in any kind of ITS. I'm related to the IT metrics only, so it is linked with the balance sheet. Or it became a critical environment from the IT metrics. There the changes. Now we started the designing application which is the cloud agnostic.
Correct. Yeah. So I understand. So you say that it has become an integral part of your environment as we speak. Thank you very much. So Ramesh, now we have generally seen, when I say I'm a multi-cloud adopter, I always tend to say that that's a redundancy or a BCP or a resiliency that I have established. So how far you think BFSI is successful in having a multi-cloud channel to be a resilient?
I think we are somewhere in midpoint, right? Because the multi-cloud is also a function of the OEMs. Okay, so because some application works on only particular cloud very well. I think if you really look from a DRR or a BCP kind of a situation, I think the going in position is, run it on the same cloud. Okay, so people are experimenting with multiple clouds from in that sense, but I think we've got a long way to go on this. I feel that we are somewhere 30-40% in the journey to really look at multi-cloud, running the same application, trying to bring it up. In case of failures, it is not very easy, especially if you're using some cloud native features. That means the application should also change in every possible scenario. I think it's a good strategy. I think people will eventually adopt it, might be in the next 5 to 10 years. Everyone has started, but I don't think we are fully yet in that journey.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so point taken, and that's very true, that just having a multi-cloud will not ensure. It depends on the environment and the complexity. So Atul, now as the usage of cloud scales up, so do the cost. So how do you ensure that the ROI is maintained by adopting cloud?
So you are giving me flavor of a board. Always ROIs are there. So yes, everything ultimately is going to be boiled down to the ROI only. So I think we traveled a very phenomenal journey. So previously, our cloud investment was more related to the operational related expenses. But now it became your strategic investment, which we are feeling that we are going to get excellent return from them. So one of the components which I personally feel is that There are governance model should be there, not from the perspective of the ensuring that data security and all those this attached kind of things are there, but governance model is also going to play a very pivotal role into the ensuring that whatever money we are investing into the cloud, we are getting the best benefit out of that. That is one thing is there. Second thing, we linked our this IT expenditure with the business value. So ultimately, if you see in the cloud, the basic concept of your this charge is based how much you are using in that. There are multiple. I'm a part of the NBFC. It's a bank, but its operation is mostly NBFC. So if we stop the cloud, if we stop the application after 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock, definitely it is not going to have any impact onto our business. But business, they always say, well, my application is mission critical, it should be available 24/7, that is unencumbered. That is the business things are there. So we linked with that particular metric with the business value. And ultimately business has to ensure that with the support of the IT, that we are using the cloud up to the maximum this benefit which we are arriving from our investment. The third part is it's a regular journey. It is not going to stop in a day. So we are continuously monitoring, we are continuously checking. There is a committee is there in our organization. So whatever our cloud related uses are there, we are presented to the committee. The committee decide that this
you have a governance in place to measure the ROI. Very good. Okay, thanks. Ramesh, so running core or critical workloads on cloud is still perceived as concerns, okay? But now with this change in the entire BFSI landscape, what differently the BFSI organizations are doing to run critical workloads on cloud now?
I think if you see again, we are running a lot of applications which are modern in nature, or whether it is in a mobile app, whether you want to do collections, whether you want to do loan origination. So those are the kind of things where going into a cloud is fairly easy. But if you really look at the core, I mean, India did not have many mainframes, but throughout the world, still mainframes are. IBM still sells mainframes. Still, people buy mainframes, and apparently, I was reading somewhere 70% of the transactions which is made on every day at least touches one mainframe, right? So it'll take some more time to go fully cloud native to do. A lot of core banking service providers are giving it a shot. Loan service providers have done it quite well. But on the core side of banking, I think still it is going to take, in my view, far more time. Even credit cards, right? I used to work in a company called as HPS. We try to really push people to move to cloud, but the large bank said no, it doesn't matter. We will run it on prem, because what you see, that kind of elastic need, okay, still it is not there, right? I'm like an e-commerce business where suddenly when people come and buy a lot of things, correspondingly you scale up the payment system. So that part is clear, right? But banks on its own still don't see those kind of peaks in which you need to really add so many things and get it done. Solutions are also coming out, because compliance is a very large part. Because the older system have got so much of complaints, we don't even know how much of compliance is there. So there is always a resistance to move. Data migration is a challenge, because you have to hold historical data for a very long time. So you need to have a strategy of how you're going to maintain. So I think if you put all these things, I think we are on the path. I think newer organizations will take it in a much more faster way. The older organization is going to take much more time. But it is also, we have to see how many industry providers are able to provide that kind of solution. There is still a bit of, in my gray area in that.
Okay, thanks. Valid point. So Atul, now regulators have been very particular about third-party cloud vendors and the risk that we are managing. So what do you see current BFSI organizations are doing to manage the regulator expectations and without slowing down the innovation? So what is it that's happening new in the area?
Actually, you ask a very pertinent question in this regard. So normally regulator compliance, they are going to be considered as a big roadblock in this, your business expansion, scaling, all those kind of things are there. But I personally feel those are the business escalator. A case in the point is that in a car, if brake is not there, you cannot speed. That is the things are there. So nowadays, if you see, the regulator also became very, very mature. I will give an example to you. Some 3 years ago, when I was dealing with the regulator, and one of our applications were hosted onto the AWS, and you know AWS, they are driven by the, sorry, I should not quote the name, my bad. So one, this big cloud service provider who was operated by the US, so they mentioned that their all policy is going to be controlled by the US. So, and your data is secured. Whether it's a visual word or it's a gospel truth, I do not have any way to check the veracity of that statement, right? So, but nowadays, RBI became quite mature in this regards, and they understand that. And if you see, some days ago, I was discussing with one of the person, and that was the music to the ear. RBI, they themselves come with a cloud. IFTA's clouds are there. So if that IFTA's cloud is allied all kind of apprehension, what and all kind of it compliance to the T2, all kinds of regulatory things are there. So we are expanding towards it. And additionally, the domination which was there are 3 major cloud players was there. That domination is also getting diluted. Some of our application which was a government sponsored schemes are there, that has been hosted on a different cloud service provider. I will not quote the name. This not on this top 4 kind of cloud provider. So that is expanding, and the process is becoming more and more mature. But yes, we have to travel a very long journey. In this long journey, whatever our learnings are there, whatever our experience are there, based on those experience, we have to further improvise on this regard. But we are in a very good shape, and we are going to the right path.
The last question of this session. We are on time. Ramesh, now cloud native design enables quicker product launches. Okay. So the question is, what new digital products or capabilities becoming possible only because of cloud native architecture?
No, I think if you want to build a full functionality, still it takes time. Okay. But then if you want to stitch through 5 solutions, a great example I will give is, for us, if you want to upsell a loan or a cross-sell a loan for an already an existing customer, the only field I need is the mobile number. I don't need anything else, right? Because I'm simply using that mobile. I can do an Aadhaar, I can do a PAN, I can go to the bureau, I can get. So that is not possible in the old world, or it would be very, very difficult. And say the journey changes, okay, especially KYC, every time there is a new thing coming up, we are able to make those changes extremely quickly. Okay. But then still the base functionality need to exist. Okay. That is extremely important. If that is not there, you will still take that much of time to do. A good example is your biometric, right? Because that's a very native service. If each company would have started to build biometric, it would have taken ages, and it is so standard. So it works for everyone. DRBCP in some of it, if you're able to load balance it intelligently, then I think it comes automatically. That gives, I mean, some products are great, right? You don't even know where the DRBCP runs, but then it is extremely good. Then I would say the speed at which you can do some of the transactions, I think by using native services is far ahead. And then the whole thing of data and AI, I think it will be very helpful.
Thanks. So it's time up. So last rapid fire, okay, to both of you. So in one sentence, what is the single most important architectural principle BFS organizations must prioritize to truly achieve cloud modern speed, resilience, and high availability?
I think if you know the answer, then I think you all would have companies. I think we have to go back to first principle. And I think we have to rebuild a lot of things in the next 5 to 10 years so that you incorporate AI in it. I don't think the current set of principles is not going to take us too far.
So I feel actually here the principle is very simple in the regard that governance should not be a choice, it should be a practice. So the architecture changes which I feel is the governance model, and governance model need to be further improvised or further recalibrated based on the security threat posture which is currently growing. So that is very important. Governance is the things which I want to.
Okay, fine. Thanks. So any questions to the panelists? I'll take that as no. Thanks.
Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? What a fantastic panel. I think we will have talked more, but So we are a little crucial on time. I'll invite Dr. Ravi Gupta to please join us on the center stage to felicitate the panelists. I'll request Stephen George to please join us on center stage. Thank you so much for very growth accelerating questions to the panel. Can we have a huge round of applause for Stephen, everyone? Come on. I'll request Mr. Ramesh Narayan Swamy to please. ये बात एकदम सही कही आपने. आई थिंक द मोस्ट जो जितनी ज्यादा तालियां बजाएगा आई थिंक प्राइजेस मिलने का उनको चांस ज्यादा मिलना चाहिए. मिस्टर रमेश नारायण स्वामी, CTO, Aditya Birla Capital. Once again, fabulous insights from you, sir. I'll request Mr. Atul Garg, CTO, IT Head, SIDBI. Thank you so much, sir, for joining in. Once again, great constructive input and insights. Can we have a huge round of applause, everyone? Come on. It's just day one. Let's maintain the zest. And I'll request all of you with the mementos to join us at center stage for a group picture, please. I think let's just warm our hands and have a huge round of applause. Come on, everyone. Okay. So let's get going with the next topic. This is the last panel discussion of this entire day on a very interesting topic. So, ladies and gentlemen, the insurance industry is already undergoing one of the most profound transformation that we all know. What was once paper-driven, reactive, time-consuming, time-intensive is now become extremely digital, predictive, and absolutely customer-centric. Welcome to the era of next-gen insurtech, where scalable protection meets intelligent claims. Well, today, insurance ecosystem is powered by AI-driven underwriting, data analytics, embedded insurance models, and automated claims processing. The goal is simple yet powerful: expand coverage, reduce friction, and deliver faster, fairer outcomes. Well, ladies and gentlemen, get ready for one of the most phenomenal topic that we are going to discuss right now. Once again, I'd like to call upon our extreme panelists along with the moderator. Well, now I'd like to call upon our moderator, Dr. Ravi Gupta. Can we have you on the stage, please? Can we welcome him with a huge round of applause, leading the entire panel? Joining us is the key panelist, Shweta Anand, Head Operation and Customer Service at Elets Life Insurance, and Operation Transformation expert known for streamlining service ecosystem and building customer-first processes that enhance efficiency and policyholder experience at scale. Next joining us is Rupesh Mehta, SVP IT Tata AIA Life Insurance, a technology modernization champion, leading large-scale IT transformation, core system upgrades, and digital embedded through life insurance platforms. Next joining us is Ankit Goenka, Head of Customer Experience, Bajaj General Insurance. Customer experience strategic focused on omni-channel engagement, digital journeys, and data-led personalization to redefine general insurance interaction. Joining us on the stage is Sunil Kapoor, Chief Risk Officer, Generally Central Life Insurance Company. A seasoned risk and governance leader, strengthening enterprise risk framework, regulatory alignment, and resilient underwriting models in an evolving insurance landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge round of applause for our very fabulous panel?
So we are talking about insurance here and how tech is going to change insurance, or is it already changing? So I will start with asking each of the speakers that what has changed in insurance in last 2 years. Specifically, we have gone in the age of AI, and whole transformation is happening very, very fast. So I will go for short answers, short questions. So what has changed in last 2 years? So each of you, like, mention your name, organization, and the change you are seeing, and answer in, like, say briefly, 3 lines, 4 lines.
Sure. I'm Shweta. I head operations and service for Edelweiss Life Insurance. Change has been, insurance is a very document heavy process, right? I'm sure when all of you have bought insurance, you've given reams and reams of paper, KYC, address proof, age proof, whatever. I mean, every possible thing that you've been asked for. But what we've seen in the last couple of years is that insurance has had the capability of going digital. The entire digital stack, public stack integration that has helped, integration with Aadhaar, integration with CKYC, integration with NSDL, integration with credit bureaus. All these things have helped us bring down the physical, the documentation process. What's also happening now is, for the last so many years, we've been getting information digitally. Now is where the bots and the AI is stepping up. All the digitally captured information, the bots are making sense of it. They're giving more predictive, more intelligent decisions. So yeah, this is where insurance has moved in the last couple of years. In fact, even in claims assessment, not every time papers have been asked for. There is digital death certificates. There are bot-based assessment of a field crop failure, motor claims. I mean, we just click a picture, we upload that. So there's been a lot of movement in insurance. While it may not be very visible to the customer, it's actually moved a lot at the back end.
Fantastic. Yeah. Now, Shweta, Rupa.
So, hi, Rupesh Mehta this side. I'm heading enterprise platform at Tata AI Life Insurance. While answering the question, what has changed over past few years because of technology, and I'm sure all of us have gone through that. First of all, insurance as a business has been a distribution dominated business, push product. This is a known phenomena in the insurance. What technology is playing a key role now is basically the technology used to be a supporting element earlier to the business. From there, now technology has gone to the mainstream. So what does it mean is the way of doing the business itself is changing. So earlier, if you need to set up an insurance company, you would need a core system with a lot of jing bang around the data center, everything. Now today, if you really want to set up, and all the new age insurance companies which are coming, they are coming with the cloud born systems, and those are the quick wins from the technology perspective. When it comes to impacting the end customer's life, I think, as you mentioned rightly, that a lot of things are changing and may not be visible to the customer, also may be visible to the customer. Like, for example, now Gen Z wants to buy a insurance, they know that they don't need to call up anybody. They can simply go on an app and on a website and just click few clicks, and that's it, the policy gets issued. So in terms of the overall outlook of insurance from a traditional branch based legacy way of operational is now changing to a key tech enabled e-commerce based player, wherein you can have all your products which are quick. Like, for example, products itself are changing in insurance now. From the earlier product definition perspective, now today the riders, chassis products are more getting pushed. So product definition, customer life cycle, customer experience, employee engagement, everywhere technology is playing a crucial role. So according to me, a lot of penetration of technology has happened in insurance, and a lot of things, a lot of headroom also to do it further. Yeah.
Fantastic, Rupesh. Requesting Ankit Goenka to speak about this. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. Good evening, everyone. Not going to take much of your time.
but specifically on the general insurance side, okay, last couple of years, the biggest change for the industry has been KYC. While, in banking or life, that was already there, right? For general insurance, it was not there, right? So last 2 years, that has been the biggest change driver, if you really look at where the industry has been able to now know your customer. Okay. The other is, the real use of AI across the value chain, right? Be it prospecting or onboarding or servicing or claims or even renewals, right? So you see the right use cases now coming up in the industry where people are really using the data, to the fullest and saying that what is the right use case, for actually implementing AI at scale, right? So that's the other change which is happening.
Fantastic. Sunil, want to speak about this?
Yeah. Thank you. So I'll see my counterparts or my colleagues actually are on the first line of things. So I'm on the second line, the risk function, as you say. So I see that from the last couple of years, actually, I've seen regulatory environment. Probably the IRD has been much more what you call proactive in terms of putting up the regulatory framework. So I talk about a couple of things, actually major things, what changes they brought. One on the product side, the product regulations, which what you introduced in 2024 actually has changed the overall landscape from selling to a more of a environment which is governed and probably customer centric rather than pure selling. And probably then we used to have a lot of missed sales. There used to be a sort of when you talk about insurance, probably another thing was coming up was missed sale. Okay, whether customer is being sold a right product. Second is on the governance side of things, because I feel actually, especially on governance side, a lot of things have happened in the last 2 years. If you look at on governance side, one was in last year the IRDA issued a special surrender value, which was pro customer. Like after 13 months, someone can probably get a surrender value, which was not available earlier. Second, actually, I'll say one was the major change was recently the GST. The 0% GST for insurance, life insurance products. And a couple of them, actually, I'll say the major thing essentially, if I look at the recent fraud risk management framework, which has been introduced in November, which talks about to have a company to have separate fraud monitoring units. And one of the recent ones actually, which is currently also in the pipeline on the AI. So when since everybody actually now talking about AI to using, and people have started using it actually in our company, being a European company, we are guided by a European AI Act. We have been doing it actually in a much better way actually, because the governance and the risk management framework is governed by the EU Act. But even IRDA actually has recently asked a set of questions which was so elaborate and probably so concise in terms of asking very detailed, minute questions in terms of what are LLM models, how you see the data privacy issues, because DPDP actually is another thing. So some of these actually have been, I think, major changes. I think as from a risk perspective or compliance perspective, I'll talk about. Yeah.
Yeah. So next is about the next 2 to 3 years. How are you going to see changes in your business, and especially the impact of AI and agentic AI? So, yeah, Shweta.
Next 2-3 years are going to be very, very critical. One, because we're getting a whole set of digital savvy customers who don't want to talk to us, who don't want to come to the branch. All that is anyways passe. So getting these customers to do whatever on their fingertips, extreme level of personalization, which is very, very customized to them, and at the same time being available to them when they want to talk to us is one of the big things that we need to be able to achieve. And AI will help us understand the preferences of these customers, understand when they want to only transact, understand when they want to talk, and therefore differentiate that and be able to take it. So even if the customer calls, AI will be able to address most of the queries unless the customer really wants to talk to somebody, and that's where the human touch will come. So balancing the automation, balancing the transaction against the human touch is going to become very, very critical, and only when the customers want it. So from a customer perspective, this is going to become very critical. The other piece will be reaching everybody, because there is India and there is Bharat, and there's a lot of effort that is happening in terms of reaching out to Bharat. The regulators' focus is also there. It's insurance mission, insurance all by 2047. So doing that is going to be another big challenge, bringing in sachet kind of products, using alternative data. I think in the morning somebody spoke about alternate index, for credit. We will also need alternate data points to assess the customer's financial viability, how much they can be insured. So this is going to be a very big challenge in the coming years.
What do you?
Yeah. So a lot of things, are already work in progress. I can see, them getting into the production stage now. So from POC to production is something which is moving forward. From an end customer perspective and from a technology perspective, if I want to keep my answer very crisp. So today, what's happening is humans are selecting AI models, and we are doing that. I can see, if not necessary 2-3 years, but definitely going forward, AI is going to hire the human. So that's the era where we are all going to be in. So yeah, that's and quite an exciting time. I mean, being into technology, this is really a very good transformation phase that we are all going through. So, but yeah, that's the way forward according to my understanding.
I was talking to someone here who is already here in the room, and I was asking that how is your organization using AI, and he talked about hiring. So you talked about like AI will hire. So he was telling me the whole process, which is AI. So there are like thousands of resumes who are which are coming in the organization. AI is like selecting the resume, and then an AI, instead of HR, an AI avatar is taking the interview. After the interview is done, the onboarding is being done by an AI. And he also mentioned that there are some employees who complain about कि हमारा जो project manager अच्छा नहीं है, biased है. So they are employing the project managers who are bots. So what you said, I heard it's already happening. So wow, yeah. What do you?
Yeah, thanks. You're talking about the future. Okay, I don't have a crystal ball to really predict the future, right? But from strategic standpoint, okay, and some of you may have heard this, me saying that I basically call that there is a 3V strategy that one needs to have in every organization, keeping in mind the future. The first V basically is the voice. Okay, now the voice basically has two components. One, what we also saw in the earlier presentation, which is the entire conversational AI, having the voice bots, right? The other critical piece of voice is the voice of the customer, right? So Gen AI, for example, can actually give you greater insights in your data, right? For example, all your call center data, be it an inbound or outbound, right? You're converting that to text and then putting a Gen AI program onto it and, getting the insights, right? So the entire voice of the customer will be critical from an AI Gen AI standpoint. The second V is videos. With the help of, again, Gen AI, you can generate videos on the fly at scale, right? And more personalized, customized, even on, use those words, hyper personalization, right? Right. So the videos will be there. For example, she was talking about the future generation who's going to be our consumers, right? Now, all these guys today are all over those reels and shorts. Now, as a brand, if you don't have your presence on those platforms, and if you're not able to generate videos, at fly, right, it's going to be an issue in your future. The third V, as she also spoke about, is about the Bharat, okay, where the third V is vernacular. I do not call multilingual now, I call language agnostic, right? And somebody was also in the earlier presentation talking about speaking the language of your consumer, right? So that's the whole thing, right? When keeping Bharat in mind, if we're going to just keep ourselves to the top 4 or 5 languages, is not going to work out, right? You need to actually go deeper into it. The dialects, for example, the other gentleman was talking, right? When you go deeper into the villages, talukas, you'll find that particular language has 50 more dialects, right? So you need to, adapt to that, right? And if you want to really grow in future, because the growth is not there in tier 1, tier 2 cities anymore, right? That's the real growth. And insurance for all 2047, it's all about those talukas, those villages, right? So if you have this 3V strategy on your playbook, I guess, the future is secure.
Amazing. I love this. This is voice, videos, and vernacular. And you talked about videos. I read a news today that there's a trending video of like someone on Instagram who is talking a ghazal every day, and this like girl is like trending that. And आज उसका न्यूज आया, आज मैं पढ़ रहा था कि they people trying to find that who is she, and it was actually a AI. So
Delhi airport, I today saw an advertisement, right? Again, a beautiful model, right? But that was an AI model, right? That brand actually said at the bottom that this is not a human, this is generated by AI, right? But that's the change that we are seeing.
I'll not take much time, but I think I agree with my fellow colleagues today. But I'll say, see, insurance is a very typical thing, because typical product, because most of the products actually we tend to buy. So, but insurance actually is not a pull product; it's actually a push product. So that's where the difficulty comes in selling, especially. And what currently the regulators and the councils are promoting, सबसे पहले life insurance or सही किया insurance लिया. So these sort of campaigns are driving towards increasing penetration. So if I look at to increase penetration, and probably what he rightly mentioned, we have to go to the Shweta mentioned, to the Bharat level. To do that, actually we need a sort of a AI agent or help of AI, probably to talk to people at that sort of level in their sort of languages, and understand and probably see what sort of requirements they have. It's like and currently actually a lot of insurance companies are working towards making products more tailor based. So even the AI bots probably currently, like one of our company, I just want. So I have seen other companies also building some sort of a customer's personas or in their customer journeys to help them to probably select product which is best for them, either investment product or pure play term product. So it matters. So obviously AI going to be one of the key elements, or the only element actually, if I look at actually, in sort of promoting the product in a well structured as well as more governed manner, rather than a more free flow which currently happens.
Fantastic. So we will end it here, and thank you all for this short and crisp discussion. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, leaders, for a very fabulous discussion. I'll now like to call upon Mr. Majid Asadullah, Head of Products Experian India, to join us on stage. Can we welcome him with a huge round of applause, everyone? Well, I'll request Shweta Anand to please join us at the center stage, Head Operations and Customer Service at Edelweiss Life Insurance. Can we have a huge round of applause, everybody? Come on, it was a very great discussion. You will have had a great insights. Next, I'll request Rupesh Mehta, SVP, IT, Tata AIA Life Insurance. Thank you once again for great insights out here. Thank you so much for fabulous insights. I'll request Ankit Goenka, Head of Customer Experience, Bajaj General Insurance. Can we welcome with a huge round of applause? Well, I must say, very well articulated and well structured answers that we have received. I'll request Sunil Kapoor, Chief Risk Officer, General Central Life Insurance Company, to accept the memento. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for all of them? Can we have a group picture, please? Group picture. Thank you everyone for joining for this absolutely wonderful discussion. Well, now it's a time for Elets BFSI Leadership Excellence Awards 2026 Part 1. Let's gear up and we'll just wait for a few minutes and then we shall be starting on Elets BFSI Leadership Excellence Award 2026. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's gear it up and brace yourself as we move towards the Elets BFSI Leadership Excellence Award 2026. The first category that we are felicitating the awardees are Elets BFSI Hall of Fame 2026. Well, Elets BFSI Hall of Fame 2026 is just not a recognition, it's a celebration of enduring leadership, transformative value and vision, and industry wide impact. Yes, this honor is reserved for the leaders who have strategic foresight, innovation, commitment towards excellence, and have shaped not only their organization but a very fabric of India's BFSI ecosystem. Well, the category Let's BFSI Hall of Fame 2026, and for doing the honors of felicitating the awardee, I'll request Dr. Ravi Gupta to please join us on stage. Can we have Mr. Dr. Gupta, please? With a huge round of applause, let's welcome Dr. Ravi Gupta on the stage. Well, powerful award needs powerful leaders, and next I'd like to call upon Mr. Rohit Jain, CBO of Fino. Can we have him with a huge round of applause? Here we go, the category Elets BFSI Hall of Fame 2026. The first and the foremost award goes to Manu Sharma, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer. Can we have a huge round of applause and welcome him on stage, please? I'll request Manu Sharma, if you are around, can we have you on the stage, please? And here we have Manu Sharma, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Duty Investment India Private Limited. Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, from Mr. Sharma for bagging the Elets BFSI Hall of Fame 2026. Congratulations. Next award goes to Annappa Ishwarappa, Chief Technology Officer for Treasury Technology, Deutsche Bank. Can we have a huge round of applause and welcome him on stage, please? Let's move on to the next award. The award goes to Deepak Sharma, Independent Director, Suryodaya Small Finance Bank. Can we have a huge round of applause and welcome him on stage? A very, very congratulations, Mr. Sharma. Can we have a huge round of applause? Everybody keep clapping as we're celebrating the visionary leaders, the game changers, the innovators. Next is Deepak Mohanty, Executive Director, Wells Fargo. Can we have him on stage as well? Very, very congratulations, Mr. Mohanty, for bagging the award for Elets BFSI Hall of Fame 2026. Huge round of applause. Everyone, come on. Next award goes to Venkat Krishnan V, Chief Information Officer and Chief Technology Officer, Karnataka Bank. Very congratulations, Mr. Venkat Krishnan V. Very congratulations. Let's have a huge round of applause, everyone. Come on. Next award goes to Mr. Mahesh Kishti, Chief Information Security Officer and VPIT United Overseas Bank India. Heartiest congratulations to Mr. Mahesh. Huge congratulations to Mr. Mahesh. And the next award goes to Rahul Chopra, Director and Head of Digital PNB MetLife India Insurance. Very congratulations, Mr. Rahul Chopra. Well, ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge round of applause? Come on, everyone. Congratulations, Mr. Rahul. Thank you, Mr. Jain. Thank you for joining us. May I now call upon Mr. Vikas Kathuria, Vice President, Head, India Sales, Moonet, to join us on stage. Can we have Mr. Vikas? Well, like I said, it's a celebration of enduring leadership, game changers, transformative vision, and industry-wide impact. So let's begin. I may now request Mr. Phillips Apen, President and CRO in TENS. Can we join me on the stage, please? The next award goes to Shiv Kumar Bhasin, Industry Expert, Chief AI and Digital Transformation Officer. Well, ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge round of applause for Shiv Kumar Bhasin? Can we have a huge round of applause? Everyone, come on. Congratulations, Mr. Shiv Kumar Bhasin, for bagging the award for Elets BFSI Hall of Fame 2026. Next awardee is, can we have the mic passed on, please?
So I have to first of all thank Bhasin sir for being here, and I would like tell you all that the Elets BFSI journey actually started with him. So we were organizing a governance conference in Mumbai, and he was there, and he specifically mentioned that we should have a specific BFSI conference, and he then guided us, mentored us in building up the agenda, and that was a decade back. So thank you, sir, for doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ravi, for your kind words. I remember that still, your the startup team, and in my office we used to start doing this planning and first meeting agenda, which we did in Mumbai. So I think that was quite amazing. And a lot of my staff used to get confused that whether I have started working for two companies now in the same office. Thank you. Yes, thank you. But it has been actually, when I see now the growth past, a decade, I think Elet has come up with a huge reputation across as a knowledge stage and knowledge platform across the financial services industry. But I think this is again, now the next decade is going to be, as we are all talking about, Make in India and making more Indian products. I think this knowledge portals, and I see that you. Knowledge platforms at the time Indian forester, something those platform of product. I have seen that some of the government initiatives, they're trying to subsidize, they're trying to build platform. I think there is enormous knowledge I think people have. I think even all the CIOs and CXOs who are a part of the Elets platform, they start contributing to that knowledge portal. I think immense kind of a practical knowledge base would be flowing in, and what people gather all, I think, in those big annual events at Gartner or their regular events happen on a particular topic in data or application engineering or infrastructure engineering. So if some of those kind of initiatives can be taken by such platforms, I think there will be a enormous knowledge which will emerge and more entrepreneurship will emerge among the CXOs, which today most of us get bogged down 90% of time on the VAs and keeping the lights on. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Bhasin, for sharing your key and a very inspiring perspective. Can we have a huge round of applause, everyone? Well, next awardee is Mr. Siddharth Shakder, Chief Marketing and Growth Officer, Paytm. Can we have a huge round of applause and welcome him on stage, please? A huge congratulations, Mr. Siddharth. Everyone, can we have a huge round of applause? Next award goes to Mr. Naveen Marchalaf, Chief Technology Officer, Echo General Insurance. Can we have a huge round of applause and welcome him on board, please? A huge congratulations, Mr. Naveen, for bagging the Elets BFSI Hall of Fame 2026. Everyone, come on, keep on clapping. Let's have a very inspiring stories out here. Next awardee is Mr. Ramesh Narayan Swamy, Chief Technology Officer, Aditya Birla Capital Limited. Huge congratulations to Mr. Ramesh Narayan Swamy. Very congratulations, Mr. Narayan Swamy. Next awardee is Ajit Kumar Menon, Group Chief Operating Officer, Vivritti Capital. Can we welcome him with a huge round of applause, everyone? Let's get going with the next award. The next awardee is Dr. Arjit Ghosh, Chief Data and Analytics Officer, Bandhan Bank. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him on the stage with a huge round of applause. A very, very congratulations, Mr. Ajit Kumar Menon. Arjit Ghosh, Dr. Arjit Ghosh, Chief Data and Analytics Officer, Bandhan Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge round of applause, everyone? Next awardee is Mr. Kunal Khatpal, Chief Risk Officer, Hinduja Leland Finance. And can we welcome him with a huge round of applause, everyone? Well, all the industry leaders changing the landscape of BFSI So I think it's a time that we all have a great and inspiring journey. Let's have a huge round of applause on that note. Everyone, come on. Next awardee is Gokul Rajan, Chief Digital Officer, Hinduja Leland Finance Limited. Once again, a huge congratulations, Mr. Gokul Rajan. Can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Gokul, please? Next awardee is Mr. Madhur Joshi, Chief Technology Security Officer, HDB Financial Services. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think let's just keep on clapping to all the awardees out here. We surely like to listen to claps when we receive the award. Let's clap it for others as well. A huge congratulations, Mr. Joshi. Next awardee is Anubhav Rajput, Chief Information Officer and Chief Technology Officer, PNB Housing Finance Limited. A very, very congratulations, Mr. Anubhav Rajput. Let's have a huge round of applause for Mr. Rajput. Everyone, come on. Very, very congratulations on bagging Elets BFSI Hall of Fame 2026. On that note, thank you so much for joining in. Now I shall call upon Mr. Majid Asadullah, Head of Products Experience India. Can we have you on stage? Because let's move on to the next category, Elets BFSI Industry Impact Owner 2026. Well, this award recognizes leaders whose work have created measurable impact influence across the financial ecosystem, driving innovation, strengthening institutions, along with advancing the future of BFSI in India. This honor celebrates not just the leadership within them, but a meaningful industry impact. Strategic decisions have enhanced growth on the organization, customer-centric approach, and digital evolution across this sector. So let's get going with the Elets BFSI Industry Impact Honor 2026. The first awardee under this category is Prasad Pimple, Executive Vice President and Head of Digital Business Unit, Kotak Life. And can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Prasad? Everyone, come on. Huge congratulations, Mr. Prasad Pimple, for bagging the Elets BFSI Industry Impact Honor. Next is Shweta Anand, Head Operations and Customer Service, Edelweiss Life Insurance. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause for Shweta Anand. Next awardee is Gaurav Srivastava, Senior Vice President, Digital and Innovation, SBI Life Insurance Company Limited. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Gaurav Srivastava with a huge round of applause. Everyone, come on. A little dynamic entry though. Everyone, come on. Next awardee is Manju Dalvi, Head Digital and Data, HDB Financial Services. more awards. Let's keep on clapping. Come on, everyone. A huge congratulations to Manju Dalvi. Next awardee is Hitesh Sachdeva, Head Startup Engagement, Innovation and Investment, ICICI Bank. Can we have a huge round of applause and welcome Hitesh Sachdeva. A huge congratulations, Mr. Hitesh. Can we have a huge round of applause for him, everybody? Next awardee is Rupesh Mehta, Senior Vice President IT, Tata AIA Life Insurance Limited. A very congratulations, Mr. Mehta. Next is Mr. Shaikh Ghani, SVP and Lead Customer Experience, Yes Bank. Very congratulations, sir. Come on, everybody. Can we have a huge round of applause, everyone? Next awardee is Ram Kishan Kohli, Executive Vice President and Head of Business Credit Sison, India. Huge congratulations, Ram Kishan Kohli. Can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Ram, please? Everyone, come on. The next awardee is Ashok Kumar, EVP and Country Head, Branch Banking, Tamil Nadu Mercantile Bank Limited. Can we have a huge round of applause and welcome Mr. Ashok Kumar. Well, now the most very significant, important award, institutional award category is Most Trusted Education Enabler, NBFC. Ladies and gentlemen, brace yourself as that goes to PNB Housing Finance Limited, Abhinav Rajput, Chief Information Officer and Chief Technology Officer. Well, can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Rajput for bagging the institutional award, Most Trusted Educational Enabler, NBFC. Well, thank you so much for joining in, sir. Both of you gentlemen, thank you. And before we retire, these were some awards that we are felicitating today. Some will be felicitated tomorrow. And of course, before we wind up this absolutely insightful day, let's take a pause, let's take a break and be back by some time. But before we head for a break, can we all have come over the stage out for a group picture? Everyone. And people who have received the awards, please bring in your awards. And leaders who have joined us for the panel discussion with the mementos. Yeah, please. So leaders with the mementos and awardees with the awards, please. Everyone in the hall, because this was the day one of the Elets BFSI Leadership Excellence Award 2026. Let's ingrain this in our memory forever. This Leadership Excellence Award 2026. So all the leaders who have received the memento, all the panelists with the mementos and all the awardees with the awards. We can have the awardees on the forefront as well. If we have some of them on the forefront of the steps. Can we have a little ahead, yeah? Are we all I think, can we scatter here so that, yeah, I think sir is not visible. All fine, yeah. Where is the gap? कहाँ गैप कहाँ दिख रहा है आपको, बताओ मुझे. सबकी जॉ लाइन अच्छी आनी चाहिए एकदम, और सबका 100 वॉट का स्माइल भी अच्छी आनी चाहिए. अच्छा, कैमरा सबको देखना. Yeah. We have a special Singham director with us, so he's taking a profile picture. So please be with us. Music channel. Low kar dena. Your bestest best smile, huh? We need everybody's 100 watt smile, because there's a lot of gonna happening in the evening right now. Fabulous time and splendid time that you're gonna spend together. Okay, yes. Okay, one more. Just be there constantly. We all love smiling, right? They're perfectionists. Okay, videographer ji, आप ready हो तो मैं बोलूँगी. Okay, so everyone, we have to scream hip hip hooray a little louder, okay? I know claps थोड़ी ज़्यादा जोर से नहीं आई, but आवाज़ थोड़ी जोर से होनी चाहिए, okay? Director जी, आप ready है? आप किधर भी बोलिए मुझे, आप ही बोलेंगे, okay? Okay, 3, 2, 1, hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! So you all are one take actor. Congratulations on that. Fabulous. And a huge round of applause. Congratulations to all the awardees out here. Thank you so much for joining in. And go and change, because pause and break a little, get freshened up. We shall be seeing all of you after almost 30 minutes, because we have a fabulous live band coming up and playing, and we'll have a very magnificent and a splendid time over here. So let's be back by 9:30 sharp. $9:20 sharp. 9:20. Okay, pre-burn 9:20 sharp. Let's be here, all decked up, ready to rock and roll and have a lighted time.